New York City, 6 a.m. An out-of-control satellite radio show is being broadcasted to millions of Americans. At the controls, Opie, the father.
Oh, this is perfect. This is how it should be.
Anthony Cumia, an alcoholic.
Hey, hi.
And Jim Norton, a comedian.
It's me! I work here!
Glad I got that one out.
Are we on live now? Is it happening? This is it?
The three men make up the Opie and Anthony Show, a popular radio program known for its cringe style of entertainment and having very few limits.
I like where this is going. I'm seeing a lot of options here.
This is like different than any other radio.
No telling what we're going to hear in here today. Tits, ass, tons of cuss words.
It's just not like radio. It's like hanging out.
In the past, they have been accused of multiple FCC violations and have even gotten their show suspended from satellite radio.
This is why. This is American freedom of speech.
It's good on every level.
Insane.
Every second is funny.
Wildly funny.
And philosophically spotless.
Everything you are about to hear is real. Real people, real excitement. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
I don't know how to handle the pressure of the music starting.
You feel it? That's when you feel it?
I'm so used to other people doing it. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. But, what do we call it when it's just us?
Norton and Friends, isn't it?
No, Norton and Friends, of course. It's even with Opie and Anthony here, it's Norton and Friends.
The Morning Jam.
Morning Jam with Jim and Sam. I think Ant wasn't feeling well, and like Sunday morning or whatever, he said he wasn't going to take a day Monday. And Opie's got both of his kids, I think, are sick. I'm guessing the flu. I don't know. That's what, he said he's got two sick kids, so I'm assuming what else would they have?
Yeah.
It's flu season. So he probably said, fuck it, let me just take a day and deal with that. And I was going to take a day, and I know the staff probably wants to stab me.
Yeah.
But I'm like, you know what? We have Henry Bushkin booked today, and I really want to talk to this guy who was Johnny Carson's lawyer for 20 years and his closest confidant. And I read his book. I finished his book. So I feel like talking to him.
It will be a good interview.
I hope so.
You don't meet that many people who were that close with somebody like Carson.
You mean almost nobody really knew him? Like, even, just, we'll talk to him about it, but I read the Joan Rivers part when her and Johnny were just, Johnny severed the relationship instantly. Like, she wouldn't even talk to him off air. Mm-hmm. Very few people talk to him off air. I mean, even Ed McMahon would go out with him once in a while.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe in the old days, but after a while, no one got near him. No one. He was not social at all. He didn't go to Hollywood parties. He was just a real fucking kind of a distanced himself from all that. So this guy really knew him well.
Why did he distance himself, though?
I don't know. He's just a weird guy.
He's just too big. I guess he became bigger than anybody, right?
Yeah, Bushkin tells a story in the book about when he realized how famous Carson was when he was at a party, like an A-list party that he was allowed in because he was Johnny's lawyer. And it was, Sean Connery and Gregory Peck, like those type of people. And all they were kind of waiting for was Carson to show up. And then when he showed up, just how much he hated it and he couldn't stand being around these people and he just wanted to get the fuck out of there.
Wow.
And he hosted the Reagan's inauguration party at the request of Sinatra. And he didn't want to do it. He was trying to get out of it. He's like, because Sinatra asked him, he loved Frank. And he said, all right.
It was the president's inauguration.
It was Reagan's
party.
inauguration, yeah, but he knew him for years, and he was just completely, he didn't give a fuck. And he didn't go to the inauguration. He did the event, but the actual swearing in, he's at the crowds, fuck it.
Wow.
Yeah, so he had this amazing, above it all.
Did he enjoy doing his show until the end, or at some point did he even...
I don't know, I'm going to guess he did. I'm going to guess he enjoyed that part of it.
Like that was it. He's just there to do the show and then go home with the 3 people that he knows or whatever.
Yeah, well, he said, I was surprised to see he did dates in Vegas all through the 70s up until up till 1980. He did stand-up dates and loved getting away from the show, and I guess that's when he would bang chicks on the road. Apparently he was a real pussy hound.
Yeah?
Carson, yeah. But quiet about it. Not like, there was no TMZ back then. So,
right.
But TMZ existed then. Johnny, I think, stuck his dick in a lot of people.
Yeah, that original Letterman bedroom above the studio.
Yeah, he probably fucked him on the set. I mean,
God.
He seemed kind of...
But back then, nobody would have said anything. It was the same thing as, like, JFK being a pussy hound. Nobody would say anything back then. Nobody would want to, disrespect the legacy or the legend, or... You didn't say anything about guys like that back then.
And you were also... it was frowned on to snitch.
Right. You didn't want to be the tattletale.
Yeah, now the tattletale is rewarded.
Yeah.
You're like, you get your own reality show where people are dying to talk to you and you line up for interviews. But back then, if you ratted, people were like, fuck you, and they just kicked you out of the circle.
Harvey Levin created an empire around it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like TMZ's whole thing is like, well, what if we just try to catch people doing things?
Well, does TMZ even film you if you don't want to be filmed? Like, they're not as awful as I thought they were. Like, I think if a celebrity really doesn't want to talk to them, they might just ask you questions, but I don't think that they.
Yeah, but they will use like if a celebrity freaks out, if somebody else's camera catches a celebrity freaking out because they do not want to be talked to, they'll use it.
Yeah.
I mean, when people were showing up at Kanye West's house at 4 o'clock in the morning, they might not have been TMZ camera people, but TMZ had the footage up on the site right away.
Why were they showing up at his house at 4 o'clock in the morning?
I think just to get him upset. Everybody wants, because Kanye is known for getting upset with paparazzi, so they're figuring he's leaving his house at 4 o'clock in the morning. They were in his driveway.
Yeah.
And it's 4 a.m., and he's trying to put shit in his car or whatever. And so, yeah, but maybe it wasn't TMZ's camera, but they had it on their site.
Wait, is that why he was leaving at 4 in the morning, or is he doing something?
I don't know what he was doing. Oh. No, he wasn't doing it. He was yelling at the paparazzi to leave him alone.
Yeah, I guess he's right. I don't love Kanye, but at 4 in the morning is a little much.
It's one thing when you're going to a restaurant that's known for famous people, but it's another thing when you're trying to leave your house at 4 o'clock in the morning.
They have that law they passed now where celebrity kids can't paparazzi can't stalk them or whatever. I don't know what the law is, or
yeah.
I have no idea what exactly it says, but apparently if you're like you got a famous person with a kid, they can't follow your kid or something.
It makes sense that they can't follow the kid. I mean, it gets complicated because there's so many celebrities that set it up themselves.
Right.
And are just trying to get photos with them and their kids. But then there's this whole other thing of people trying to bring their kids to school or whatever. There's Perez Hilton. Remember, he had a thing like a couple years ago before he decided he wasn't going to be a bully anymore. That he was like, he had whole reports about Adam Sandler's kid being ugly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it was like Adam Sandler was like, well, like what my kid didn't choose this lifestyle.
Right.
It's one thing to say I'm a public person, but I get the kid thing. What do you think?
The paparazzi are so hateable. Anything that hinders what they do.
You like it?
Oh, yeah. And
yeah.
like literally if they said, if you're too aggressive as a paparazzi, the celebrity is allowed to shoot you, I'd probably be for it.
Yeah.
Just because they're so awful and they're such vultures. But, it's like as much as it's easy to trash the paparazzi, they don't buy the magazines. Mm-hmm. The rest of us do.
Right.
Culturally, we really are kind of shitty. And we always find these other people to blame, whether it's the paparazzi or...
yeah, but I guess we're the ones rewarding the tattletales.
Yeah.
By being like, did you see this video?
Absolutely.
Did you read about this?
Yeah, they don't click 8 million times on it. If they put it up there and it got 40 views, or it got, it made no money because people weren't interested in that shit, they would stop doing it.
Or people all said this is wrong and all backlashed against it.
Right.
Any of those things, but none of that ever happens.
Never. And I guess then you could say, well, we're just naturally curious. I mean, I don't know.
I guess. And you're right. I mean, they're like the 1 or 2 people we know from TMZ. Like the guy who stands outside this building from TMZ, he's awesome. He's great. Like he's a very cool dude, and he films people who are coming in to do press, and if they say I don't want to be filmed, he doesn't bother people.
Right.
But then there's the whole other, I don't know who they work for, trying to get a tape that they can sell anybody for $100,000 because they've got Britney Spears hitting somebody with an umbrella or something.
I was coming out of a sushi place in LA one time, and I was with my manager and with somebody else, and this was who was Lindsay Lohan's ex?
Samantha Ross.
Yeah, she was there with someone else. I don't remember who. It was some celebrity. It might have been Nicole Richie or somebody. I guess they were just eating. Mm-hmm. But my manager's like, if you got a photo of that, that's worth a lot of fucking money. At that time, that would have been a scandalous. But it wouldn't even occur to me. I'm going to snap. I mean, I would get a picture with them because I'm a picture whore. Right. But I'm not going to snap a picture of 2 people and sell it. That to me is creepy.
But putting yourself in the photo would have devalued it immediately.
It would have brought it down to valueless completely.
Nobody wants a photo of Jim with these 2.
Yeah, exactly. We would look like, fucking 2 lesbians and Nicole Richie.
I have an update on that child bill if you wanted to
Oh, yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
details real quick. They passed it last month that you can't harass children of celebrities with a penalty of 1 year in jail and fines of $10,000. But it's being challenged right now by the California Newspaper Publishers Association and other media groups, stating that increasing all these penalties and restrictions for harassing children because of their parents' jobs could prevent them and restrict reporters and photographers from covering the news.
You know what? They're such cocksuckers. Like, how would that... First of all, what's going to get into it is what classifies you as a celebrity. Like,
Right.
I mean, there's the obvious...
And what makes this news?
What makes it news? Like, what type of news are you going to have to cover where the celebrities kill? Like, if you mean tabloid shit, like if Katie Holmes and, Cruz go through a divorce, the fucking Post can't cover it properly without putting a camera in the kid's face?
Right.
Or are they afraid that celebrities will be able to avoid all kinds of coverage by having their kids with them? Maybe they're afraid they're going to loophole.
Yeah, it seems like they're just complaining that it's like a violation of freedom of the press.
Ugh. The press has to have complete freedom, I guess, but they don't realize that they've made their own misery.
Yeah, and it's like you're talking about freedom of the press at the expense of a person not being able to live a life.
Right, and
there's got to be some kind of boundary of being a human being.
And you're not reporting news. Freedom of the press to report information. You should be free from government infringement and you should be able to talk about whatever is in the news and what's newsworthy.
Right. Like not knowing what time Holly Berry's kid gets out of school. It's not, taking information away from the public.
Yeah, that's
that's stated in this thing too about the paparazzi, because there's a certain boundary of where they can be near a school.
Yeah,
and they'll wait right at that boundary for when these celebrity parents, come to pick up their kids. Then they start following them, and like if they went to Starbucks or to the mall or anything like that, they'll follow them from that boundary from the school to wherever they get out of the car.
Jesus, they're being treated like pedophiles now.
Yeah, exactly. It's not right. So it's like people say, well, celebrities choose their life. They do to a certain degree. If you're on a beach and you're Katy Perry, people are going to take your picture.
Sure, but there's got to be some kind of boundary.
You got to be able to live.
Yeah, you got to be able to go home and not have people camped outside your house all day every day.
Yeah,
it's like at some point there has to be some kind of they should. If you're walking through LA and you're going shopping or you're eating food or you're doing whatever. You're in spots where celebrities always are, then yeah, of course people are going to take your picture. And half of them, more than half, are calling paparazzi agencies and saying, hey, this is where I'm going to be, take my picture and everything. But if you move out of it, like say you do what Carson did, and you move away from everything, and you try to get away from all this, at a point you should be able to have a day of privacy.
Because everything's with the technology changing, and with the fact that like you can take a photo of a person doing something and upload it, and then 6 million people see. Everything's so instantaneous. It's changing. Everything has changed. So you kind of have to, have new ways of looking at it. It's not like it used to be where whoever that fucking one creepy paparazzi was, who was famed, Brando, I think, broke his jaw, and then he actually took some great pictures of Jackie Onassis. And he would annoy him in the street and take photos of them. But now it's this culture of the celebrity obsession, which I certainly contribute to. Right. I don't deny that. But they can have no privacy now.
Yeah, because being a paparazzi is so easy for people. You go, you pay a couple $100, you get a camera, or you just use your cell phone or whatever. And you could just be in LA. This acting thing didn't work out. Maybe I'll just chase actors around and take their photo.
Yeah, and it's all video now, because back in 1975 or whatever, everybody didn't have a video camera. Everybody didn't have the ability to tape everything and throw questions at you. Hey, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? How is that? It's got to be fucking irritating.
Yeah.
The guy's name is Ron Galella.
Yeah, he's a really famous
asshole.
Yeah, I mean, and he started that whole thing. I think more than anybody. He was like the original guy, right?
Yeah, at least he's one of the main ones being credited, yeah.
Yeah, I think Brando punched him in the face.
He broke his jaw in 1973.
Wasn't he with Dick Cavett when that happened?
It says June 12th, 1973, Brando broke paparazzo Ron Galella's jaw. Gallo had been following Brando, who was accompanied by talk show host Dick Cavett.
Oh, okay. Because I saw Dick Cavett recently. I did one of the last episodes of John Fugelsang's show on what was the chat? It just became Al Jazeera America.
Current
TV became out, and he had like a comedy, kind of like a panel show, a news show, and I've done it. And he's a nice guy, if you were saying, and he's very liberal, but he's he lets you express your opinions on. And one of the last episodes I was on, and Dick Cavett was a guest, and he was talking about that. I don't remember if he talked about it on air or not. He's a weird guy, Dick Cavett.
Dick Cavett.
But he's a guy like Mike Douglas and all those guys. When they did talk shows, and none of them did it like Carson did, they had a weird free flow to them where they weren't afraid of dead air. I think we talked about this recently.
But it was almost like those talk shows were almost formatted like podcasts are today. Even radio interviews aren't done like Dick Cavett did anymore. You know what I mean? Like where it's not, everything is formatted to this short attention span. You got to do it in 6 minutes and be out and boom, 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 boom. But yeah, like Dick Cavett and those guys used to just, okay, we have Marlon Brando for an hour. We might just sit here and stare at each other for the first 2 minutes.
And they'd be prepared, but again, there was a lot of natural kind of ebb and flow in a conversation. And I watched, Mike Douglas, I watched one time do a Jackson 5 interview. And it wasn't good, because they were shy. But there was something so natural about it, and something so real about just watching these people talk, that it didn't feel fake and fucking Entertainment Tonight-ish, and it was refreshing to watch.
Like we've already pre-interviewed every question here, so we know everything's going to be a hit. It actually seemed like, oh, I'm starting to get a feel for what these famous people are actually like as human beings.
Yeah, they're a little shy, or, they kind of, the Jacksons at that time were really young. And I watched I've been watching a lot of Carson footage lately, just, because once in a while you go on YouTube and you get caught in a loop.
Yeah.
And I stumbled onto a Dorothy Stratton interview he did. Johnny interviewed her. She was, if anyone, people know who she was. She was the Playboy Playmate who was murdered by her husband when she was 20. Star 80 was based on her, and there was another. And she was, from Vancouver. She was smoking hot. And I want to say she was Playmate of the Year. Whatever. She was a famous Playmate. And Johnny had her on. And he had her on 4 months before she was murdered. And it was not a great interview. And that's, to me, what was interesting about it. Watching him talk to her. Because she came out and she was nice, but she was kind of shy. Yeah, okay. Like, it was not a masterful. There wasn't much he could get out of her.
Mm-hmm.
And what was so interesting about it was the way Carson just immediately understood this was how it was going to be. She wasn't being a twat. She wasn't being confrontational. She was just a little shy. And so that, to him, the energy of the interview came way down, and that's how the interview was meant to go. He didn't force it. He carried it, because he was so fucking masterful at talking to anybody. You never realized that he had prepared. You just thought that he was riffing, and he was so good at that, but it felt very natural between them. But he didn't force it and try to make it like, hey, so...
Right, like he figures out where her vibe is naturally, gets down there, and then they can have a conversation.
Yeah, I would love to ask, if I remember to ask Henry about that, because it was one of those weird things where I would love to know right after, I'd love to have asked Carson, how did you feel about that?
Yeah.
Like, did you sense that was, obviously you sensed it was very slow, and there was no energy there, but again, there was no shitty reason, so did he want to get out of it, or was he just so comfortable he could talk to anybody? Because he seemed like he knew how to just keep it going. If it was a little slow, he was okay with that.
Or did he go off set and start throwing pitchers of water around the room because he was so upset that she had nothing for him?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He could have been furious after that and just not shown it.
But 4 months later, she was shot. Boy, her fucking husband. The movie with Eric Roberts. Eric Roberts actually looked like the guy. If anybody, her husband's name was Paul. I almost said Paul Lynde, but it was not him. Oh, I'm gonna put a shotgun blast in you.
It would have made a lot more sense.
Yeah, it certainly would have. Hated her vagina. She just wouldn't grow a penis, so he
Paul
killed her.
Snyder?
Paul Snyder, yeah. And then they said he raped her and shot her, and then he killed himself. They said he violated the body.
Ugh.
I don't know why I'm talking about that in fucking 2013. The Dorothy Stratton tragedy.
You want to take calls on the paparazzi thing?
Yes.
Like a real radio show?
Sure.
Doug in Syracuse.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Doug.
Thank you. I was listening, and I'm like, fuck celebrities. I am glad the paparazzi do this to them. I find it awesome and entertaining.
Why?
Because they are choosing to be prostitutes out in L.A., working their asses off to be famous so that we're paying attention to them. Why are we mad at reporters or people who are going out making a buck
Well, hold on. Let me ask you a question, Doug. Like, you say something like they're prostituting themselves, and in some cases you're right. Like, there's the reality show people who are really devoid of most talent. But you talk about an actor. Like, what kind of do you like Sandra Bullock? Do you like movies? Like, we love what they do too. Like, it's
like what about Sean Penn?
Hollywood is who you know.
Right.
It's all about
no, it's not all about who you know.
Connections.
It's part of it.
Wanting to be famous.
Yeah, but they also.
So if you want to be famous, then you want to be photographed, and then you guys say, "Well, I want to live a normal life." No, you don't. You want to be famous.
No, they want it. Dude, you're not 100% right. I understand the emotion of what you're saying, which is they signed up for it, fuck them. And it's easy to take that tact against celebrities. But it's not accurate. And they do want to be famous. And I think we said, if you're on the beach and people take your picture, or people are going to come up and ask for autographs, that does come with it. But with the technology and this obsession with it that we've gotten, they didn't sign up to have absolutely no private time to themselves or absolutely no time to be alone with their children at all. Like, they signed up for fame, but they're also giving us something. Like, a lot of them are they're very talented. Like, I love fucking music. I love a lot of their movies. It's easy to shit on them, but we also love what they do. So it's not like they're forcing themselves down our throats.
And the difference, too, is that they're not just going out and being photographed. Like, these people who are photographing them are going out of their way to try to get the celebrities upset, which will screw up their public perception, which will screw up their job and their livelihood and everything else. Like, there's a difference between being photographed while you're walking down the street,
right,
and then being followed. Like, after somebody finds out, okay, they don't want to be photographed, I'm going to follow them, and I'm going to harass them until Marlon Brando breaks my jaw.
Right. And
I have a rebuttal to that. How many times have you guys pointed out on your show that you guys have met A-list celebrities in your private life or on airplanes and have had no paparazzi experience and just been like, "Hi, I'm Jimmy Norton," or "Hi, I'm Sam Roberts, sitting with you on first class." Well, not you, Sam, but "Hi, I'm Jimmy Norton."
Yeah, not in coach.
You on first class. And I just like to talk with you as a human being, and I'm pretty much a celebrity myself, and like to get to know you. And they go fuck yourself.
You know what, though?
You're not even human to me.
Dude, no. That's you're right and you're wrong. You're right, like the Nicolas Cage story where he wanted nothing to do with me. Hold on. I wasn't mad at him for that. Like, it was almost like, who the fuck am I? And not like, who am I? He's a big star. But he's just, in that moment, I know he's famous and I fucking wanted to talk to him. But in fairness, I only wanted to talk to him because he was Nicolas Cage. If he was just some fat old lady, I would not have sat there and went, "Oh, I hope she takes a picture with me." So I was treating him differently, in a way, so he had the right to react that way. He wasn't a dick to me. He just wanted to be left alone. And believe me, that's coming from me, fucking Pete Picture Taker. He wasn't a dick.
My point is, I think you're being nicer to him in the situation because he is famous, because you care. It's chicken and egg logic.
No, it's
but if he wasn't famous, like, Jim wouldn't have just started a conversation with the stranger next to him on the plane.
Right. And it would have had no emotional impact on me whatsoever. Because I wouldn't have been thinking about a photo, so I would have had no emotional impact from this person. I never would have thought about it. But, dude, there have been people who have started conversations with me, and I'm pretty friendly with fans, but I don't get bothered on the level a guy like that does. And you know what? There's been times where people, like, a perfect example. I'm walking yesterday from my apartment to go somewhere, and I had my headphones on, and this guy, and this doesn't happen to me very often, he was like a Russian guy. I thought I hear like, so I turn, and I realized there's like he's like a handyman in the building. He's having a cigarette, and he has been calling me. So I stopped, and I was like, "Oh, yeah?" And he goes, "Come here." I'm like, "What?" Because I was going somewhere. And he goes, you got a minute? And I'm like, "No, I have to be somewhere," because I did. And he goes, "Oh, I just wanted to tell you a joke." And I'm like, "What?" Like, so I'm like, "I don't have time, brother." I had to. So he might have thought I was a dick. If he had said to me, "Hey, can we take a quick photo?" I would have been happy to do it. But, like, you don't stop somebody. Like, I had headphones in, and I had to be somewhere. And so he might have thought I was a dick, but I wasn't trying to be a dick. I just had to be somewhere. So that guy may not have a story how, "Fuck Jim Norton, I tried to talk to him and he was a dick." And the reality.
So bad, but I have another example from your own radio show.
Okay.
I think it was you guys were interviewing the singer from The Who. And
Roger Daltrey, yeah.
And it was, yes, and it was Opie was like, "What a connection we were having. Oh my God, I think we finally have this real connection." And then he bumps into him on the street an hour later, and he goes, "Who are you?"
Yeah, exactly. I understand what you mean.
That's my point. How can anybody have sympathy for these people?
Because, dude,
oh my God, they're taking photos of me. Also, Roger Daltrey's walking down the street in New York City. He's not being swamped by paparazzi. There is more of a cultural issue of L.A.
What you're saying, hold on, let's one thing at a time, dude. One thing at a time. Like, you're talking about celebrities not remembering. I'm the king of not getting remembered. And that's why I don't pretend to have a bond with them. Like, I'll take a photo with someone, and then I leave them alone. I don't hassle them for 20 minutes and try to, like, hang out with them. Like, if we take a photo, even in studio, sometimes I see them and they remember me. Most times they don't. And then I realize there's been a few times, even on my much lower level, that I've talked to people in radio shows. I'm like, oh my God, that guy interviewed me and I didn't remember him. It's not that you don't remember him because you think you're better. I don't forget somebody because I think I'm more important. I'm just fucking going from interview to interview to interview, or a lot of times I'm on the phone doing phoner to phoner to phoner. So it all just becomes one, you're being asked the same questions. It's not like every interview asks you completely original and unique questions. You know, the second or third time somebody comes in, then they start to go, oh, okay, yeah, I know you. But it takes a while to get on the radar of somebody who's really, really famous because they meet so many fucking people and so many people want something from them. They learn to tune out. And it's not that they're...
Mr. Bushkin, the attorney for Carson, I remember every anecdote from Carson's existence, though.
What's that?
You still expect the attorney coming in for Carson to remember every anecdote from
Well, he wrote a
Carson's
book.
life.
They were close friends.
They were close friends, dude. But you know what I mean? It's like, Johnny's an interesting guy because, you know, I love Johnny Carson. And Bushkin, thanks for the call, man. This guy's just being a little, you know, he's just being disagreeable to be disagreeable. But the Bushkin knew him. And I'm kind of curious as to, is this a betrayal? Because you were Johnny's lawyer.
Yeah, and Carson was, like we were saying, a notoriously private guy.
Right.
Even if this isn't one of those, you know, scandalous tell-all books, would Carson have wanted this much information out there?
I thought it was a fair book, to be honest, and I'll say this to him. I thought the book was very fair. He paints Carson to be a very complete person, a motherfucker at times, very cutting and harsh. Also, a guy who had a lot of fun. He talks about the fun times he had with Johnny, and he goes, all the people that think Johnny was just private and didn't talk to people should have seen him in this situation where he had a ball.
Yeah.
He was just very careful. But that guy who just called in, his attitude is very typical of people. Like, they do have, like, the guy who just, I would love to ask him, I should have asked him, how do you feel about your boss having your Facebook password? Mm-hmm. Now, you're not a celebrity, but does he have the right to have it? Because things you say publicly can be a reflection of his company.
And that's that weird sort of thing that people get with celebrities where they get, I don't know if it's not necessarily jealousy, but this sort of, you don't deserve to have this lifestyle that you have, so now we don't have to treat you like a human being.
Right, that's to me almost an aggression towards celebrities,
yeah.
Like a dislike of them just because that, and some of them are fame whores. But you know what, like, fuck it, I saw Gravity's an example or whatever. Sandra Bullock's a fucking great actress. She does something I'll never be able to do for as long as I live. You know, as much as it's easy to make fun of the shitty movies, the hands thing, yes. She made her hands look like they were floating. Yeah. If I did Gravity, I would have been pop-locking and fucking sitting on my hands.
Stroking your jaw with every line.
Exactly. And pushing my fingers like I was on Earth. All right, who's on the fun?
Chris. Chris in Philly.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I just wanted to kind of bring up a counterpoint to what the previous caller said. I mean, if you think about it, we live in a country that one of our main priorities is respecting civil liberties regardless of your social status.
Right.
So just because they're rich and famous, like if they're with their kids or their wife who's out of the spotlight, they kind of deserve their privacy, like if they're out for dinner or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is definitely a lack of boundary being established. Like, I don't think I'm definitely not saying, and Jim, I don't think you're saying that celebrities should not have their photos taken.
Of course not. How could I say that?
Yes.
I want to put my fucking awful blinky face in every one of them.
Yeah, and going up to a celebrity and asking, can I take a photo with you? Or taking their photo while they're walking down the street, or whatever that is all fine. But when you start harassing, when you start getting their families involved, when you start going out of your way to try to get this moment, to get them upset, to make them look bad, then that's a whole different thing. When you start following, when you start stalking, you know.
It gets, like, I was in Soho one time, and I saw Seal and Heidi Klum with their children. And I did not ask for a photo. I didn't even approach them because they were with their kids. Like, even as much of a fucking pictured jizzbag as I am, there are times, many times, that I have not approached or gone, because I don't bother people when they're eating. I don't. I kind of understand when somebody's in a public moment or when they're in a private moment, and I try to respect that if I can.
Although you getting in for a family photo with the Seal and Heidi Klum and the kid and you, that would have been a good one.
Especially if I handed the camera to the kid. They were too young and they dropped it and I screamed at them. But
Pick it up!
Pick it up, but you broke it. And I tried to charge Seal or Heidi Klum for my camera. But yeah, like then I didn't. But yeah, they have the right to certain privacy, although I don't know how much of a civil liberties issue that is.
Yeah.
Sir.
John.
Yo, what's up, Sam?
What's up, man?
You can't be any more wrong with a few statements that you said. Jimmy, I love you. You're the best.
Thanks, buddy.
If they don't want their photo taken, there's ways around it, number one. Number two, when they're promoting a movie and they're involved in promotion, they want every photo of every situation, picking their nose, picking their ass, punching their driver, whatever it is. They want to be photographed.
Sure.
So you can't have it both ways.
Yes, you can.
You cannot have it.
I disagree. You can't, meaning...
Jimmy, you can have it both ways because she's got big tits and a cock. That's different.
No, dude, but seriously, I know what you're saying, and I understand the emotion of, hey, they like their picture taken, so fuck them. But it's different than it was 20 years ago. It's not the same world we live in. Like, and all of you people out there notice it in the fact that, again, I raised the Facebook question. Everyone out there kind of feels like everybody is getting more and more invasive. So they are just feeling it on a level that we can't even.
Yeah.
And again, dude, and I'm a guy who likes to have my picture taken. And I like to have my picture taken with them. And I do think in public, a lot of times they ask for it and they know what they're doing. But there are times, like if Julia Roberts is driving her fucking 3-year-old to school, and the paparazzi are fucking following her on motorcycles doing 70 miles an hour, there's a difference. There's a difference between that and when she's out all made up shopping by herself with her new boyfriend.
And when Sean Penn is kicking a photographer, when Alec Baldwin is throwing a Daily News reporter, they don't want to get caught beating up a reporter. They're pissed off.
And the reporter played...
But we're in this world where it's instant gratification. With the Facebook thing that you said, Jimmy, a lot of companies are telling their employees that, look, here are the rules around what you can and cannot say, and they have to sign some sort of a document that protects the firm. And that's the new thing. That's the new thing, and that's all about lawyers and bullshit. But the reality is, if you want to work for these large organizations, you can't be on Facebook taking pictures of your twat.
Well, I understand that. Like, I don't exactly, but that gets into a personal privacy issue, and that's a different issue. But the outrage people feel over that, it's like, again, like I talked about loving what the NSA did, just because it gives everybody a fucking what it's like to be invaded, because we have no mercy for other people's privacy. Like Tiger Woods' phone conversation or Mel Gibson's phone conversations. Is that out of business? Thank you for the call, man. I love those calls.
And they're fun to play.
They're hilarious.
We'll play them all day.
And my excuse and my asterisk to be able to make fun of them and play them is I reveal a lot of myself, and I own up to the fact that, I fucking talk dirty to girls texting. I don't pretend that I'm better than them.
And we're not exposing this thing. It's like once it's out there, okay, we're going to jump on the pile and have fun with it as well. And you know what? Honestly, even if we found those voicemails privately and realized that we could be the first to expose them, we definitely would.
Yeah, like on we did it on who was the Pat
Anthony Weiner.
No, Anthony Weiner or Pat what's his name?
Oh, Pat O'Brien.
Hi, buddy. Florentine just walked in. We're talking about we're actually breaking in like 2 minutes. We're talking about celebrity privacy and all the obsession with just fucking everybody getting into celebrities' business because this
and stalking and being followed and taking pictures of their kids and all that stuff.
Like, what's the balance between that and Is it okay or is it not okay?
Well, yeah, I've been reading the Johnny Carson stuff.
Oh, you did?
Well, in the New York Post, like they're putting excerpts in there. But I was thinking about Ozzy, all the stuff Ozzy did when he was young, in the 70s, 80s, pissing on planes and stuff like that. Like he'd be a monster right now. Where America would hate him. I mean, they hated him back in the 80s because they thought he was like a devil worshiper. But all that stuff, I mean, pissing on the Alamo, just whizzing on a plane. Like there's stories of him just peeing on a plane in first class. Like someone was in the bathroom, so he just whipped it out and pissed right on the floor.
All over the floor.
Shitting in hotel rooms, like in the ice machines in hotels. Shitting in guys, it's businessman's shoes. They leave them outside the door in the 5-star hotels. He was shitting there. And Rudy Sarzo said he would wait for the guy actually to open the door in the morning just to see his reaction. He'd be up all night. He goes, I have to see his reaction when he goes to put his shoes on or he picks them up. Like, and just if that stuff got out there, like how, with TMZ following him around, like just a complete monster, which I love that stuff, but
with the stuff with like that type of shit is fucking like that's almost fair game. Like it's the kid stuff.
Like watching Justin Bieber piss in a restaurant bucket
like
or whatever.
If your friends are taking videos of you pissing in a restaurant kitchen and posting it, like because no one, his friends took that video.
Yeah.
But it's when they're with their kids or something, or they're like having some kind of a moment where it's like you just want to be a person, and the organized people who are selling their photos, they're not even fans, they're just organized machines following you, snapping 500 pictures to sell. That gets kind of creepy.
Or like following Ozzy and going, Ozzy, heard you're having marriage problems. Ozzy, marriage problems. You have marriage problems, right, Ozzy? Right? Marriage problems, right? Until he snaps.
No, absolutely. Now, when there's kids involved, you should just you lay back. You see Alec Baldwin walk with his kids, like just bother him when he's by himself. If you're going to do it, even though that's annoying, just, if he's with his little kid, he just had a little baby, and he's pushing around a stroller, don't start antagonizing him with a little kid.
Say hi to him and fuck off.
And you're the perfect two to talk about this, because nobody's as obsessed with getting celebrity shots as you guys.
A perfect example, I took my nephew to see this band Five Finger Death Punch on Saturday night. He loves the band. And whenever he wants to get all the autographs and pictures backstage. So whenever I bring him to any show, there's never chicks backstage. They're just never at Sabbath, at Iron Maiden, at Priest, at Motorhead. There's no chicks.
Right.
There's not in a million. Maybe the bartender in the back doing the private part. That's the only broad. So all of a sudden, for some reason, there was some chicks hanging out, and some of the guys in the bands were talking to him. And he's like, "All right, go over now. I want to get the autograph. I want to get the picture." I go, "Mike, he's 14." I go, "You don't understand. There's chicks around him. You don't go fucking near him. We'll get them next time." He goes, "What if they don't come tour for 2 years?" I go, "Then we wait 2 years." They've been on a tour bus for 22 hours. They finally seen some chicks. They're talking to them after a show. Leave them alone. I said, if we get a little break where the girl walks away, goes to the bathroom, or he does, then we can go get him. I go, we're not going to interfere with them talking to girls. We didn't.
That's the line. That's the border. You got to have your rules,
And I'm not trying, and a fan taking a picture with somebody who you genuinely like, you're not trying to catch that person. You're not trying to grab them in a private moment and catch them and get them. That's the fucking mentality the paparazzi has. They want to get you. They want to catch you fucking up. It's like, I never wanted to catch. There's been things I've heard, believe it or not, I've heard a couple of celebrities say things in private or do things in private that I just wouldn't say. I don't have that mentality. Like, if somebody says something to me personally off air, I've never once come back and snitched to get a moment. Never. I don't do it. It's fucking gross.
But celebrities know that people will, and that's why they can't, when they're getting followed around, they can't have a conversation anymore. Like, now we can't talk until this guy leaves us the fuck alone, because no matter what we say, the only reason he's here is to go try to get somebody to pay him to print it somewhere.
Yeah, the paparazzi have gotten, and again, I know that, again, we enjoy it. The people buy it. It's not like they fucking force it on us. If no one bought it, but it all started because we're talking about, Bushkin because of the Carson book. And it's like, how much of this was in, like, would Carson want to strangle him for this book? I'm wondering.
Without a doubt. I mean, he's a huge control freak and everything else. He'd turn on you in a dime, just an angry guy. Absolutely. Anyone that crossed him, look at Joan Rivers. He never talked to her once you got that talk show, which he said you could go ahead, go for it. It's a good opportunity, and then never talked to her ever again.
No, he never even spoke to her. What happened? This was closer to the end of the book. Was that Joan had been on this show? Like, they knew that they were negotiating this Fox deal to start at 11 o'clock. And she never mentioned it to Johnny. And her husband, Edgar, who was going to be the executive producer of that show, played poker with Johnny and never said a word. And I think Johnny found out the night before the announcement or something. And Bushkin said that he was mad, too, as the attorney. And Johnny just was so like, fuck her. Like, she never even told me that she was... Because basically she was going to become a competitor. And he said that Johnny said to him privately, like, if she had... come to him or just said, hey, look, I'm going to do this out of respect because he made her, Johnny would have wished her well because he said, to be very honest, Johnny did not see her as a threat. He didn't think she could hold the audience because he said she's too harsh. I don't think she can carry a show every night because she's so harsh. So Carson wouldn't have been afraid of her.
But he was just mad that she didn't say, I'm working on this.
I'm doing this, or look, they're going to announce this next month, or they've offered me this. But then again, Joan's explanation was good too. I believe the explanation was that I think Joan's husband lied to her. I think he said that he reached out to NBC because Edgar said to her that I reached out to NBC about your future and they weren't calling back. Johnny had re-upped for 2 years. She was the permanent guest host, but she was only re-upped for 1 year. So she didn't feel totally secure. There was a list of 10 comedians slated to possibly take over for Johnny. Like Leno, I guess, was on that list, and some other people. She was not one of the 10. So she didn't feel totally secure. So that made sense to why she'd want to go get her own show.
But you think that was Edgar made that up?
No, that's all the truth.
Oh.
I think he made up the part about reaching out to NBC because Bushkin said there's no way he would have ignored 2 calls from Edgar Rosenberg. He just wouldn't have.
So Joan thought that Edgar reached out to... Edgar said, I reached out to NBC and they never got back to us. That's what Joan thought. That's
I believe
why.
so, yeah. Because at that time, Henry Bushkin said he wished that he had... I don't know why I'm saying this now, but I just read it 2 days ago. He said that he wished he would have listened to her explanation because it probably was believable. He said there's no way that 2 phone calls would have gone unreturned because they were too close. But she would have had to call him and not Johnny. So it was like one of those giant fuck ups that just everybody miscommunicated. But I kind of saw Carson's point too in this. I thought she went to him and said, look, Fox is interested, and he said good luck, and then once she got the gig he never talked to her. No, he just never spoke to her again.
Yeah, I could see that.
He felt like she was being disloyal, like you were on the show a week before or whatever, and you don't tell me, like you know you're planning this fucking major. And Bushkin said the reason Carson wouldn't have cared because they were always throwing people up against him. Always. And he would have them on after. Whether it was Joey Bishop or Dick Cavett or any of these guys that had done shows that failed against him, Johnny had them on, and occasionally he would make fun of the fact that their show wasn't on. Like, he didn't give a fuck. He wasn't afraid of Joan Rivers. So I'm looking forward to that. And should we take a break, or one more call? What do you guys think?
Yeah, let's take a...
Oh, Sam, because our eggs are here. Let's do another call.
Let's go to Daniel in Korea.
Hi, Daniel.
Hey, Jimmy. Hey, Florentine. Hey, Sam. How are y'all doing?
Hi, buddy.
Hey, Jimmy, I always wanted to call into your regular show because I feel like my fetishes are getting weirder and weirder, but I'll save that for a Wednesday.
Okay.
Hey, I'm wondering if you saw the interview Rolling Stone did with Artie Lang about his upcoming book that's about to come out. I know you worked with him a couple times, and I don't give a shit about Stern, but it was a real candid fucking interview about his suicide attempt and rehab and everything like that. Opie tweeted about it yesterday. I just didn't know if you had a chance to see it or not.
No, it's funny. I never even read Artie's book, and I love him. I don't read stuff like that. I've just gotten too mentally lazy and too distracted with pornography. I didn't even know he did Rolling Stone.
Well, it's an excerpt from his book that's coming out in a few weeks.
Oh, okay. I have a feeling Artie has another #1 bestseller on his hands. It's called Crash and Burn, I think.
Yeah.
Which is, everybody knows what a fucking disaster he made of things. And he seems to be doing better now. I'll see him at the Comedy Cellar once in a while, or I'll do his show and see him on the road. We'll do a gig. And, it's amazing how he was so out of touch for so long, like meaning you couldn't get a hold of him. And now, Artie, every time I knew he was doing better when he said to me, let's do some gigs together. And
you did the first gig, real gig, back in Atlantic City at the Borgata when he was on that...
The Antisocial.
Yeah, Antisocial. That was his first big gig in front of a crowd. It's a couple sets at the Comedy Cellar. That was it.
Yeah.
Before he did his first, that was a couple years ago. I remember that. Yeah.
And a lot of them were Howard fans at the Borgata. We did 2 shows, and the O&A Howard mix for audiences has been great. They've been really good to, Howard fans don't yell at me, and O&A fans don't yell at him. It just no one gives a fuck. But there was a lot of love from Stern fans for him. It was almost like you could feel they had unfinished business with him. Like they felt their relationship with him was incomplete because one day he was just gone. He was a big part of the show, and then all of a sudden gone. So they really wanted to show up and show him a lot of love.
Yeah, because that payoff never really happened with him on the show.
Right. So it was interesting to watch.
You know, and he was gone for basically a year and a half.
Yeah.
No one heard from him. I never heard. I was good friends with him, and I never heard from him.
Oh, wow.
I tried to get in touch. I mean, you know, change different numbers. I was in contact with his sister once in a while, trying to get updates. But no, you know, he basically lived at his mom's house.
Yeah.
In rehabs, and then went back to and lived in his mom's basement until he got better. She kept him there.
Yeah.
Until he got back out, and then all of a sudden, you know, Nick DiPaolo called him up and said, "Hey, you know, you want to do a radio show with me? You're doing a test run." He's like, "Yeah," and they did like one show, and they got offered a huge deal, and Artie was back in show business, basically.
Yeah, and it looks like he was just ready. But his sister, he's very close with his sister, and that was
and his mom,
who you go through. So I'm happy for him that he's back, and I know
he's
book
sober.
will do well.
He's got engaged. He recently got engaged.
Yeah.
You know, so he's doing good. His radio show's doing good. He's out doing gigs, and he said he's got a huge book tour coming up. He just did Fallon last week. He's going out to L.A. to do Kimmel and Conan and a bunch of shows. So he's doing good.
And his show is, he has me on every time I need to promote something or just to come on and hang. It's hard because he's fucking 10 p.m. on weeknights. It's like, you know, you'd think you'd made it a little easier for me by taking an earlier show. Selfish Artie. But yeah, the book, whenever it comes out, I'm sure I'll promote it. So I'm very happy for him.
All right. Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. You guys rule. Hey, shout out to Anthony. Hope he gets out of that jail cell. You know, those glory holes, not worth it.
What's that?
From Bud. They catch it. Anthony's got to stay away.
We heard you. I haven't done that in a while. See you, man.
Sam Roberts Show Online, listening audience. Bye.
Bye.
All right. So I guess we'll we have Henry here. We have Tom Arnold.
Tom Arnold's coming in today,
nice.
too.
Yeah, I like Tom. I haven't seen him in a long time. He's shared a dressing room with me when we did some Montreal fucking taping.
Really?
Years ago. Yep. Just wanted to finish the break with a really uninteresting story. And that was it.
No follow-up on that, huh? Just
home run.
Yeah.
Bad story.
I met him once at a party. Tom Arnold. I just said, "Can I get a picture?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Thanks."
You're listening to Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show is back. Go on, sit down. The celebrities are ready to entertain you some more.
Ooh, we're back. It's Opie and Anthony have both passed away, so Sam and I are now doing the show for today. And then tomorrow, we don't know what's going to happen. And Jim Florentine is, of course, here. But unfortunately, Opie and both killed in a tragic accident. They were making love in a hotel. Nobody knew that they had it in them, and the roof caved in.
Wow, that's ironic.
Yeah,
That's
it was really, I had no idea
horrible.
that they were involved in a relationship.
Who would be the top?
I don't know. I think that they would probably swap off.
Yeah.
Because Ant can get a little lazy at times, and he'd probably want Ope to, but then Ope just kind of likes to sit there and eat his blueberries, so he'd want Ant to. So I think that they would just kind of go back and forth.
That's good. Like a relationship.
Yeah, like a relationship.
What position you think they'd be in?
I think that
would they be like eye to eye, like on top, and looking each other in the eye?
Yeah, I think so. Because
you know, for doing radio that long and having a good career.
I think that the way that they would make love would be one on the back with his legs bunny rabbited, and the other one on top, like bracing with his arms, but then lowering his arms and slowly licking the mouth of the other. How great is it they caught this fucking piece of shit? The guy, Baby Hope case years ago in New York in 91, they found some like 4-year-old girl naked and like hog-tied in a refrigerator, like she had been killed and then, you know, put there. And nobody, she was no name or anything. And then recently they just arrested the guy, and they found out who the little girl was. This fucking piece of shit cousin from the Bronx. And the mother never reported the girl missing. So
why not?
Because the mother was an illegal immigrant who had a bunch of kids, and she said she was afraid of the father. She's just a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And she doesn't report her daughter missing. And it turns out that like somebody overheard recently in a laundromat, a woman overheard someone saying like, yeah, my sister went missing years ago, and it was just the Baby Hope anniversary. And I guess she put 2 and 2 together. I don't know exactly how the cops came to realize that this might be the little girl's family. And then they did some kind of a sneaky DNA test on the mother.
So great. This scumbag has just been like living with it forever. But at some point, he must have said, I'm getting away with this. Like, I'm good.
I'm getting away with it.
Because it was, what'd you say, 91?
91.
So how long do you think before he was like, okay, I'm done?
Probably 5 years.
5
4 or 5
years?
years. But so he was never a suspect because she never reported him missing.
And no one knew no one even knew who the girl was. She was just called Baby Hope. The cops actually bought her this headstone. And you can see that now there's a name on it, Angelica Castillo, but it was just Baby Hope, July 23rd, 1991. Because since there was no reported missing kid, they had no idea who it was. So the mother never reports her missing. It's found out recently, and then through DNA, I guess they could probably track this animal. He wanted to, came home drunk. There was like 10 kids living in the house, just a fucking shitty Bronx situation. And he said that he just wanted to rape her. 4 years, she was 4 years old. So he wants to fuck his 4-year-old cousin, and she screamed, so he smothered her with a pillow. And his sister, who I guess was an adult then, of course, and is now dead, helped hide the body. So, the cops were really fucking happy to get this scumbag.
So what are they going to do with the mother? Can they put her in jail, or are they going to deport her?
Hopefully deport her. Probably not because she has kids here with someone.
They can't put her in jail?
Not for not reporting her kid missing.
Do you think did she know?
No.
That he did it?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't think so. His sister knew, but I don't know if the mother knew. Chances are he probably never told the mother because they were probably like, what happened? I'm going to guess she didn't know.
If they can get her on something, they will, because they must hate the mother, too.
If she knew and hid it, she could definitely get charged.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
an accessory,
of course.
right?
But I don't know. I mean,
what if she suspected? If she had a feeling? I mean, she didn't even report the kid was missing.
And
you don't have to report your 4-year-old's missing?
I don't know what the law is. I mean, that was a big thing with Casey Anthony. I don't know what the law. I think they made a law now saying you have to because of Casey Anthony, and I could be wrong. It looks like I think they put a law in the book saying you have to.
Makes sense.
But she said that she was afraid of being deported, and she thought that the father took her or something. It's just some cop was quoted anonymously as saying the woman's a piece of shit, and she obviously is a fucking piece of shit. So,
yeah,
that's great. I'm happy that they fucking caught this guy.
And just knowing that that his whole world collapsed around him in a second, like oh my god, everything just came pouring back in. Oh, he thought he was fine.
Yeah,
and now he's just fucked forever.
Yeah, he'll go to jail for that.
That's got to be a tough way to live, man, because you never know if you're going to get busted every minute of the day.
Yeah.
You don't know if that door in the middle of the night's going to get kicked down or you're walking down a street.
One life-ruining secret that you have, like forever. Like you just live with it. You can't talk about it. You're petrified that people are going to find out about it at all times. Yeah.
Rest of his life, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Well, but they'll protect him in jail, I guess, because legally they have to. But it would be nice if they just allowed the convicts to kill him. It would be nice. It would be nice if we allowed convicts to beat like pedophiles and rapists to death. But
put them right into general population.
Yeah.
Like the dude that killed Adrian Peterson's 2-year-old kid, the football player's kid.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And he played this weekend. Yeah, that was another one.
He had a kid with some woman. He'd never met the kid. I guess probably I don't know if it was a girlfriend or a girl he just knocked up, and of course she was going to keep it. But he had a 2-year-old, and the girl's boyfriend in Minnesota or something beat the kid to death.
Yeah. He didn't know. Actually, they had an affair a couple of years ago. She thought it was some other guy's kid, and she got a DNA test recently, and it wasn't. And then she realized it was Adrian Peterson's.
Oh, so it wasn't like he was just not seeing his kid.
Yeah, and he just found out like 3-4 months ago he had the kid, and he was going to go meet him in a couple months, maybe when the season was over. So he was busy and stuff. But this the first time he saw him when the kid was on life support, when he went to the hospital to meet him.
Yeah, LeBron James tweeted something like, hopefully the guy will get what's coming to him or whatever, but he won't. They never do. Like, convicts always say they have this code of ethics and you don't do this and that. But they don't, pedophiles wind up living in jail and they don't just shank you or cut your throat like they should when you walk in.
Yeah. I mean, David Berkowitz is living like a pleasant life now in jail.
Yeah.
He wasn't a pedophile, but still, he just went around killing girls.
I don't know if he has, if he's in general population or not.
I don't know.
I think the guy who shot, when me and Kenny went to San Quentin, we got a tour. And there's a wing where Sirhan Sirhan is and Charles Manson. And these are guys that the other convicts simply can't get to. But the guy who was showing us around actually had photos he showed us of a guy who had drunk drove and killed a 9-year-old girl. And I think he had a bunch of drunk driving convictions. So he's thrown in jail for years. And this other convict was so disgusted. The guy was doing like double or triple life. In the middle of the yard, the guy just fucking shanked him, stabbed him in the neck, and killed him for it. And this happened like a day or two before we got there. So this guy was preoccupied with wrapping this case up, and he showed us photos of the bloody scene. And
it had just happened?
It had just happened, yeah. But that to me was great. I mean, I feel bad for any alcoholic that does something You know, because, you know, they say, but for the grace of God, they're gone. But
especially since it had been a repeat mistake. Like, it's not like he got drunk once and drove and this,
Although there's a difference in intent behind a guy who does that and some guy that rapes a 4-year-old.
Huge difference, but still.
But, you know, it's kind of hard to feel bad for anybody that kills a kid and doesn't.
Definitely.
You know, whatever. But there are guys that will fucking take the law in their own hands, I guess, in jail.
Yeah.
How old do I sound?
Take the law into their own hands.
Well, Dahmer got killed in prison because of that.
No, well, he got killed over a jail infraction. You know why he got? Because he had cut a guy.
'Cause I know he was mopping up or something, and they killed him, right, or something.
Yeah, Dahmer. The guy who killed Dahmer in jail was a guy. It was a black guy who had a lot of anti-white rage. I guess he had problems with white people before, and the fact that Dahmer killed black people, I'm sure, was a tremendous motivating factor. And I'd also heard that he had cut the guy in line or something, and there was some bullshit prison infraction too.
Yeah, I think it was some kind of weird jail beef. Of course, since he is Dahmer, I'm sure he was quicker to get killed. But yeah, it was like, it wasn't just.
Oh, okay. I thought
that's the dude that ate people.
That might have been but then again, the guy might have had a target on his head. Who knows? Because that guy had problems racially with other people.
Right.
But he was another guy doing fucking, you know, X amount of years and never getting out.
Right.
So, my Patty video, I wanted to just plug this on Facebook. I'm not even getting any money for this. I posted the video of Patty doing the fucking awful twerking, and it's got 23,000 comments.
Are they all positive?
No. A lot of them are horrified. VOL, vomiting out loud, I've seen.
Isn't it amazing when, like, we see something like that, like Patty twerking in here, and it's funny to all of us, but we all know Patty, and we're like, oh yeah, we just go home and continue our day. Other people have never seen Patty before, and they just see this skeletal, you know,
monster
out of the bathroom with a shining woman twerking. Horrifying.
Yeah, and it's just it's gotten 4 million people have seen, almost 4 million.
4 million?
Yeah,
Wow.
on my Facebook, you can see it because I'm the administrator for the fan page. And it's almost 4 million people have seen the Patty video. I just didn't put it on YouTube. I don't give a fuck about that.
She's in her panties, just
looking awful. Well,
I haven't seen it. I got to see it.
Well, it's not good. I mean, in the video, I have a great, the picture that it's kind of like the screen grab for the video is really good. She looks terrible.
I tried to get a free coffee from her at the Starbucks.
Today?
No, a couple months ago. I went in there and she was behind the counter. I'm like, come on, hook me up. She's like, I can't. The manager, he's not here. I'm like, so? Give me a discount. I don't know if I could do that.
Made her all nervous.
Yeah, she was completely, she was freaking out.
Gonna make her lose her gig.
I'm telling everyone online, I'm like, I know this woman and she won't even give me 10% off. Not even a discount.
You happy by the Cowboys?
I didn't care.
Why not?
Because I don't give a fuck about them. I hate Tony Romo. I don't care if he had a good game.
Wow.
Big deal. He's a choke. The guy and Cowboy fans kill me for this because I blasted him for the Denver game. They're like, well, the defense. Look, fuck. Right. The defense gave up all those points. Fair. I'm not saying the defense is good, but that type of shit happens, and he just in that final fucking drive, that choke artist that he is, did it again. He never pulls through and wins that big game. So I don't like him at all. And I don't even want to get cock teased by this team. I think they're 3-3 now. Gives a fuck. Even if they get to the playoffs, he'll blow it. He's not a big game quarterback.
Go ahead.
No, well, I mean, that's the difference between him and Eli Manning. Even Eli's having a shit season.
Terrible year.
2 huge fourth quarter, last drives in a Super Bowl to win the game. Under pressure, those pass he threw. And that's why, you want a guy like Eli. Even though he's having a shit season, he doesn't throw for 500 yards. He doesn't throw for 4,800 a year like Romo does. When you need that guy in the clutch, 1 minute left, no timeouts on your own 20. Eli's going to get it done most of the time in 2 huge games in a Super Bowl. I mean, that's Montana territory.
And Romo, what does he do? He fucking fumbles the snap in the playoff game, and he throws the interception. It's just, I've seen too many times where he's thrown big picks at bad times, and it just makes me hate him.
So you can't even enjoy a big Cowboys victory anymore?
Nah, I don't care. I mean, I really don't.
Wow.
I don't give a fuck. I mean, I've lost interest in most sports anyway. Like, I'm much more casual now about it.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm watching, I get very into it. But again, after having met enough
but
of them,
your hatred for Romo is not casual.
I just don't like him. I mean, again, if they were in the playoffs, of course I'd want to see them win. But the only guys I really give a fuck about anymore are the UFC guys, because I know so many of them and they're nice guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for Romo. You can't see Romo winning a Super Bowl.
No.
You know, to get through a playoff game, a wild card, and then a championship and a Super Bowl, he'd have to go on an unbelievable run. I don't know if he has it in him. He does. I was watching that Denver game, too. He's throwing amazing passes, but then that pass he threw, that intercept, there was no reason to throw that pass. He had like 2 minutes left and 2 or 3 timeouts. He had plenty of time. Throw that ball away.
But in that moment, that's who he is. Like, again, I'm not saying the guy's have a great arm, or he's not a great fucking regular season quarterback and he can't get you some great games, but I will never like a guy who can't ever get it done in that fucking final 2 minutes.
Most people that support him just look at stats. Go, look, he threw for 500 yards.
Yeah.
He threw 32 touchdowns and only 9 interceptions. Yeah, but when did he throw to 9? In the last drive. That's the difference. It doesn't matter how many yards you throw for.
Yeah.
Give me a quarterback that throws for 140 yards and wins the game instead of the guy that threw for 460. I don't care. Stats don't mean anything in the NFL anymore.
Yeah, there's a lot
really
of guys.
doesn't.
A lot of guys. He got 150 QB rating, whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
that
it doesn't. And so what? Yeah, because he threw dink and dunk passes down the field, and a speedy receiver broke a tackle and ran 80 yards. That's how you got that.
Right.
Yeah, that's all fantasy football shit. That's why, everyone's with stats. Everyone's fascinated by stats. It means nothing.
Oh, because they're building out their teams. Like they pick what players they like based on.
Right,
who's on their fantasy team, and
he
what
did
the
good,
numbers
look
are.
at the numbers I did this week, and it means not running backs rush for like 170 yards now and lose. They're on a losing team. That never happened in the NFL before. Now that everyone passes, so Fred Jackson from the Bills had a great game. He was amazing. Yes, yeah, but they lost. Who cares? And he threw off. Yeah, the defense was playing back because they were expecting a pass. They were going to let the guy run and run out the clock. There's a whole thing. It doesn't matter about that stuff. So
when did it change?
Probably about 7-8 years ago when they changed the rules where you couldn't touch a receiver, but maybe even 10 or 15 where you couldn't touch a receiver after 5 yards. Mm-hmm. And it was all about offense because they realized that offense, more people are going to watch. And the fantasy football stuff definitely, contributed to it when people started playing that. The NFL's like, all right, look, we got nerds watching games that would never watch it before.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. The ratings, a double of what they were 15 years ago.
That's a good point about you can't touch the receivers, and also any type of touching the quarterback is just unallowed almost. It's like they really have built this so the offense can kind of do what they want.
Absolutely. The offense totally just, look at Peyton Manning. The guy's, 30 for 34 every game, 370 yards. You can't touch him. He's too quick. He gets rid of the ball in 2 seconds. You can't get to him that quick. And the receivers, once after 5 yards, you can't touch him. So it's a totally offensive game. If Marino was playing now, he would have thrown 70 touchdown passes. He was playing when you could trip the guy 40 yards down the field. And he was still throwing 48 touchdowns and throwing for 5,000 yards.
He's in the Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you have been annoyed if they didn't put him in because he won the Super Bowl?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he never had a running game. What are you going to do?
And his defense wasn't terrific, was it?
No, he never had a good defense. And then Jimmy Johnson came in when he didn't want to coach anymore. He wanted to coach like the first year when he came back, and he wanted to retire, and the Dolphins to just hang out, 1 or 2 more years. He didn't want to be there anymore. He was done. Guy lives on a boat in the fucking Key West and just fishes and drink beers all day. He didn't want to.
Yeah, and does the fucking what does he do?
Yeah, he flies on Saturday night. He flies to California to do the pregame show. Makes like $2.5 million a year for 16 weeks. And then he's on his friggin', living in Key West on the beach.
Do you like the...
Would you want to be in an office for 16 hours a day, breaking down film?
Exactly, getting blamed for every time some cunt drops a ball.
Yeah, I know. Sports radio all over you, and everybody hates you. And you got to sleep in your office when you want to go fishing.
He had his time with questionable call.
He had his time with the Cowboys. He did great. That's where his legacy was. He should have just left it alone.
Yeah.
And he's just getting micromanaged
everywhere. Exactly.
Yeah. He's doing 16 hours a day in his office, and everything he does is getting micromanaged by a bunch of idiots on the radio.
Yeah.
Do you like those? I don't like those fucking game day 5 guys all yelling out funny things. Well, it's like, hey, what about the time you played? And you,
the camera angle, just the long shot is so fucking. You can't even tell who the guys are. There's so many guys on the screen. That's the only way they could fit everyone in. That they got 6 guys at a round table. That shot is from like fucking a mile away because that's the only way you could fit 6 guys around it. It's a joke. You got 6 guys talking for like 45 yards. You got 40 seconds to say what you think about the Cowboy-Redskin game tonight.
Yeah.
Why are you paying that guy $2 million a year?
I tell you, the defense is looking good, but they better shape it up in the fourth quarter.
Look,
and,
you know, the Cowboys can't turn the ball over, and they got to, put pressure on the quarterback. Really?
Thanks.
Since when?
Yeah, the way you used to.
Yeah. Believe me, Dan, you turned the ball over once or twice when you played us Ravens.
Yeah, well, luckily you weren't coming up against me.
Yeah, shuffle of papers. Where did that one come from?
Do you ever laugh at those jokes?
Never. I don't even know what they're about.
So
it makes no sense. They're not funny.
No, they're not, ever.
Do they have so little faith that those guys can carry like 2 minutes of conversation that they need to have half a dozen people at that table?
I think so. Look, the NFL Network on a Thursday night, the Browns and the Bills, nobody's watching that game.
Yeah. There's nothing to talk about.
There's nothing to talk about. And they got 6 guys doing a 3-hour pregame show. Of what? Of what? I don't people know, hardcore football fans know maybe 4 guys on both teams.
Yeah.
And then there's like an hour postgame with 6 guys.
Yeah,
on the field. Dion, Michael Irvin, Rich Eisen, a bunch of guys.
Have you ever seen Jimmy Johnson pull out the big fork to say put the fork in them, they're done?
Does he do that?
Yeah, I saw him do it like week 3. He was like, I'm going to say it now. We're only 3 weeks in, and he pulls out this fork. And he was like, put a fork in the Giants. And it's like a 3-foot fork that he's holding.
That's fucking awful.
Terry Bradshaw is going like, oh, you can't say that already. You're already putting the fork in them. Yeah, I'm going to put the fork in them now.
Trying to mimic guy conversations.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you. It makes me sick.
Oh.
And I like Bradshaw.
Yeah, no,
and I
yeah.
like Jimmy Johnson. But I just, here's JB, Howie, Fred, Pete, Ted. Go fuck you.
Yeah.
What are 2 guys? 2 guys.
2 guys is fine.
I also have had enough of, what is it, ESPN are the ones that do the tickers, like they show you what they're going to be talking about in 10 seconds. Like that's how short our attention span is. We have to know, okay, they're only going to talk about this for 20 seconds, and then they're going to talk about that for 30 seconds, and then they're going to talk about that for 30 seconds. Do we fucking need it broken down like that? Is conversation flow that uncomfortable for people?
Yeah, I know. They have the tickers 7, 16, 15, 14. They got to go to another topic.
Right, yeah, like I have to be guaranteed that I'm going to be interested not only in what they're talking about now, but what's the next one? Because if I'm not going to be interested in the next topic, I'm changing channels now.
Yeah, there's no, look, people can't sit there for a half hour and watch a Sports Center. I don't know. I don't need to know what's coming up next on the side.
Yeah, what do you change into? Like, if you want to hear people talk about sports, you watch that. If you don't want to hear people talk about sports, you watch something else. You know
I think
it
actually hurts people. Like if I'm watching ESPN and I don't care about basketball or hockey, which I don't, and I see that's coming up on the side, I'm going to switch a channel. I'm going to go over to Major League Baseball channel or NFL Network,
right? Whereas,
to go get some highlights. So I'm going to go. All right, I'm not interested in that. So if you didn't show me, I'd stay tuned in.
Yeah, you might sit through the hockey talk,
absolutely,
because you think they're going to go back to football after.
How about
the fork? That's brutal.
That's
fork in them.
God, that
do you know
makes my skin crawl.
You know when that would be really funny? If somebody in the family was on life support and he pulled
I'm going to say it now. We're going to put a fork in him.
That would be hilarious. If he pulled that out of the back of his sweater vest, you're like, all right, that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny because they're all tubed up. Who's winning in baseball? I haven't watched the playoffs.
The Red Sox came back last night. They were down 5-0 in the 6th, and it was 5-1 in the 8th inning. That guy Scherzer, the Tigers pitcher, who's been pitching unbelievable this year. They take him out. He's at 108 pitches. They bring in the Detroit's
in what inning?
8th. Oh. Detroit's bullpen is a disaster. They bring and next thing you know, bases are loaded in the bottom of the 8th. Ortiz is up, down 5-1, hits a grand slam.
That son of a bitch is great in a big spot.
They didn't score a run for like 18 innings or so, or 17 innings to Boston. They got shut out the first game. They were like 2 hit up to the 8th inning there. No offense whatsoever. As soon as they got to the bullpen and then the 9th, they won it. Boston.
See, that's just to me like, why would they? I know they're probably thinking about saving that guy for another game. 108 pitches is a lot. But it's like, unless you're starting to walk people, just let the guy pitch until he's not pitching well.
Especially when you know you got a shit bullpen. Keep that guy in there. You got to win that. If you're up 2-0 going back to Detroit against the Red Sox, you're in great shape. You can wait. You can pitch that guy, Game 7 if you have to. You don't have to pitch him on 3 days rest.
It's over managing. It's fucking. And I love Joe Torre, but he did it obsessively with Rivera. Once like Nelson and Stanton were kind of gone, or he lost faith in them. Just automatically bringing him in the 8th inning. It's like you overuse the bullpen, and if your bullpen's terrible, just fucking stop it. Let the pitcher throw. He can throw more than 100 pitches.
What's the thinking? Saving him for another game?
Yeah, part of it.
Or, the 100 pitch count, basically. But, Bruce Bochy from the Giants, that's why they won 2 out of 3 World Series the last 2 or 3. They left Matt Cain, Lincecum, guys like that, Bumgarner, in for 110, 120 pitches. Because he's like, look, I'm not blowing this. I'm not putting my middle relief guys in the 7th. When they got to Brian Wilson or 9th or Sergio Romo, they knew those guys were good, but he wasn't taking a chance going in the 8th inning.
How annoying.
When you got Matt Cain on the mound pitching a masterpiece, he's like, I'm not going there because it's supposed to. In the regular season, it says at 100 pitches, 110, definitely take them out. That's dumb. Those guys in the 30s and 40s do 160 pitches. Whitey Ford, I think, pitched a friggin' back-to-back doubleheader on the same day. And those guys pitched for like friggin' 18 years.
A lot of those guys pitched
with no
back-to-back
conditioning.
doubleheaders.
They didn't have the nutrition they have now. Doctors and stuff like that, and they would like use car salesmen in the off season because they needed money.
Yeah, if you hurt your arm, they put ice on it. Exactly. That's what you got, to fucking an ice bag to take
and you
home
were
with
out
you.
there 2 days later.
Yeah. Yeah, they constantly pitched. It was like everybody did a lot. Like fighters fought more back then. They would fight fucking 6-8 weeks apart. They would pitch double headers, and I guess now you can't because there's so much money at stake. And we don't hear the stories of all the guys who blew out their arm in 1940.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, by the time all those guys are 50, they're all just destroyed.
Yeah. All right. How about the Dodgers?
They're down 2-0 going into
are?
Los Angeles. Yeah.
I was kind of rooting for them because I did that Leno piece where I interviewed a lot of them. They were actually really nice.
That was a
guy.
great piece.
Thanks, man.
That was really funny.
Thank you. Yeah, but they were.
I
cool.
couldn't believe all the dick jokes they let you get away with.
It's a fucking amazing.
It was unbelievable.
It's amazing. There was one moment in there that NBC lets you get away with a lot, but there was one thing that we wanted to keep so bad, and it was an innocent. We talked to the organ player, an old woman who plays the organ in Dodger Stadium. And she happened to be on the field, so look, I fucking talked to her, and we started. I just did the dumb joke, and she's like, "I'm the organ player," and I said, "Oh boy, I really sucked on the organ," just the dumb blowjob joke. But then we were saying, like, have you ever been a song you were supposed to play or you weren't supposed to play that you did? It was a no, who gives a shit question, and she goes, "Yes, one time I didn't pay attention to what was happening on the field. I thought the game was happening. I wasn't, she wasn't watching." And she said they were honoring Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, his last game. Like, we were playing in Los Angeles. They were doing a big thing. And I was playing Bye Bye Blackbird. And it was a complete accident. And you knew it was an accident. And it was such an innocent moment. And she was saying how, like, embarrassed she was.
She's an old lady?
Oh, yeah. And there was no malice in it. But just, and this is just the culture we live in, the mention of race. And that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Because you knew she didn't mean it. And that was one. Plus, we didn't have time for all of it. But that was one I wish we had left in. But, because it wasn't a dick joke. It was one of those.
And they would, no way.
Yeah, I guess, I think it made the almost final cut. But there was a couple that they took out in the final cut. Just for timing, but that was one I wish we had kept.
That's why Leno likes you a lot, though, right? The dick jokes. Like, it seems like because Leno prides himself on being nice and kind of digestible to the entire country. And then he brings you in. Like, you could tell he's getting a kick out of, like, when you're making
he's
dick
like,
jokes.
I want to say this stuff, but I'll let him say it. So.
Yeah. But although if it's too many dick jokes, Jay's like, it's just, like, there's too, like, they kind of let me have that area, like, where I can be dirtier. Even in the coulda, woulda, shouldas, they kind of let me get away with a lot of harsher stuff, which is nice. It's kind of freeing and fun. The racial stuff I'd love to do.
You can't. You're not gonna, she would have lost
one.
her job if that would have caught fire. That little clip. Look at this
maybe.
organ player. Who knows?
Maybe that's true. But although she did that in '88, that was 20 years ago that it happened.
Yeah. Well, Paula Dean also said she said the N-word.
That's true.
They never said when. Could have been in 1963 when her uncle told her a joke and said, "Say it back."
Right.
When she was a little girl. Who knows?
That's right. That's true.
I mean, doing it in '88. If she had come forward, like, even if nobody would have had a problem, but even if they did, she could have said, "Oh yeah, that was a mistake. I wasn't paying attention. I'm a moron." everybody would have been like, haha, okay.
Yeah, when I
done.
was a young kid, when I was a young girl, whatever, but I said it. But you know what? She might have knew that somebody, if she went there, that somebody recently has a tape of her saying it, or her assistant. She said it all the time. Who knows?
Who, Paula Deen?
Yeah, you never know that when she, under oath. But she never thought that would get out, and then she would lose everything because of it.
Yeah, under oath, it's really hard to lie because you just know that, man, if I fucked up or if it comes back, this is not just a little lie anymore. This is a legal issue.
Yeah.
I always think it's so easy just to bullshit, but under oath, you just can't. Well, you shouldn't.
They said it's really tough to convict you on perjury, though.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, if you're taking a deposition, no.
Why?
A lot of the baseball players it's just tough to prove.
That you were lying and not mistaken?
That you were lying. A lot of the baseball players, all these guys that took steroids and all that stuff under oath, they lied, and then they try to get them in court, and they never get them.
What do you think's going to happen with Alex Rodriguez? Is he being a cunt, or is he being smart about this?
No, he's being smart. He should have just got 50 games like everybody else.
Right. Why is he getting more?
Because Bud Selig's got a hard-on for him. Bud Selig loves Hank Aaron as his idol. He used to own the friggin' Brewers, which, Hank Aaron was part of later in his career. He's best buddies with him. He doesn't want Rodriguez going near his records, and that's why he's punishing him way harsher. That's why he went after Bonds, too, and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Selig's a dick.
I don't like him either.
Rodriguez would have taken 50 games. He said, "I'll give me the 50 like everybody else, and we'll move on." But when he goes 211, so he says, "All right, there's no way A-Rod will even play a year and a half from now." As he, at 41, he's going to be.
What is Selig's reason though for giving him more? Like, what is he has to justify
because he tried to cover it up. Rodriguez, when he found out that shit was coming down, he contacted the guys from the, from that Dr. Bosch or whatever and said, "Hey, dude, hide the files. And Major League Baseball's coming, basically."
Right.
And he goes, "Well, he tried to cover it up." Yeah, who wouldn't if he's going to get caught?
Absolutely.
Should he just go, "Hey, man, just, say what you got to say. Just be honest." He's not going to do that. His career's on the line.
Everyone tries to cover it.
Everybody
lies.
does.
Everybody was doing it,
yeah.
You'd be a fucking idiot not to.
And look, that HGH stuff gets guys back on the field quicker. It heals injuries. They should all be taking it. The guy's a superstar, whether you like him or not.
Yeah.
When he goes to, St. Louis or he goes to, Kansas City, people want to see A-Rod on the field, whether to boo him or whether they like him.
Right.
So you want to get your superstars back on the field. The shit doesn't make you a better ball player. It heals injuries. When your injury is healed, the doctor on the team should go, "All right, he's healed, then now you can't take it anymore." Get the guys back on the field as soon as possible. It's dumb.
What exactly does AGH now? Is it bad for me to take or you to take?
No, a lot of older people take it. HGH it's called.
HGH, okay.
It's basically it heals all your your muscles and stuff like that. It helps your insides a lot.
Is it a steroid?
It's considered a steroid, but it's not. They consider it a performance enhancing drug. Because it gives you energy, it actually cuts down body fat, it helps build muscle, not like steroids.
Should I take it?
You should. I mean, they say guys that 45 to 50 should probably be taking it.
Okay.
Just for health reasons alone.
What's the hormone that you produce when you're a kid, right? When you're growing?
Yeah, when you're growing, and they actually have it for little kids that don't grow.
Yeah, I used
to make them grow, but it doesn't make your head. Yeah, it doesn't make your head grow as you're older, or your hands. You don't have these fucking huge hands and shit like that, and it doesn't cause cancer, which the medical community will say that because they know that it can heal a lot of shit. And then it takes money out of their pockets because they want you on fucking pills.
I would like to. Can we ask Dr. Steve that? Can we try to get Dr. Steve? Because he's usually pretty straight about. He's always pretty straight about this. Like he doesn't. He'll go with the anti-medical route. I'm curious as to what he thinks about it. Because I remember Art Bell when I used to ride around and listen to Art Bell at night. When we were kicked off the air in 2000, I could only listen to Art Bell or Joe Benigno at night. I couldn't listen to fucking radio like Opie and Anthony did, because it just made me too bummed out. And Art Bell would always fucking plug HGH. By the way, one of the greatest radio guys ever, Art Bell.
He's on Sirius now,
on Sirius now.
I listen to him in the morning when I'm driving in.
Nobody teased something better than Art Bell. He would have guys do phoners only in ISDN, and he would keep them on the phone for 5 hours.
Yeah.
And that cocksucker knew how to tease a break. Wow, was he good.
Yeah.
Coming up, and then the whole next break, they didn't do it. And he just kept you on hold. He just knew how to keep you there listening. Son of a bitch is great. So whatever, he was the first person I ever heard mention HGH because of, it was one of his sponsors.
Yeah, I was a small kid. I used HGH for like 3 or 4 years.
That really makes me want to fucking injure you with a fucking hammer.
Why?
I don't know, just a little sleight of frame.
Why, you were a little kid, so they gave it to you?
Yeah, I was like, I was still like 4'11" when I was in high school.
Oh, what a twerp. What a fucking twerp.
Yeah, as a freshman in high school, I was like 4'11".
Oh, how humiliating, you dwarf. So they fucking gave it to you, mother gave it to you, and she wanted her little Sam to grow up?
Well, we talked about it. We made a joint decision. It wasn't just my mom.
It was your mule regular size, or was that small too?
I think it was proportionate. I don't even really remember. He wasn't using it.
So you weren't getting laid?
No, nobody wants to fuck a 4'11", like prepubescent looking
Except
freshman.
God, because that's what he did when he made you.
Yeah, exactly.
You fucking little underdeveloped cock with this. Because Sam had to be circumcised when he was older because the skin was too much on his little peenie.
I was circumcised when I was 19.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was rough.
How much did that hurt?
I mean, they knock you out when they do it, but then it's like at least a week of recovery.
But why did you get it done at 19? Why didn't you just let it go?
Because my foreskin, the hole in it, was big enough to pee through, but not big enough to go over the head of my dick. So
your dick's that small that there was so much skin that your helmet wouldn't even come out?
No, it's not a matter of my dick being small.
The hole was too small.
The hole.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay,
I thought that there was so much skin that your helmet wouldn't even come out.
No.
I was going to say.
No, but his dick probably smelled terrible, though.
The hole in the foreskin was too small.
Girl trying to blow him.
I couldn't find it.
It smells like a piss balloon.
No, it never had any odors.
Shut up. How do you know? You didn't put it by your face?
Not my hands.
Yeah, but you're holding the side of your dick and pissing. You don't put your dick in the hole, your finger in the hole where a girl's mouth is going to go.
I guess.
So when did you get laid? At what age?
18. I got laid when I had it like that.
How tall were you?
At 18?
Meaning, like, you're 4'11". Your parents, by the way, probably putting it in your cereal without telling you. They were so humiliated that your father's probably so embarrassed that this little nothing had tumbled out of his bag.
The only thing long on him was his foreskin.
Yeah, I know.
It wasn't
a rotten fucking snuffleupagus trunk dick.
My foreskin was not extra long.
Droopy, awful foreskin.
It wasn't droopy.
Yes, it was.
No, it was tight. That was the problem.
So you start taking HGH. What is it, a pill you take?
No, it's injected.
Okay, and how long did you have to take it, and how long did it take to work?
I think I
fucking little shrimp.
I think I took it for this is bullying. I think I took it for like 3 years, and then it probably took like a year and a half before it really started to work, and then.
Now, how
he was
long?
the only guy in high school when he sat in his seat, his feet didn't touch the ground.
Just
swinging. Yeah, just swing.
No, they would stick straight out. Not only did they not touch the ground, they would stick straight out. You fucking little baby seat feet.
You had a little step by your desk to get down.
Yeah. My knees weren't bent over the seat, like they were back on it.
You were a junior before they stopped calling you Sammy. How long after you started getting your injection did you run home and stand in that little fucking numbered chart that was undoubtedly on your door?
Mark the thing against the wall.
I think you grew, Sam. That's why he's got his hair like that. It gives him a little height.
Were you like Bobby Brady and you hung from the swing set to grow? Remember that episode? He hung because he wanted to be taller, so he hung from a swing set from his arms.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. I do. No,
Did you do that?
No.
And then Mr. Brady jerked off watching him like the fucking BTK killer. Hung that. All right. Just mean at that point.
So, but it didn't make you grow though?
Yeah, it grew like a foot almost.
How do you know that wasn't just normal growth?
Because when I was, they scan your hand, they x-ray your hand, and they look at the gaps between your bones and figure out what your bone age is. So I had the bone age of like an 11-year-old when I was like 14.
Ew, your little young bones. Oh, it makes me want to break
Did you still have
them.
a soft spot on the top of your head like a baby?
That makes me want to snap your arm. Like, how great would it be to snap his little underdeveloped...
It's not underdeveloped anymore.
Yes, it is. You're 30 right now. You have the arms of a 27-year-old. It really bugs me.
But so then they said you'll be like 5'2", maybe, if you don't use HGH. Like they said that's how tall you'll be. About 5'2".
God, do I wish you didn't use it.
So what are you right now? What's
5'9", 5'10".
He's a lot taller than me. You know how embarrassing that is? Fucking shrimpo fucking shot right past me.
Yeah, HGH. It's the greatest thing I ever did.
And that got you laid too, right?
Yeah, everything.
It gave you some height, and all of a sudden at 18 you got laid.
Yep. Confidence. People wouldn't take me seriously at all. Like, people barely take me seriously now. People wouldn't take me seriously at all if I was 5'2", trying to do interviews with people.
Yeah.
Sticking my arm up in the air.
Just a little fella.
Little baby arm.
Yeah.
Little eager guy.
Little 14-year-old aged arm. I'm 30.
Yeah. Hey, what do you think? Fuck off, kid.
Yeah.
So if I took it now, it wouldn't be bad. Are we trying Dr. Stevie Rock?
No, I'll get him right now.
Keith in New Jersey is a thing.
Hi, Keith.
What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. What's up, man? My cousin had a brain tumor, and at 9, he was like Gary Coleman. He was like 3 foot something at 9 years old. And he had to do the HGH injections just like Sam, and now he's like 6'2". But the thing is, it's illegal, though. I mean, you can't.
Why?
It's not something you can get. Well, it's not something you can just get over the counter at GNC. It's like it's got to be prescribed by a doctor.
Prescription. It's not illegal.
Yeah, prescription.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry. Yeah, but I think what's happening with these baseball players is, they're not getting prescriptions for it. They're just getting it illegally and injecting themselves with HGH. That's what I mean by illegally. Right. You know what I mean? So I think that's the controversy. But I mean, I've seen like these late night commercials where they're selling quote unquote HGH like tablets and stuff, but apparently it's like such little powder of HGH. It's bogus. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you need to inject it. You can't take. You
got to inject it. But also the baseball players and the sports guys are taking. If you're supposed to take like 2 milligrams, they're taking 10.
Right.
They're jacking up on the stuff.
And
when you're not supposed, that's not the way you're supposed to take it.
And they're done growing. They're not taking it.
Exactly.
They're not kids. All right, thanks, Keith. But yeah, it was that and getting circumcised at 19 is the greatest decisions I ever made.
Well, for you, it's a weird. I get a weird thing with circumcision, but for you, it was a necessity. It was like your underdeveloped, bad DNA just didn't grow.
It wasn't
your penis
bad
properly.
DNA. It was just the way it happened. But there's also a thing. I mean, in America, girls like a dick that's circumcised.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just the aesthetic of it.
Even in Europe, they want a cock that pokes through the foreskin.
They like.
There's nowhere in the world they like your teeny fucking pinhole. A little dickhead poking through.
You can say it in a past tense. Don't say it in the present tense.
All right, they didn't like that. There's nowhere in the world your cock was acceptable.
Well, and I changed that.
Except maybe in the gay community where they probably wouldn't, there's certain guys that like the smell of piss on a head, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I couldn't even dock.
Oh, that's right.
I couldn't have docked because my foreskin didn't stretch out like that.
What an age risk, because they said uncircumcised guys are more likely because it's just this bacteria can live better on the head.
The
Dr.
age
Steve has
juice
told us.
just stays in there.
And the skin, pulling it back and forth, absolutely.
His fucking cock looked like one of those goldfish bags you carry home from the carnival. So that was just a
I got my son circumcised and I kept the foreskin. I still have it in my freezer.
No, when you got...
Why?
I don't know, because the doctor's like, all right, I'm going to do the foreskin. And my brother-in-law was there. I'm like, can you bring that piece of skin in? He's like, for what? I go, my friend here likes to keep them. He's like, what? I go, yeah, he sells them on eBay. The doctor's like, you're joking, right? I go, no, actually, I'd like to get it if it could. And then like 10 minutes later, he came in with it in a jar.
Does that creep you out?
And then nurse comes in 10 minutes later. She goes, wait, I got to label that. Give me the jar. Like, I don't know how many people are taking the foreskin home in a jar that it was going to get confused. It's still in my freezer. I thought it went bad during Sandy Storm, the hurricane, because I had no power for like 2 weeks. I was freaking out because I thought it was going to, the skin was going to go bad.
What did you put it in?
It's in a little jar.
Alcohol?
No, it's just in a...
Why don't you put it in alcohol?
It's not in any water or anything? It's
just in a gauze.
Put it in alcohol. That's how you preserve things.
Are you trying to save like the stem cells, or are you just trying to have the memories?
Just the memories, just in case my son, if he's packing like me, he's going to need like an extra half inch when he's like 17. It's his own
put it back
skin.
on? And if not, you could dry it out like a flower and put it in a photo album.
My friend wanted to eat it. Like, we're going to do another hidden camera DVD, and my friend said, let's open the DVD by me eating your son's foreskin. I was thinking about it, but then I'm like, how's my son, when he's like 18, hanging out with his friends, like, my dad had a friend that ate my fucking foreskin.
And you'd be like, well,
you know
look
what
at
I mean?
it, it's hilarious.
But at that point, it's like, and he's got it on film, too.
Yeah.
I can't do that to the kid.
Yeah, he sells it at gigs. Yeah.
Your son would be like, why wouldn't you just use a fake foreskin? It's on camera. Nobody knows.
No, it's got to be real.
Yeah.
No, it can't be fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think you should put it in alcohol, because they preserve things for fucking centuries in alcohol.
I'll do that when I get home.
Put it add some alcohol to the
investigate
foreskin
it first.
jar.
I feel bad now if all of a sudden you put in alcohol and then it just dissolves.
Because I do look at it every once in a while. I hold it up to the light. I'm like, there it is. Nice.
How long did it take them to circumcise him?
Like 10 minutes they were done.
It was a long time, though, right? Of cutting. And
I don't know how long, actually, but I know like 10 minutes later he was back in the room with a piece of skin in a jar.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I was knocked out for mine for a few hours, but obviously that's just the...
Sure. Because you're an adult.
That's just the drugs.
Would have slugged somebody. What, we have any Dr. Steve update?
He's not answering. He's away on vacation.
Oh, okay. I don't
What an asshole.
I wouldn't want to bother somebody on vacation. What do you think of these fucking veterans storming? I keep looking down at the story while we're talking. The veterans storming these memorials.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah, they've just had enough. This fucking dumb government they defended.
Well, after everything, imagine fighting in World War II. and going through all that, and then have this bullshit happening now, where like you can't even go to the memorial because nobody can agree on health insurance.
Yeah. It's pretty sickening.
It wasn't Sarah Palin there yesterday? Did she do something? Yeah.
Yeah, she's just getting her face out there.
Yeah.
But the veterans, it's like, if you're going to keep anything open, is there security still there? Are the things for Congress? President's Secret Service is still working.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you the president has every amenity that he's used to. I bet you Congress and senators.
The janitors who clean the House of Congress are still cleaning, making sure everything's spotless.
Right. And the government, there's going to be government functions that don't stay open during a shutdown. And I understand that the memorial is not a necessary function. But there's a certain respect for guys who literally are paralyzed because they went overseas and fucking took a bullet so you didn't have to. It's like, come on, man. You can't fucking close there.
The D.C. cops are still working around that area, and they're supposed to keep everybody out. But when they started coming down last week, the cops just moved aside and like, what are we going to do? We can't tell these guys, no, they can't go.
They weren't
going
to stop
no,
them. Yeah.
Cops are maintaining order, but they're not preventing them from going in, even though it's closed.
Yeah, you shouldn't. I mean, these guys got back from Vietnam. They always have to fight for their health care and stuff like that. Like, it really is revolting the way a lot of veterans get treated here.
Yeah.
It's like, leave these guys, let them, if they want to go look at the memorial, let them look at it, or have a skeleton staff, or take, could we stop giving money to Egypt? Finally, I think because they're going to embrace fucking Sharia law. So good for us to stop giving them money. How about all the money that it would take to run the veterans memorials? We remove funding from one shit country. Whatever the country is, we remove a little bit of funding and put it here so the memorials to the veterans can stay open.
Just leave it open. Just leave the doors open. Whatever, you know what I mean? Like, what does the staff do? Show everybody around?
Yeah,
help everybody find the names? Like, just let people just go and find it themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, Obama should have said that. Look, we're leaving a couple things open like this and this.
Yeah.
We're going to make sure we're paying for the soldiers that are coming home. We're going to give them $100,000 right off the bat, because that was another thing where the families weren't getting paid. If you die, your family will get $100,000 within like 3 days. Sent right to your bank account to cover funeral expenses and everything else. And they were even holding that back because it was a government shutdown.
Do they tax it to her? They
probably
scumbags.
I'm sure they do.
But how could they hold that
and
back?
Then they get you on a fucking death tax, so they probably want to give you $20,000.
Yeah, so you wind up at like 17.5.
How could they hold that back, though? It's not like you can pay for your funeral later. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be like, well, we'll put the funeral off for a couple weeks. Once the government figures all their stuff out, we'll get the money, and then we'll do a funeral.
Yeah, there was a few families. There was like 4 or 5 that didn't get the money, didn't have money for the funeral.
It's ridiculous.
And didn't the Amber Alert, which was probably just a mistake, I'm hoping that's back up, didn't that part of the website get shut down?
Yeah.
Like, they just shut down everything, and it's like, really?
Like, those are the things that are necessary.
I saw a thing on Lifetime. Yes, I said that. It was.
Were you watching it with a chick?
No, I was alone, just feeling emotional, eating ice cream, fucking feeling my tits. And I was watching the show on the girl who Amber Alert's based on. Her name, she was kidnapped, of course, and raped and murdered by some fucking animal, of course, who they never caught the guy who actually did it, but I'm sure he's the guy who had prior convictions. And that there was an interesting story on this system now, which, is how we track fucking missing kids. I think every state has it. Is there any state that does not have? We have no one in here on the computer. Travis said he was going to be in here. What's he doing?
He's on the phones because the intern's doing runs.
Okay.
Fair enough.
All right.
Yeah, no, I don't know if... I don't know if... I think every state, you would think it would have it by now.
Yeah, I remember when they announced a while ago, like some state got it. I'm like, how is this just not automatic? Unless it takes a while to put the system in place.
But more importantly, you were just watching this movie on Lifetime?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was fucking, you go through FiOS and you see what's playing, and I happened to like the fact that it was the Amber Alert thing, so I was kind of interested.
You just watch unhappy shit.
I do.
Like, if it's not a beheading video, it's a documentary on the case that created Amber, or it's this story about Baby Hope or whatever it is.
Yeah.
You don't like anything pleasant? You don't like to have a laugh?
I do.
Yeah, but I don't like happy endings either.
Not at all?
When I watch stuff, not really.
No. Even true stories, though?
Well, true maybe, but it's, Me and my wife watched that This Is 40 movie the other day, the Judd Apatow movie, and I knew at the end it was gonna work out. I saw it from the first minute, and I I wasn't happy.
You weren't?
No, I was like, please, come on, just give me something else.
It bothers you that people want to leave the theater having a pleasant experience.
Yeah, just when they get back together and they decide, yeah, we're going to do this, get hit by a fucking truck when you're walking across the street and just end there. That would have been a way, but for me, I'd be like, that's a cool ending. They died together.
Yeah.
I don't need, oh yeah, and they walk away. What are we going to, well, we'll see what our future's going to be. And then they start walking.
Yeah.
And then that's it. I'm like, why? Why does it always have to wrap up nice?
Always has to wrap up. And here's the beauty of a bad ending. Like a sad ending, it makes me wish for a happy ending. Like that. And I like wishing for that. Like I like when something happens in a movie that makes me like go, oh, I really wish it had a happy ending. I'm like, fuck. But it makes me like the movie more because I'm walking away feeling something. Like Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest has a miserable fucking ending.
Yeah.
And every time I watch that movie, I wish it had a happy ending.
Yeah.
I wish that they left. But the fact that it gets that out of me, I love. And that's why I like sad movies, because it makes me feel something.
Did you see Prisoners, the Hugh Jackman movie?
I did not.
Oh,
That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was good, but I was wondering what you thought about that ending, but you didn't see it.
Did you see Gravity? You saw Gravity.
Yeah.
Jim, did you see Gravity?
No, was it good?
It's great.
I heard.
Fucking great. And I love how they ended it. I'm not going to say what it was. I'm not going to say what parts might have been happy, what parts might not have been happy, but they just did things that I didn't see coming.
I know what you're talking about now. When you said there was the thing that you thought might go one way, but then it ended up going a different way.
And I loved it.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh, you cheese dick cocksuckers. That I was like, oh my God.
That's
like,
nice.
I love that they did what they did. So there's some cool moments in that.
A lot of close calls, though.
A lot, yeah.
Once in a while, I don't mind like a happy ending.
But you want it
there
to be
was that
deserved.
movie with Alec Baldwin, that Vegas movie with William H. Macy and Maria.
The Cooler.
The Cooler. That was a happy ending at the end, which because there was such bad luck in that guy's life in both of them.
Right.
That it was cool that they got the money and all of holy shit. That was okay for a good ending.
There has to be misery somewhere. Like if you're gonna have a happy ending, you better have a miserable movie.
When that cop was gonna shoot him in the head and execution style on the side of the road, I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Holy shit. These guys have bad luck.
You like when he punched a pregnant chick right in the stomach?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I did.
But some of the greatest movies have happy endings. One Flew Over didn't. Clockwork Orange has a happy ending. The Godfather has a happy ending.
Although Clockwork Orange, like you want, because he's an anti-hero though.
Exactly. But I mean, the ending is happy. An unhappy ending for that movie, because you're rooting for this fucking sociopath.
Right.
An unhappy ending is him to have to stay stuck in this tortured, shitty existence.
Right.
But he's not. He's fantasizing about rape. I was cured, all right. And you're like, he's back.
It's not a happy ending for the homeless guys that he beat the shit out of, or the woman that he raped, or
you know that he's going to be a piece of garbage. With a happy ending, the bad guy wins in The Godfather.
Yeah.
Michael was a fucking murderer. The whole family was murderers. And in the end, he takes over and he wins.
That's true. Scarface is a sad ending because the Cuban drug dealer dies, and you just want him to win.
In what is the most annoying assassination moment in movie history, the guy with sunglasses and the members-only jacket.
Yeah.
Those sunglasses at night, I guarantee you, if Brian De Palma could undo anything in his life, it would be putting sunglasses on the guy that kills Montana at the end of that.
Well, that is such a great movie.
Yeah, you're right.
That's terrible.
But that movie is the ultimate, like, movie for moments where it's dated.
Yeah.
Like, there's the montage, there's the guy with the sunglasses and the members-only jacket, there's the whole thing. Like, it still holds up. It's still amazing. But it is so 80s, like it's dripping 80s.
Totally is. Yeah, that montage in the middle when they're all
to the limit.
Yeah. He's the only guy. I've never seen a guy get shot so many times and still keep shooting.
Yeah.
He must have had at least 46 bullets in him, and he was still firing away. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And it made it believable because he did all that blow right before. So
yeah, right.
But he's got his full face in that mountain of blow.
And I don't even mind that when he's getting shot at the end, even though I know it's, I take you out the fucking hell. Like, that's such a cool moment. I can take it.
Yeah,
I'll suspend disbelief.
Well, by that time, the movie is so, like, campy that you're like, okay, I'm in.
But every fucking, like, the major, just turn it down a little bit, my love. Every major drug dealer, they in Mexico, these guys, they all have Scarface posters. Like, Pacino's a guy that would not be beheaded.
No, he'd be idolized. Except he wasn't listening. He was that song. He didn't hear you.
Thank you.
He'd be idolized. But
they love Pacino.
But they'd probably make him dress up as Scarface every day.
I'm sure he'd be happy to.
Yeah, just wear that white suit all the time with the black shirt under it.
Real gangsters, like real murdering drug dealers, love Scarface. Like real mobsters, really mafia guys loved the fucking Godfather. Brando didn't pay for a meal for the rest of his life, literally.
I wonder how De Palma feels that like his movie has inspired generations of drug dealers and gangsters to get into that line of work.
I don't think it did. I think what it does is, I think the same as The Godfather, movies that paint these guys how they see themselves, which is men of honor, men with codes, men of discipline. Like, you look at The Godfather, he was a ruthless guy, but he had honor and he had a code. You look at Scarface, he loved kids. He would not kill that guy with fucking children in the car. He was an animal, but he was honest. He told the truth. Like, there was things about him that are very, very likable and respectable.
He had a code.
He had a code. So men in that line of work go, that's how I see myself.
Right.
And they kind of gravitate. And he was tough. He was not a pussy, and he never fucking sold out. And neither did the guy, they probably, nobody wants to see a movie about a drug dealer who all of a sudden converts, realizes that he's a homosexual and tells on all his friends. That would not have been a popular ending for Scarface.
Right. Or just take shit from Frank the entire movie.
Yeah, or Frank slapped him in the face, and then Tony serviced him orally.
Right.
He would not have been a hero.
While Michelle Pfeiffer watches.
Yeah. How sexy was she in that?
Oh, what an ass on her.
Dude, what a fucking ass on her. Who, what, where I fuck is none of your business. That terrible dancing.
Yeah.
It's just horrible.
I made one of the worst decisions ever. I remember when that movie came out.
Oh, I thought you were going to say comedy.
If you see the upcoming dates I have, you'll know why. It was a bad decision. But when that movie came out, I was going on a first date with this girl, and it was Scarface in the movie theater, and it was a Barbra Streisand movie, and I can't remember what it is right now.
Yentl?
Yentl.
Or Yentl? Yentl.
Yentl came out at the same week or the same time they were in the theaters, and I'm like, what do you want to see? And I really wanted to see Scarface. She's like, I heard Scarface might be a little violent, and I don't really like those kind of movies. I'd really like to see Yentl. I'm like, all right, sure. And we went and saw Yentl.
Yeah, but you taking
instead
her
of Scarface.
What happened at the
and
end?
she was only like a 4. She was only a 4.
Did she blow you?
Nothing. I got a mug at the end of the night.
But you taking her to Scarface would be like De Niro taking what's-her-face to see that porno
Jodie
movie
Foster,
Taxi Driver.
Oh, no, wait. Diane Keaton or Sybil Shepherd? Yeah,
Sybil Shepherd, yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, but a 4 should... I should have put my foot down on a 4.
Absolutely.
If she was a 9, then you go, all right, look, you got to take the bullet and go see Yentl.
A 4, you should have treated like fucking Tony's sister at the end of the movie. Killed her. That's a good story if you got blown, though. If you took her to see Yentl and you fucking came in her ugly mouth, that's worth it.
Nothing.
You should have said, we're going to see Scarface. Like, no, not even... Scarface is playing. We're going. Did
you enjoy Yentl?
Horrendous. Fucking one of the worst things I've ever seen.
It wasn't good? Did you watch it again and get on
Never watched
tape or
it
anything?
again.
Oh.
The only thing worse was, I can't even remember that movie. Shit. I don't know. That Clint Eastwood movie that he did, Bridges of Madison County.
You saw it?
Yeah.
I never saw
that. Was another
that.
bullet I took.
It was bad.
Yeah.
A girl wanted to see it?
Yeah.
You didn't?
No. I tell my wife these stories. She's like, now you won't even think about watching one movie. I'm like, I know. Well, I fucking changed.
Other people ruined it for you.
Yeah, I
you
evolved.
learned.
She's like, you saw that movie? Oh, yeah, I saw that one too. You saw that? You saw Fools Rush In with Salma Hayek? I'm like, yeah, I thought she was hot. I had a fucking crush on her. I'd see anything she was in.
But all those other women ruined it for your wife.
They did.
Now you
they totally did.
And Fools
you remember
Rush
my
In.
ex that I used to live with?
Oh, God, yeah.
The Spanish one?
Yeah.
Yeah, she used to always want to see romantic comedies, and I used to go all the time. I'm like, all right, fine. Yeah. And then we'd go see an action flick, because I like the action flick. So, we'd both take the bullet. But I'd sit there and all that garbage. The Meg Ryans.
You never warmed up to it? What was
one of her favorite movies was When a Man Loves a Woman. I know you hate that.
I hated the fucking the AA scene at the end where he makes that cunty speech and all the people in the program are like, wow. like 12-step people would listen to this jerk off and be amazed by his love. Like, go fuck yourself. Shut up.
What was one rom-com that you were like, actually, this is pretty good?
The Woodsman.
Yeah. The Woodsman was great. Love that movie. None.
Never one. Yeah, because Fools Rush In wasn't exactly Dusk Till Dawn, was it?
No, that was terrible.
Yeah.
Is there one out there?
A rom-com that's okay.
That you were like, oh, actually, I kind of enjoyed that one.
Yeah, I'm sure. I've seen some that I liked that were funny.
Or even a romance movie. Like Bridges of Madison County wasn't a rom-com. That was a romance movie.
What's a romance film that was good?
Like The Notebook.
I never saw The Notebook. I have scumbag friends that actually say it's a good movie.
Really?
That would never,
yeah.
never in a million years like a movie like that, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't like it, but...
What's a romantic film? On Golden Pond's not a romantic film, but there is, I mean, it is about two people in love at the end of their life, but it's also about,
Yeah.
But that's a movie I didn't think I'd like. I saw that in the theater, and I
True Romance.
loved it.
True Romance
Yeah,
is
they're
your
in love the whole movie.
romantic movie?
That's a good romantic movie.
Okay.
I can't think of
See,
a
I like that happy ending.
Right.
They get the money, they're on the island or whatever, yeah. That's okay, that happy ending.
Yeah, because he's missing an eye, it's like, that's all right.
Yeah.
Right,
They got
because
the kid.
horrible things happened. It just didn't happen at the end, so you're okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never would have named my son Elvis. She was so fucking sexy in that.
Oh, yeah.
Hook her on her third date. I would have fucking tried to rescue her, too. I never would have went and got her shit, though.
No, that was a ball. Why would you do that?
Terrible.
Yeah.
And then leave your... One of my favorite moments in True Romance is when Christopher Walken is telling Hopper, and he goes, your son, fuckhead that he is. And he like covers his mouth, like he spits a little bit of that. Yeah. That was such a great moment.
Yeah.
Fuckhead that he is. Leaves his license.
What about Galdafino? Boss, you're going to be happy because he finds a number.
Oh, my God.
He finds a number
Yeah.
on the refrigerator.
Fucking James Gandolfini. I remember when he died.
That's how he got the role in Sopranos, from that part.
Oh, really?
From, what's his
Oh, I
face?
didn't
Seeing
know
him in, as a mobster.
Oh, I didn't know
Seeing
that.
how good he was.
David Chase?
Yeah, he was phenomenal.
Yeah.
In True Romance as that fucking mobster.
First time you kill somebody, I got sick.
When he's sitting in that chair, and she's laying on the floor all bloody, and he's telling stories. You want to play? Come on, let's play.
Yeah. I was thinking about The Sopranos the other night, how he was very unlikable in a lot of those. Like
Tony?
Yeah, like
Oh, yeah.
you rooted for him and you loved him, but I was thinking of all the scumbag things he did, and like, man, Tony did a lot of scumbag things in The Sopranos.
Oh,
That
yeah, yeah,
really
yeah.
made him hard to like.
He went through long periods on that show where he was not likable. Like he was
Just
a bad
jerk-off.
dude.
Yeah. Very realistic painting of a man, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when he died, we announced he died. Like, I felt like crying in studio. I mean, like, I didn't, but like everyone in the studio, Opie and it was like we all wanted to just cry. It was fucking awful.
Because the way we attached ourselves to that character.
Yeah, and how I remind a lot of people of him with my, authoritative, masculine.
Is that right?
No.
I didn't think so.
Tony Soprano probably would never watch Lifetime one night
Right,
with
yeah.
ice cream by himself.
Yes, he would have. He cried over the ducks. I'm telling you, he would have, and then he would have talked about it in therapy.
Yeah.
He would have watched that, then he would have thought he was a fag.
He loved the History Channel, not Lifetime.
So should we break? I got to piss.
Yeah, actually, the author, I think he checked in.
Oh, he's here already?
Yeah, so if you want to
Oh, I didn't know he's at 8 o'clock.
take a break.
Oh, I thought he was supposed to be 8:30. No,
He is. He's early.
Oh, okay. Let's a couple of quick plugs for myself and James. First of all, this Friday and Saturday, October 18th and 19th, I'm on my way out doing material. I'm doing the Lancaster. For the first time in years, I'm doing the Stitches Comedy Club. I had great success this weekend in Doylestown. It's new material. It's not completely put together, but it's fun. I'm telling the audience what I'm doing. The tickets are cheaper. And then I'm in Rochester next weekend, October 25, 26, in the Comedy Club. And Dice and I are not sold out in the Beacon. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Because it's a great show. And then I realized we are there. It's November 1st, the night after Halloween.
The night after, and plus you got the New York Comedy Festival in town.
The week after.
The week after, where there's a million shows
So
going
yeah,
on.
that I knew, and I was like, it's going to be a slower sell because we're competing with Bill Burr's at the fucking. There's so many people doing so many shows, but I'm like, why not that night? We're doing good. But we should be sold out the night after fucking Halloween. So a lot of people have Halloween shit going, but at least try to plan this. It's an 8 o'clock show, and there's one thing I want to plug this weekend because I will be away. There's a Cancer Sucks benefit here in New York. Otto and George are on it. Bob Levy's on it. Big Jay Okerson. It's an excellent show. Saturday the 19th at 2 p.m. It's an afternoon show because I think that's the only time they could get the venue at the Bitter End here in New York on Bleecker Street. And it's to support one of our good fan who's got cancer, and they're trying to help him out. So you can go to brownpapertickets.com and just search for Cancer Sucks. And, try to help this guy out and see a kick-ass show. I'm sure Otto will have some fucking horrible things to say.
Oh, yeah.
It's a show I wish I could be a part of. And Jimmy, what do you got?
October 17th through 19th this week, Comedy Works in Montreal. October 25, 26, New Hope Cinema in New Hope, Minnesota. And then November 1 and 2, The Joke Factory in Rochester, New York. Artie Fletcher opened the room up there.
Oh, did he? Okay,
yeah,
cool.
So I'll be up there. Yeah, and that's it. And then my podcast is out today. I interview Metallica. It's on my new podcast, Comedy Metal Midgets.
Did you get all of them?
Yeah, I got all of them, yeah.
How'd you do that?
Well, it was part of a special I did for the movie. Where it's a long story, but I got all of them. Just basically talking about the movie.
You were in the room with all of them?
No, they.
Oh.
Originally I was supposed to fly out to San Francisco to interview them, but instead at the to get all four of them together, which you had a big problem with too. They finally got them. They go, you just come up with all the questions, we'll ask them, and then it's your interview. So they had their manager do it, even though I came up with the questions, and we pieced it together as a radio special.
Oh,
so that's the podcast. Yeah,
that's great.
They wanted me to do it. We couldn't work it together where all four were together.
People love your podcast, man. I get a lot of retweets, whatever. Like they say that you had an amazing podcast. So and you can get on iTunes.
You guys play them every third weekend here.
We do. Okay.
Yeah, so it's
just
great.
played this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of people compare your Chip character to my I go, look, we've hung out, we've known each other since 1990, and that's just the way we talk. Nobody took it from anybody.
No one took it. Florentine was Florentine long before Chip existed. I'll clear this up because Jim, Chip is like this, like what's up? It's not a takeoff on Jim at all. It's something I would do to annoy my girlfriend.
Yeah, and mine is just like, hey, really, you like
that? Jim has been doing that before I knew.
That's a cross between like a retarded guy and Dice. When Dice does the girl voice, that's my. I like man caves.
What's that?
Yeah, and that Chip
is talking about something.
Yeah, see, it's totally different.
It's the subtleties too. Chip, his upper lip covers his entire front row of teeth. Whereas Florentine's guy, his front teeth are completely on display.
What's that? All right, whatever. You sound stupid.
Cave.
Fucking idiot.
We got a sign on our man cave. What happens in the man cave stays in the man cave.
That's fucking hilarious. See, it's not. Neither is taking from either. But Jim was Jim. Jim was Jim long before. So if anything, Chip came second. I still can't see an Applebee's without fucking. I literally, me and Kenny this weekend, because every fucking shit town I'm in has a bunch of them. Applebee's. You see what my teeth are?
Yeah.
Applebee's.
It's a neighborhood bar and grill.
Yeah, it's fun for everyone. Applebee's.
You feel like you're in the neighborhood.
Yeah, you guys want to go to Applebee's? That's all me and Kenny will say in the car.
I don't feel like I'm in your What is the slogan?
I don't know.
Eating good in the neighborhood.
Eating good in the neighborhood.
Applebee's.
No, I'm not. I'd rather eat one of fucking Jim Norton's fucking prostitute logs that land on his chest.
You and Jim Norton both. All right, we'll be back. Henry Bushkin, I guess, is checking in early, and I'm gonna take a leak, and I have to do a quick break, and I'm gonna read this well.
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
You ever worry about missing your favorite TV shows because your DVR is full? That happened to me when I was taping Tough Crowd years ago. When I was on, I would tape everyone on a DVR and be frustrated when I missed them because I didn't realize it was gobbling them up. Most DVRs do not give you the space that you need. That's the truth. Well, luckily, you can get the Hopper from Dish with enough DVR storage to record and save all of your favorites. The Hopper lets you store up to 2,000 hours of shows, movies, sports, and more. So there's no need to worry about what to delete. 2,000 hours. My DVR sucked back in the day. You can keep it all, and get this. When you enable the Hopper's Auto Hop F-Feature. What is the F-Feature? Is that what it's called, or are they just spelling feature out?
I guess they're spelling feature.
Well, I know how to spell, to say feature, you zilches, unless that's how it's called. The Auto Hop feature. You can watch primetime network recordings commercial-free. Unlike DVRs, there's no fast-forwarding required. You can spend time watching your shows without those annoying interruptions. Call 1-800-WATCH-TV today to get all the DVR storage space you could ever need and interruption-free entertainment only with the Hopper from Dish. That's 1-800-WATCH-TV. This way you're not going to lose things the way I lost all of my Tough Crowd episodes when they just started cannibalizing. That's 1-800-WATCH-TV, the Hopper from Dish.
The Opie and Anthony Show is back. Go on, sit down. The celebrities are ready to entertain you some more.
Our first guest has arrived.
Yeah.
And you bring him in. Henry. Let me move this. Hello, sir. We're on the air. Oh, yeah, keep your phone. Now, that was a professional. Henry was trying to hand his phone to Travis.
Travis is like, no, keep it.
Don't trust him. He'll go through it.
How are you guys?
Good.
Nice to be here.
Which, incidentally, handing your phone over, very brave. You must have nothing to hide, because I would never just hand my phone to somebody.
Nothing.
Are you password protected?
Password protected.
Oh, okay.
Totally protected. Condoms, everything.
Do you use condoms? That's another thing I don't happen to agree with. I think they're overrated. Well, welcome to the show. You smell good.
Thank you.
You wear good cologne. I guess we're here to talk about your book. And I
hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so.
No, it's condoms and smelling good.
Yeah, imagine if I only asked about your cologne and your password. I just tried to get your password out of you. I finished your book last night. It was excellent.
Thank you.
And I guess to start, you were Carson's lawyer from what years?
1970 through 1988.
What type of lawyer-client confidence do you have where you're able to write a book? What is the law on that? Like, don't you have to sign like non-disclosures or?
Well, the law is that the attorney-client privilege ceases with death. So it ceases with death. It's as simple as that.
Oh, okay. How do you think he would feel about this book? Would he feel betrayed?
I think he would feel delighted that people are talking about him again. I think that's the real thing here, that this is a renaissance, hopefully, for Johnny. He deserves it. He's looked at by, I think, every comedian today as the gold standard. And I think if this book helps, in part, serve that renaissance, I think it's a good thing.
You pointed out too that you met him under very odd circumstances through a friend who you were going to help with. What exactly was it you were brought on to help him with?
I was brought on to help him look into an apartment that he thought his wife had. That was simply my job, to go there, to be the lawyer in case something happened, nothing more.
You mean now this is Joanne Carson, who he lived with and was married to, had an apartment set up somewhere else.
That's correct.
And that was a big story in the Post. They've actually been talking about your book a lot, where she was allegedly fucking Frank Gifford.
Right.
And that was what was at least alleged.
Well, again, that chapter, that was just a fact. It wasn't the point of the chapter at all. It had to do with how I met Johnny. And the scene at the bar at the end of that chapter was the big reveal in that chapter, giving me a whole lowdown on his personality, his psyche, his sense of tragedy, because it was at that moment that it was a tragic moment.
Well, can you walk us through that a little bit, just because it was very interesting to me that your second day of knowing this guy or whatever, you're walking to a secret apartment that his wife has that he thinks she is sharing with someone else, and he was the host of the Tonight Show, and he brought you into this very private moment relatively quickly.
No question. It was shocking to me, and I think it was shocking to everybody who knew me, that Johnny Carson actually hired me to do something.
What did you see when you got into that apartment that she was allegedly having with Frank Gifford?
Well, you say allegedly. I was there.
Oh, okay.
So I don't use the word allegedly.
I don't know what the okay, so she had with Gifford. Cool. Cool.
I'm not subscribing anything to you, but I was there. Again, the apartment and the incident in the apartment, taking some evidence, taking photos, and leaving, was simply, one of those moments that 30 years later you could have fun with it. 30 years ago is tragic, or 40, however long it was. So tragedy, a lot of years you get some comedy. So I intended it to be lighthearted in that sense, because it was 43 years ago. I mean, who cares? This is 43 years ago. So all of the hubbubaloo in the papers is shocking to me. I'm fascinated by it because, again, the point of this chapter was not Joanne Carson and an illicit apartment. It just happened to be the basis how I met the guy. Simply that.
It is interesting, though, because of the fact that we saw Carson. He was one of my idols growing up. We see him one way. He's Johnny of the Tonight Show. You got so close that I don't know if it's harder for you to realize how little of him most of us know, but you talk about him carrying a pistol and breaking down and crying there, realizing his wife is probably having an affair. Like that's a big thing for people to read about a guy like Johnny Carson.
Well, I listened to your question. Probably having an affair is probably an understatement.
So you think she was fucking his brains out?
Why? Because there was clothes in the closet and pictures of him on the wall.
Things like that.
Yeah.
Things like that. Photographs,
clues,
taking evidence. We did our job. Let's put it that way. We did our job. I had a job to do. I did it. I never thought about it again until I wrote the book, to tell you the truth. It was not something that I ever spoke about because it was one of those moments that you just don't want to tell people about. And so, again, 43 years after the event, I think you could have some fun with it. Sorry that Joanne Carson isn't, but what could I say?
Well, yeah, Joanne's denying it, and then Frank Gifford says, I can't remember if that happened or not.
Well, you choose.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Joanne said that Johnny would have never had a gun. He wasn't into guns at all.
Johnny from the day I met him, he carried a gun, and I knew him for 18 years. So what more could I say about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know for a fact he had it. I believe that he had it. And there's a reason for him to have it.
Well, again, I was there, and you know, I'm not alleging something. I'm telling you what the facts
Right.
were.
This was your
he did
experience.
carry
Yeah.
a gun. He was the subject of such intense scrutiny by everybody when they saw him. And there was one incident that I wrote about where he was subject to an extortion attempt, and he wouldn't let the cops make the drop. He insisted on doing it. And if you don't think he had his .38 on the seat of that car, you got to be kidding me.
Right.
With the cops, with the FBI, with every agency you could think of looking on, this is who he was. He had brass balls when it came to that.
And you told a story, too, which was great about that night in the bar, which was after this happens. And you're sitting there, and he's just kind of spilling his guts to you. And what do you think it was about you that got a guy who was so private among so many people to just look at you and go, this is the guy I'm going to start telling all this stuff to?
I don't know that he saw anything in me, but I could tell you that at that point in his life, he had very few people, if anybody, that he could turn to and rely on. His life was a mess in 1970. There's no question about it. His marriage was bad. He was drinking. He had problems with his manager. He had problems with the show. He had a number of different things going on and nobody to turn to. And so I was the guy who just happened to be there. Maybe you call it just very, very lucky. Right circumstances, right timing, and I was there.
Did he ever miss a show from drinking too much, from partying? Because it seemed like he had a major alcohol problem.
Again, I met him in 1970, and the drinking was mostly in the late 60s with Ed McMahon when they were running around in New York. When he moved to California in 1972, most of that had subsided pretty well, and he got married, and that sort of calmed him down for quite some time.
So it wasn't like he was loaded all the time?
No, not at all. And I didn't mean to suggest that.
Right.
Some reports have said that, and it's just not true. He drank. A lot of people drink. A lot of people get loaded on occasion.
Right, and most of the crazy stories come out when people are loaded. So that's what, yeah.
You bet. And that's what you hear about today. But don't forget, back then, no phones, no cell phones, no cameras, no paparazzi hanging around when we were inside a place. So we were very comfortable, and you could drink. I mean, and you did. I mean, it's as simple as that. Lots of people did.
Do you remember I watched the Dorothy Stratton interview with that old player. Do you know who she was?
No.
Oh, okay, so you won't remember. I was going to ask you a question about it, but it doesn't matter. She was a Playboy model who was murdered by her husband not long after Carson.
Johnny had nothing to do with it, nor did I.
Yeah, and it wasn't because of the interview. She didn't say anything that got her shot. Do you remember, now the Joan Rivers thing, of course you remember, but that's for some reason, people took a very harsh view of Johnny Carson from that. Like, oh, he's this cold-hearted son of a bitch, and how could he not wish her well? And, what do you think people got wrong about that?
Well, as you describe it, everything. He never received a call from her or her husband, nor did I, telling Johnny or me that she was going to do this. His point of view after the fact was, if she had come to me, if she'd asked me, I would have wished her well. I would have said good luck. And the fact that she was going in competition against him didn't bother him, because his point of view was Joan Rivers was sensational, but no more than 1 week at a time. You put her on 2 weeks at a time, it's too much. You put her on 3 weeks at a time, too much. And he was right. And I could assure you that if she did that, and the show failed, he would have welcomed her back.
Yeah, wouldn't he interview people that had gone up against him, like, who was it, Cabot, or a few other guys who flopped, and he'd have them on the show?
Look, he was as smart as anybody. Radio's a business, television's a business. His line was if a gorilla could do his job, they'd replace him with a gorilla because he'd be cheaper.
Right.
And it's true. So Joan Rivers was a terrific guest host, maybe the best. And she screwed him by not letting him know. And there's stories out there that her husband supposedly called me, which didn't happen. And frankly, I attribute the whole mess to her husband, because he was a secretive guy, and he was a difficult guy. And I think that's the cause of the problem. He told her, he called me, he never did. She was satisfied, she did what she did. And then Johnny got supremely aggravated and never spoke to her again. It's as simple as that.
Because she told a story too, where she and that's kind of, that makes sense that the husband probably told her that just because he knew it was a career move for her and that she'd never be able to take over for Carson. Did she try to call him? Like did Johnny? He didn't call her or send her anything when Edgar committed suicide, and didn't she call when Rick had died and he just wouldn't respond to it?
Well, when Rick died, I was no longer representing him, so I can't tell you what happened when Rick died. After the incident with Joan taking her show, as far as I knew, as long as I was there, he never spoke to her, and he never would. Now, maybe if he were alive today, he might have a change of heart, but not then. He wasn't that type of guy. Once you were out of his life, that was it.
He severed relationships fairly quickly. And completely.
I'm not sure that they were fairly quickly, but when he did, it was over. He didn't have any remorse. He just didn't, and that wasn't in his psyche.
The documentary on him was great recently. I think there's like a really renewed interest in Carson for some reason.
I hope that was the beginning of sort of a renaissance. This book was written long before that PBS special was put on. Indeed, the producer tried to get me on a number of different times. All of which I refused, simply because I didn't want to talk about him. I really didn't. And this book came out really almost as a result of that show, because I felt all the warts were sort of exposed in that show. And this book of mine put some meat on the bones of what people were talking about.
Right.
So I don't have any regrets about this. And after that PBS special, Johnny would have been, I think, delighted today that people are talking about him. I think that's basically the bottom line.
Did he enjoy fame? Like, did he like being famous?
Well, when he did the Tonight Show in those days, when he walked out on stage, everybody in the audience stood up and applauded. Now, that's a hard act to follow. When you go home, everybody has stood up, and the wife meets you with some plumbing problems. It's hard to adjust to that. Yeah. And so the fame that he had was such that it was very difficult for him to sort of be a normal person immediately. Leave the show and all of a sudden become a normal person. Wasn't that easy.
What would you guys do on the road? Because I didn't ever realize that Carson did gigs. Like, I never realized that he went out and did road gigs up until 1980. And you said he played Vegas and he played clubs. And what was that like being on the road? His kind of routine for a gig?
Well, Vegas was basically he would finish the Tonight Show on a Friday night. The two of us would drive to Burbank Airport, where his plane would pick us up, take us to Las Vegas in about 40 minutes. And by the time the opening act, Phyllis McGuire, was done, he was well into his act. He was comfortable. Did 2 shows, Friday and Saturday. And in those days, was making $250,000 a weekend for 2 shows.
And what year was that he was making $125,000 a show?
This was 1980.
Wow.
Okay? So 1980, he's making that amount of money. And, by today's standards, almost, it doesn't seem like a lot, because you could have an Eagles concert.
Yeah.
They could gross $2 million a night, so $250. But then it was more than Sinatra was making. Okay?
It was.
It was more than Sinatra was making, because with Johnny, there was no expenses. Johnny was in one. They had the house orchestra with his band leader and an opening act which consisted of Phyllis McGuire, and it was a simple show. It was cheap, it was very cheap, and it was always packed. So in those days, I would say he was probably the highest paid performer in Las Vegas as well. And he was doing roughly 10 weekends a year. So multiply that. It's $2.5 million for 20 days. Not bad.
Was he doing monologue jokes, like an hour of just jokes, or was it a variety show?
No, he was in one. He was purely in one, in front of the curtain for 90 minutes. So he was maybe the best stand-up in one you've ever seen. And hopefully one day we'll be able to recreate that in another form. But he was brilliant.
Was he a stand-up before? Because like everybody knows Leno, Letterman, they were pure stand-ups. Carson, I always just thought of as a TV host, but had he done stand-up before?
No. You got to understand, guys, he started in television in 1949, okay? There was no stand-up in 1949. There was radio, and then there was television, and there was like small clubs that you could play, but he was basically doing magician type of work before that, right? So he was doing radio, then he did television. So he didn't do any stand-up. His act came about as a result of doing The Tonight Show. The other guys had an act before they did The Tonight Show. His act after
that kind of came from doing it.
Yeah, but I have to tell you, anybody who's seen him, okay, you could ask Wayne Newton, who was a brilliant Las Vegas performer. Ask Wayne Newton, who didn't particularly like Johnny, how good he was as a performer. He was brilliant.
Yeah, did he threaten to kick Carson's ass?
Oh, yeah, I think he did. I wasn't at the studio at the time, but I've spoken to Wayne about it.
And what did he say?
And, well, it all stemmed from Johnny making Wayne Newton gay jokes. And after a while...
Was he doing, I didn't know it was gay jokes.
Yeah, it was Wayne Newton gay jokes.
On The Tonight Show or in his live act?
On The Tonight Show. No, this was on The Tonight Show. So Wayne is a big guy, part Indian, rough guy, lives in Las Vegas, is a horseman, and a nice guy. But these two were vying for the Aladdin Hotel at one point, and we dropped out for various reasons. The FBI suggested we drop out. We did drop out. Wayne Newton got the hotel, the Aladdin Hotel. It was in bankruptcy. And Johnny got pissed that he was getting all the publicity that he beat out Carson. When he didn't beat out Carson, we dropped out. But the press said he beat out Carson. So Carson got pissed, and hence Wayne Newton gay jokes.
And so Wayne went to NBC?
Well... I wasn't there, so this is what Wayne tells me. I believe it happened after I left, by the way. So I believe it happened, but I can't really validate.
But he must have been like, "What the fuck's Wayne Newton doing here?" Like,
I think so.
And what was there's another thing that got a lot of press that you wrote about was there was a genuine mob hit on Carson put out in way back in the early 70s or late 60s?
What happened right here in New York, Johnny and Ed out drinking one night at Chili's and try to pick up two girls at the bar. They happened to be the wife of and the sister of one of the members of the, let's say, a notorious gang family here in New York. Unbeknownst to Johnny. Well, the windup was after Jilly got him out of there, he was told that the husband was out to get him, that he was going to kill him because of what Johnny had done. Now, basically, Johnny hid out, or I can't say hid out. He just didn't leave the house. He just didn't leave UN Plaza. And Dave Tebbett, who was an NBC executive, called up, after hearing all this, called up his buddy at William Morris, who dealt with what we call bent noses, guys who he had a relationship with some people in that family. And because it was the Italian-American, it was Columbus Day. It was actually Columbus Day today, right, that they were having an Italian-American parade, and nobody would cover it. No network would cover it, simply because it was basically the mafia saying we're good guys, so they organized the parade. So they would, NBC was told, you cover the parade. If you cover the parade, we'll let Carson off the hook. So if you go back, you'll find NBC was the only network that carried that parade, and Carson then went back to work.
They threw him down a flight of stairs, too, when they found out?
Well, that was before the threat.
Before the threat, like that night when they found out he was hitting on the girls.
Well, some other guys did that, okay, who happened to be around. Okay, then the husband came. Johnny, by that time, had left.
Now,
I'm sorry, Jim. Johnny, did he not do the Tonight Show for the next few nights? He stayed in his house. Three nights he missed the show because of this.
Yeah. So he took it very seriously.
I would have, too.
Yeah. Now, did the guy want to kill him just because he hit on his wife, or was he rude about it? Because if he didn't know she was married, I mean...
Well, I don't think he knew very much. I think he was pretty loaded, and I don't know what went on, obviously, but it was serious enough that it was taken seriously by the husband, who was out to get Johnny for a couple of days.
And I love hearing stories about his mother, because you wouldn't think that Carson would be intimidated or alpha, whatever, by anybody, but his mother really was a rough one.
She was what I would describe as Midwestern Gothic, very cold, very sort of aloof.
You knew her
very well, and always polite. And always considerate and actually quite charming. But, that doesn't mean that was the relationship she had with her son or other children, for that matter. And he never could get any love from her, any warmth from her. Indeed, the PBS special that we spoke about talked about her being in the green room and saying to her son, John, you weren't very funny tonight. I mean, come on. And he sent his parents on a 47-day trip around the world and gave them a gold American Express card before they left and said to his father, Dad, anything you want, wherever you stop, put it on the card. It's on me. So in 47 days, they never bothered to call him to say, we're having a great time, we're doing this, we're doing that. 47 days, doesn't hear from them. And when they finally get home and he finally calls them, she tells him, John, we're so happy to be home. Not a word about we had a great time. Anything normal that you would expect.
A postcard, anything.
A hello? Nothing. So that's prototypical of his mother, and that's, I think, a good reveal on why he was who he was. It was very difficult for him to express any sort of emotion because of her.
But his dad, it seemed like, he couldn't have been too terrific either, because he also could have picked up a phone.
The dad was completely under the thumb of the mom. I mean, she ruled the roost. The dad didn't do anything without checking with his wife. It was one of the... you guys all know circumstances like that. That happened to be the Carson family. The father would say virtually nothing, and a very elegant guy, shocking crop of white hair, good-looking guy. But the mom... she ruled the roost.
And there's obviously, Carson you forget how handsome he was. Like, he was a good-looking dude. Like, you look back at the old footage of him. So there's obviously a lot of women around.
In those days, there were a lot of women around every star in those days. Carson was no different. The book is certainly about Johnny. But do you think he was any different than Sinatra? I don't think so. Or Bob Hope? No, or Jack Benny, or any of the greats of that period, or even before him. They were all alike. They all drank, they all caroused. There are exceptions, of course, but he was no different.
And you obviously got a little bit of the benefit of that, I would hope, being the friend. You're there all the time. There's got to be always at least one friend with a girl.
Occasionally that was true.
Yeah. There were. And there were probably hot chicks, too. There probably wasn't any fat ones hanging out.
No fat ones.
Nice.
No fat ones. I remember a line that Johnny had one night. We were sitting at the bar, and I thought it was like either the best line I ever heard or the cruelest. This woman came in, obviously with her daughter, and it was obviously the daughter, that had the looks that we were interested in, but the mom came along, so Johnny looked at the mom, and these two were just thrilled to be sitting, at the same table as Johnny Carson. He looked at the mother and he said, I'm so sorry you lost your last fight. And I said, did he say that to her? Did he say, I'm so sorry you lost your last fight? And they sort of laughed, and then it took you like 5 minutes to realize what he actually said. But it was so
That she was ugly.
It was so cutting. She never got it. She never got it. And I'm saying, wow, what a line to use on somebody.
That's the best line.
Right.
That cruel.
Did he wind up?
Right?
Did he wind up banging the daughter?
I'm not sure.
So how did your relationship with him end?
Well, it ended, I'd say, quickly and sort of very much in line with how relationships with him ended. It was like a 3-minute conversation. We shook hands. This was at his Malibu residence, and I left. That was the end of the sort of the official lawyer relationship. The relationship went on another 6 or 7 months, on a variety of different things, including some matters that were sort of very touchy that I was handling.
Right.
That he didn't want me turning over to the other lawyer, but it really involved his son in Florida, so there was another lawyer involved. So I kept in touch for about another 8 months, and that was it.
Did you ever feel in the relationship that it was going to end badly? Because it happened with a lot of his past relationships. Like, man, if I screw up one time, I'm going to be out just like everybody else, including like Joan Rivers and other people in his life.
At many times, I'm certain I felt that way, but practically, we were partners in many respects, so it just couldn't end that way like it did with Joan Rivers. There were much more. It's like a marriage that you had to sort of unravel in certain respects. But yeah, it's very quick, and it's pretty much final. As I said earlier, he doesn't go back and rethink these things. It's over.
I kind of admire that, even though maybe he's made some shitty decisions. I wish I had that ability. I just keep people hanging on, and I still talk to exes. I wish I could just fucking cut
it's a coldness. You got to understand it. If you're not sort of brutally cold in that sense, it's hard to imagine, breaking a relationship with a wife and never speaking to her again. I mean, just never. And that was the interesting thing about Joanne Carson, because he never spoke to her again, at least in the 18 years that I represented him. And she talks in interviews as if she spoke to him every day. So that's also kind of interesting to me.
I thought it was what a dumb thing he did that you tried to advise him against when he was marrying Joanna. You had a prenup, and he just decided not to have a prenup. Like, for what?
Gallantry. I think he felt. Don't forget, this was 1972, and prenups are not like they are today in California. They're almost like required. It's almost like even if you have nothing, you almost get a prenup when you get married. So then it was very much sort of avant-garde almost, and he felt, I think, that it was not a great way to start the marriage. So you got to commend him for that. I mean, it may have been silly, but you really have to commend sort of the gallantry of that.
How'd that work out financially in the end?
Well, let's put it this way. He died worth almost $500 million. So what difference does it make?
Well, did she got a lot of...
It cost him about $35 million. But, in the end of the day, when you think about it, it's almost like, so what?
Even if you're worth $500 million... there's no way anyone can be happy with $35 million.
Especially when he finds out that she's having an affair.
No, different woman.
Oh, this is Joanna.
This is Joanna.
This is wife number 3.
Wife number 3.
Yeah, this is Joanna.
There was 4 wives, right? Then he remarried again later in his life.
Yes.
And he said that little gesture cost him $35 million, which is just...
as he would say to me, listen, the next time I want to get married, find me some woman I don't like, and I'll give her a house, and I'll be done with it. Good line, right?
Yeah. And you didn't seem to care for his last wife. I just got that vibe reading what you wrote.
I really didn't know her very well. I certainly wouldn't say I didn't like her at all. I mean, she was very nice.
Okay.
She was a wife that I describe as she could have been a legal secretary. She could have been a great real estate agent. She could have been an administrative assistant. Very attractive. And in Los Angeles, there are lots of very attractive women like that. And so what I said is she could have been anybody. Okay, she just happened to be like me at the right place at the right time to see him when he was completely single, if you will, and that was his fourth wife. And again, my relationship with him ended, okay, very soon after that marriage began. Now, if you said, well, was she a contributing factor? I couldn't answer that, but perhaps. I just don't know.
Well, he accused you. I know you guys had Carson Productions, and he wanted to unload it, and I guess they wanted $100 million for it, and you didn't think it would get $100 million. So you had spoken to somebody about possibly getting $60 million, and you wanted more, but they offered 60, and you had a deal with it, and he thought you and Ed Weinberger were trying to take the company out from under him.
That's my understanding. I didn't speak to him directly about it, but actually he did. In our 3-minute meeting, he did tell me that I was trying to steal the company from him, now that you mention it. And what happened, it was an offer that I brought to his investment bankers. They were representing his company. And that was the reason that we broke up our relationship. I wanted to build the company. He wanted to end the company. And so the company that we had created, the investment bankers were asking $100 million. The offer that I received was $60 million because they wanted Ed Weinberger and myself to come along with the company.
Would you have left Carson to do that? Or?
I was already gone.
Okay.
So certainly I would have left because I had left.
Why did he want to sell the company?
He didn't want it anymore. He wanted to just do the Tonight Show. That was the reason that we broke up. In effect, as a business guy, I'm trying to build something, and the more success we had, the less he liked it. The more time I spent on the business and not on him, the less he liked it. So we were going at that point in opposite directions. Our goals had diverged at some point.
Why did he not want that business?
Simply because the only thing he wanted in life was to do the Tonight Show. He had as it turns out, he had no ambitions beyond the Tonight Show. That was sad as far as I was concerned, because the intuitive thing that we as business guys do, you try to build something. You don't try to not build it. You try to build it. You don't try to destroy it. So what we had built up, he said to me one day, sell it. And I said, we've got 100 people working for us. I mean, you just don't stop and sell it. He said, no, I want to sell it. And so with him, when he said I wanted to sell it, that was it. There was no turning around. So I refused actually to be a part of that, and that's what ended our relationship.
Were you? No, I know you weren't stealing from her. I don't think you were. But was there anything that was a little questionable with you because you wanted to keep the company, and Ed Weinberg wanted to kind of stay with it? Was there anything that you weren't telling him, or kind of doing like, fuck him, he doesn't need to know that?
No. It was his company. I didn't. I owned a small part of it, but it was his company, and he could do with it what he wished. This was just, in effect, what you'd call a backup offer. You guys go sell it for whatever you want, and if you can't for some reason and you're interested in this, here it is. So that was presented to him as if I was trying to buy it for that amount. It wasn't my money. I think it was the Tribune Company was trying to buy it or wanted to buy it, and it got turned around, as things often do in Hollywood, showbiz, and that's what happened.
Have you spoken to Joan Rivers in all these years?
I haven't spoken to her at all.
If you saw her, would you two speak?
I certainly would. I don't even know if she would remember me, to tell you the truth. This, again, the last time, and we were friends. I mean, it's not like, but I haven't seen her, I think, since 1985.
Oh, okay. I'm wondering if she blamed you at all.
Perhaps.
Well, the book is called Johnny Carson. It's on sale. When does it come out? Tomorrow?
I believe it comes out tomorrow, yes.
Well, it was absolutely great, and I actually made myself stop reading it so I could finish it closer to the interview, because I was ripping through it. So I saved myself about 40 pages to finish yesterday, and I did. And I thank you for coming in. The book was tremendous.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the compliments, and I enjoyed being here.
Who would, if Johnny was alive today, who would he like best in late night, you think? Would he be a Letterman fan? I know he wanted Letterman to get the gig and all of that.
Well, we didn't get into that, but here today. But I was asked that question before, and I don't think he'd be watching any late night comedy show. I think he'd be watching sports. I think he'd be watching Fox, CNN. That's what he did. He never watched his own show. So I doubt that he'd be watching someone else's show. I just don't think that would be the case, even if they were, top of the heap by far. I think all these guys are terrific, but I don't think he'd be watching any one of them.
Was he as good a tennis player as he thought he was?
No.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Good meeting you.
The Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony. On Sirius XM.
And now back to
The Opie and Anthony Show. On Sirius XM.
We're back. The show is now Jim Florentine, Sam Roberts, and Jim Norton. As Opie and Anthony were crushed by a collapsing motel room ceiling. It's tragic. They were both found nude early in the morning. Both of their penises
inside of each other.
Yeah, it was a really, really weird, locked-up, love-making pose. I don't want to embarrass them.
If they were having gay sex, would they be wearing condoms? Would Opie wear a bag, or would Anthony wear a bag?
No, I think what happened was Opie was more concerned about disease and condoms, but Anthony said, I love you, so I'm going to raw dog you.
He said that to Opie?
Yeah.
And Opie trusted him?
Yeah, he said, you know what? If he loves me, he wouldn't hurt me. And I think that they went condom-free relatively quickly.
Well, that's a beautiful way to go out.
I think
but do you think if Opie was doing the ass fucking, he would put a bag on?
He'd probably try to, but Anthony would tear it off with his teeth. Anthony,
He's known to do that.
Yeah, Anthony likes
Really?
it raw. Yeah, Anthony hates that, and Anthony's always likes. You guys don't hear it during the break, but he'll say if I'm not going to take the cum, what's the use? And he'll laugh and eat his breakfast.
But what if Opie said, "Look, I don't want to come too quick because I'm so attracted to you that I'm going to wear a bag."
Anthony would say that when I feel you swelling, because Anthony was very intuitive in his anus. When I feel you swelling, I'll just pull off. And I won't let you. That's how they would
All right, so he'll work it that way.
Yeah, he'll just pull his ass off real quick and not allow the orgasm.
You think Anthony would be disappointed if Opie came in like a minute?
Not at all, because Anthony would always. Anthony's a good dude, but he would always go his motto was, "Don't worry if you come quick, because I'll suck you back to health."
All right, so all right.
Yeah.
How do you know all these specifics?
He was just telling me these things. It was really weird.
Oh, just because you guys have been buddies for a while.
Yeah,
so
it's weird stuff.
I see.
Yeah, it's all right.
So Anthony wouldn't later afterwards in bed and go, all right, what did I get out of this?
No, not at all.
He would totally understand.
Absolutely.
Now, would Opie understand if Anthony came in like a minute?
It never happened. Never happened.
Anthony when he holds out?
Oh, Anthony can fuck for hours.
Wow, I didn't know.
Yeah, what happened was usually Opie would get sore, and finally he'd just he'd reach back and pat Anthony's stomach, and Anthony would know it's time to stop.
Really?
Yeah, it's really weird.
But what if Anthony was so attracted he was finally inside of Opie after all these years that he came quick? Would Opie take it personally? Would Opie be mad?
He might take it as a compliment. To get a beast like Anthony to come quickly, you damn well better be good looking. And that little V. Anthony likes a man with a V.
He does?
Yeah. By the way, I want to correct a couple of people on Twitter, which is rare to have to do that.
Yeah, they're usually right on the money.
Oh, 100%. But the guy goes, he's said that the $250,000 is $250, not $125, Jimmy. I know. He said $250,000 a weekend. So it's $125 a show.
Yeah, he was doing 2 shows in one night.
Yeah, or 2 shows in
a weekend.
Over 2 nights, yeah. And $250,000 a night. And some guy is going, the math doesn't add up. In 1980. Yes, it does. Even if it was a smaller theater, because he might have been doing 2 shows a night, so it might have been $125 for the night. But either way, casinos routinely overpay performers. And they've been doing it for years. Like when you look at a casino, they will always overpay for big performers. A, for the prestige of having that performer there. And B, it brings gamblers into the casino. If you remember The Godfather, see if some of his Hollywood friends will do the same. So when you hear contracts that are outlandish in a casino, they're believable.
Britney Spears just got she's getting like $1 million a show for the next 2 years to do a show once a month in Vegas. They'll overpay, and they want the show over early to get people out gambling. They never want a long, whether it's a music show or a comedy show.
Because that's the one spot where people are not just buying tickets. They'll buy tickets because they're going to stay at the hotel They're going to gamble in the casino. That's where all the money gets made.
And they're going to come back. They're going to have great memories of the hotel. And the hotel looks bigger and better and again, more prestigious because it gets the biggest act in show business, who at the time was Carson or who now it's Britney or whoever the fuck it is. You know, so yeah, that they do. So the math was not off, sir, whoever said that.
Brittany did an interview because she's got residency, I guess, now at Planet Hollywood in Vegas.
Oh, that's good.
And somebody asked her if she's going to be doing live singing, not lip syncing. And she said, yeah, I mean, I always do live singing, so that's what I'll be doing. And it was just a lie.
Yeah.
She's just lying.
You'll do live singing in the studio when you're making the record because you actually have to project into a microphone.
And that's it.
That's it.
And then you'll be, running around to that track.
Yeah. With a headset on.
Yeah, with
75 people following behind you doing dance moves.
Right.
You wouldn't want to see her live?
You're not a Britney Spears guy?
She's sexy.
Yeah. But the
no,
music,
I don't even know one of her songs.
Oh.
I didn't yet. No. That's out of my world, that stuff.
By the way, do you know what happened with Banksy's art in Brooklyn?
Do you mean the canvases?
No, the one they were charging.
Oh, that I don't know. But did you hear what his exhibit was on Saturday?
No.
He set up like a stand, like you know how right out in front of this building they have guys and they're selling photographs or fake paintings or whatever.
Yeah.
He had an old man set up one of those stands, and it just said graffiti art, and they were selling original Banksy canvases for like $60 each.
Oh wow!
But nobody knew they were actual Banksys, so people were just walking by back and like a couple people bought them.
Where was this?
Central Park West.
So if you bought like 10 of those,
if you bought one of them, could be worth 6 figures.
Really?
Yeah, and that was the exhibit for Saturday.
Were they good?
Yeah, they were
pretty
great.
original thinker. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Oh, bring him in. Tom Arnold is here, who I like. I don't even know what Tom is promoting.
He's got gigs coming up.
Oh, he does. Okay, I just like Tom.
Hey guys.
Hi, Tom. We're on the air, so you know. Welcome.
They're getting me some tea. Hi.
That's fine.
Some tea for your voice.
I flew. Yeah. Oh, I see. Is this on?
It is. Yeah.
Testing. Can I put my Nicorette right here?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
How long have you been on? How many pieces is that?
That's 3 4-milligram pieces. I was on 4 milligrams, but I'm cutting down. I've been on it for 10 years, and I never smoked.
I thought you were fucking serious. I'm like, oh, yeah. Psychotic.
I smoked a lot of cigars, and then I had to quit one day to do this job. And I quit that day, and I chew this, and it's the same thing. It's the same drug as cigarettes or cigars, and it's just that I'm addicted to this now.
Yeah. Rich Voss, a friend, is hooked on the gum. The gum is hard to get off.
It is really hard. Yeah, I'm down to 12 milligrams 10 times a day.
I never liked it. I tried it once when I was still smoking and I was taking a long flight, and it just fucking it tasted like pepper.
It's better now, I have to say. When was this when you tried it?
Oh, I quit smoking 10 years ago, so probably
they come out with
late
much
90s.
Much better flavors. Yeah, I'll give you some if you want.
No.
No.
But does it feel like you're smoking, or
it does? Whatever. As a recovering drug addict, I know it gives you that same drug. You know, if you're addicted to morphine and you chew morphine gum, it would give you the same drug, and that's what that does.
Because I noticed the way I did it was I did the patch, and I did it for exactly the right amount of time. It was one of the few things I actually followed the instructions on. And I wound up, I was drinking a lot of water, and I realized I'm making the hand-to-mouth motion. That's what most of it is. It was that fucking motion.
Yeah. And also you have to step out a little bit. You especially with cigars, but also cigarettes, you can't be around people as much, so you get to have a little private time. Oh, I need to go do this thing that's just me.
Right.
And so it's an excuse to socially sort of step out or to smoke with people. It's a I don't know what it is. It's not just physiological.
Does it give you energy too?
I think this does. You know, I try not to drink caffeine now. I have 1 tea in the morning. I used to drink 12 to 20 Diet Cokes. Now I don't. It's bad for your sperm count.
20 Diet Cokes a day you would drink?
Yeah. If I worked a long day.
Is it bad for your sperm?
It is. Those chemicals that make it
aspartame?
fattening.
Aspartame.
Yeah, that's horrible. It's like poison, I'm told.
Well, it's also, very cancer in rats. I mean, it's very, there's definitely, connections to cancer.
It
were
definitely
ascertained.
affects the sperm count, though.
I didn't know that. That almost makes me want to keep drinking it because I like to dump inside. So the less sperm I have, the better.
That's true. Well, then you should definitely do that.
Instead of getting a vasectomy, just drink a lot of diet.
Or just being a responsible adult wearing a condom every once in a while.
Yeah. Well, I think we understand that's not going to happen.
That's the great thing about being married is you can dump inside, as you say so eloquently.
See, I'm married, and me and my wife I still wear a bag
Because you're fertile.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. We're trying to make more. We just had I have a 6-month-old, and it took me so long, 23 years, to get a woman pregnant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and we want to do it one more time. So, we're trying.
All right. Well, that's different though. If you want to, you're married and that's what you want. That's,
Right.
It's different than me just being single and hoping.
Have
that
you
she
never
doesn't-
gotten anybody pregnant?
Not to my knowledge. No, I had one girl tell me that I had gotten her pregnant and that she got an abortion, but I didn't believe her. I think she was lying for attention because it was so long after the fact.
Are you sure your sperm is okay?
I've never tested it. Let's hope not. I mean, believe me, I hope they stumble and go the wrong way. That's the last thing I want.
I never did either until a couple of years ago. Either never got a girl pregnant.
Right.
And I slipped up on bags a lot.
Yeah. Well, it seems like it's harder and harder to get people pregnant in our environment or whatever it is. And so, a lot of my friends that are younger are going to this nut doctor that teaches you how to keep in case you do want to have a kid one day, and then you freeze it, and then you have it, which you might want to do.
Sure.
And then when you're ready to go, they just put it in your wife.
Oh, wow. So you can get a vasectomy. The only reason I don't have a vasectomy is I like to shoot like a good amount, and I was always afraid a vasectomy would stop that and make my loads smaller.
No, it's the same. A couple friends have gotten vasectomies. Loads don't change.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Because there's something about the punishment element that I like.
Yeah, the only thing you can't whack your bag for a couple days after vasectomy. That could be a problem for you.
That's fine. Yeah,
Don't you hate it when you're almost ready to come and you kind of fuck it up? Like you're trying to extend that almost period a little bit, and you fuck it up so your cum is not that good. It's sort of in the middle ground, like you're there, and then you go back a little bit, and you get a little too greedy.
Yes.
Oh, I hate that,
dude. It's funny you say that because I edge a lot. That happens when you're edging.
Yes.
And you're stopping and starting, stopping. And I came the other night, and when you come, as it's happening, you feel it. You know that half of it's going to stay in your balls and it's going to ache. Yes, a lousy, almost stopped orgasm.
It's almost like getting an infield single, even though it counts as a single. It's a sharp base hit up the middle.
A squibbler.
It's like you got on, but it was cheap and
it doesn't feel right.
It looks in the box score you blew a load.
Right. The best cum I ever had back in the 80s. I did a lot of cocaine, and I'd stay up for 5 days at a time. And then I could never have sex when I was on cocaine, but after the 5 days, I've slept for 48 hours. Wake up, and then you're super horny, or you get a boner, and then you jerk off. That cum from the 5 day up thing. That is the best. So if you ever want to come really good, do a lot of cocaine for 5 days, and then jerk off.
Or if you just hold out and don't jerk off for a few days, sometimes you take a little hiatus.
It's always better.
Yeah,
that's true.
Did you ever have girls in the room where you couldn't get an erection when you were on coke?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I think I hate to talk about this, but I think my ex-wife would, Roseanne, would probably say that was because she didn't know I was doing cocaine, and so I'd be hiding it, even though I was staying up all the time.
Right.
But I would go to work every day on the show.
You just thought you were ambitious.
Yeah. It's sweaty, but then she would want to have sex, and I knew I couldn't, and this is before they had boner pills like they do now. This is like 1989, so it was pretty shameful. I'd hide from her. I would try to do it, and it wouldn't work. And so,
and then she feels guilty like every woman. Yeah.
It's one of the shittiest things that you could do to somebody. And I did that to her. Or, she would find cocaine, and I'd say, that's not mine, in my wallet.
Right.
That's the kids or the housekeeper. I don't know. But you're such an asshole. And then so she would feel she was crazy. And,
You never just ate her box just to hold her over?
I do whatever. If I could get away with that, I would do that forever, and hopefully she'd fall asleep. But I couldn't get a boner. And I have a lot of friends that get super boners on cocaine, but it never worked for me, literally.
Me neither. And the thing is, the woman starts to feel like it's her fault, and you have to start making excuses like, no, I'm just tired.
Right.
It's like, so what would you tell her? Because you couldn't be honest and go, look, it's the coke.
Right.
So what would you say?
I would just say, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I'm stressed, whatever. And it got so intense. And right before I went into rehab, like that was the lie I couldn't physically keep maintaining. I mean, that was part of, so Yeah, the night I told her, which was December 10th, 1989, which is crazy to remember, part of it was, this is why I haven't been able to get an erection or have sex, and you've been through all this shit this fall. It's because of me. I've lied, and that relief of not having to lie about that also again was pretty wonderful. So, there's so much shame involved, especially with sex. I'm sure she felt shamed that this guy that she loves and loves her wasn't able to do this. I mean, sometimes I could, and then I could never come. So I'd have to fake that,
How did you fake it?
Just by pretending like, oh, that's amazing. It's and probably, I'm sure it was
very believable, Tom.
I'm sure I was sweating so much on her that it seemed like I came up.
That you just like, I'm just glad he's off me.
You do this thing. I did it with other women too, where I'm like, let me work on you first.
Yeah, always.
And then hopefully she'll come before we have intercourse, and then I won't have to
all the
deal with
pressure's
it.
off. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the best. And there's so much shame when you can't get a rod for a guy because if a woman can't get wet, you lick your fingers, you use your mouth. It's not a big
Squirt some
deal.
stuff in there, right? Yeah.
But if we can't, there's so much fucking shame around
and that
it.
thinking about it makes it so you can't. I mean, it's a tough one.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And I've had it happen sober. I've had it happen when I was, because I'm sober a lot, so it still happens. But a lot of times it's because you're high. But when you're not high, a lot of times you're going, I don't want to have sex right now. But men don't know how to say that. We don't know how to go like, hey, I'm just not in that kind of mood right now. So our body just shuts down and goes, you're not fucking right now.
Right. Exactly. It's hard for us to admit that. I'm always, because we had a baby, so I'm like, I'm on call. Anytime you're ready to go, let me know. But even then, she's like, okay, let's do it. I'm like, what the fuck? Slow down.
Yeah, I'm not ready.
Just let me get a second. Let me get my thoughts together. Let me see what I'm going to focus on here.
How have you navigated? Because I joke a lot about people in my age group. I'm 45 who are having trouble with Facebook and all this stuff and porn. To balance this new technology, this everything available is brutal.
Right.
And I've had a hard time with balancing the pornography and what's real in relationships. It's been very fucking hard to not just go right to the porn.
Right. I don't do porn. I don't need it. I would in a heartbeat. If it comes up, I'll watch it. But I just have these thoughts in my head of things I've seen. I've been to Mommy and Me class, maybe, and all the ladies sit around and you're in a circle and they're all super smoking hot.
Yeah.
Young. I hate to talk. Now I'm in trouble. But you get those thoughts in your head, or somebody's at a bus stop and they're bending over.
Yeah.
It just sticks with you. And then you pull that out when you need to. Or we have pictures on the walls that are artistic, but if you squint a little bit, they're very sexy.
Well, that's a great thing when you're jerking off to like a Van Gogh.
Yes.
Or hopefully not a Norman Rockwell. Hopefully it's not a kid running away from home. So you do. I would do that too in school, where you start filing things away, and you're like, I'm going to jerk to her.
Yeah.
They were the best when you could go back and just relive those the little bend over or the little,
or somebody touched you, or like we were sitting sort of spread legged in a circle on Friday, and a lady straight across from me. I'm not trying to creep on anybody because I got my baby there, and I could see up her whatever, and she made eye contact with me, and then she pulled her shirt all the way down to her knees, which I felt terrible about. But then in my mind, I kept thinking about that, like, what did I miss? Yeah. I should have taken a great look. Those accidental, I was at the Four Seasons, and this woman came out. It was early morning, and I could tell she'd been up all night. And I made a joke because she looked kind of like still drunk, and she was like, fuck you. And she got into the cab, and she put her legs on the ground, and she looked straight at me, and she spread her legs so I could see she didn't have any underwear on. And she was like, kind of giving me the finger, and I was like, that is fucking hot.
Was she mad at you or just being playful?
Well, she did not appreciate me making jokes.
Okay.
But whatever she did, I think she was pretty mad, but it was wonderful.
Oh, that's hot, man.
That is so hot because it was like an accidental, and she had pubic hair, which I fucking love.
You do?
I do.
I go back and forth.
Yeah, I don't want any part of it.
Yeah, none? Zero?
Yeah, I mean, now that I'm used to not having any, I don't want any down there.
I can't... when I watch porn, and I do at the hotel, like I'm late last night, I don't like to see penises, and I do like to see a little bit of pubic hair.
But not a lot of girls are going the regular bush now.
Oh, they aren't.
Are they really? You see it in the porn sites. Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
I've seen a couple.
Not fully, but I mean, just covering the whole.
Have you ever been with a woman that never has shaved?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of them. Once in a while it can be sexy, but it's very rare that I'll think that's sexy. Normally I find it apish, but occasionally it's just to be different.
Or
that's
hair
too
on
musty.
the nipples. Yeah.
It's musty because all the hair and it's sweaty.
Here's where you see those women. You're getting a massage at a regular massage place, and all of a sudden you start thinking, whenever I get a massage anywhere, I start thinking, what if this goes sideways and good?
Sure.
If in the once every 10 years that it does go, that's when you see those crazy bushes because they're all natural. A lot of them are natural women, and that's when you're like, holy fuck, you got to find your way around, man. But then
like vegan tantric massage, where they're doing that type of stuff. I'm gonna help heal you, and you get a fucking rod when you hear that.
Oh no, shit.
But I don't like the hip hair on the nipple. That's not for me. Hairy armpits occasionally I've had. If a girl doesn't wear deodorant and it doesn't smell like a man smell, because that would gross me out.
Right.
But there's something about a fucking sweaty woman armpit that's fucking
I get
animal
that.
and hot.
I get that.
Feet that smell a little bit, not dirty, but a little stinky.
Right. Because they can never be as stinky as we get.
Never.
Because when we get stinky, we get super stinky.
Yeah.
I like that.
No, I like them fresh.
Yeah, I do like them fresh.
Yeah,
but
right out of the shower.
Yeah.
I'm right. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't like any smells. I get weird with smells.
Yeah.
But the smell's
what fucking gives you a boner. The animal inside of you.
Yes.
No, not me.
No, not you. Yeah.
No, I don't like perfumes either. I hate when chicks wear a lot of perfume.
Yeah.
I'm not into that. But just out of the shower, just out of towel, fucking, I'm in.
I just
all
worry.
in.
Do I smell? That's my main thing. I always like to be out of the shower myself, and then I start thinking, do I smell? Is this okay? I'm more insecure about myself.
Yeah, because that's like if I eat a girl's ass, like I like it to have like a little bit. Again, I don't want.
When you say eat ass, do you mean the vagina or actual asshole?
Oh, the asshole.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Sure, I love doing that.
Of course,
but I don't need it right out of a shower. But I don't want it dirty or like not that extreme, but just like a little bit like a fucking.
What if you just dance with her for 2 hours in a club?
I would prefer to. I don't even dance, but I would want to dance first just to get her sweating.
What if you get a little toilet paper on there, like a little piece of
that? I wouldn't like. No, that I wouldn't like. I was with a buddy of mine once. We were having kind of a threesome where I was watching him. He had Bob Kelly. He had his foot up against the wall and he was getting his ass eaten by a girl. And I'm whacking off on the couch watching, and I heard her go. And she spit out a piece of toilet paper. I'll never forget that.
Really?
As long as I live, I'll never forget that.
And she went right back in?
Right back in.
She's a fucking trooper.
Bob was handsome back then. Bob was
handsome.
She's a trooper. Yeah, she's a good girl. But, I like my ass eaten. I like doing it. But again.
What about you, Tom?
I love it. Absolutely.
Doing it or getting it done?
Both.
Yeah.
Well, I prefer getting it done. I like it. I like to be touched there. I like that. That'd be great.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen a lot once you're married.
Yeah.
Right, it doesn't. That's
but
more
it should happen once, because everything should happen once with your wife. But no, she's not.
And it's hard to ask for. You can't ask a girl to
direct, in an appropriate way. Fucking eventually you have that argument where you put it all out there. God damn it. Just lick my fucking asshole one time. Other people have done it. You don't want to say that.
Right.
But, it just means a lot. Then you don't need it all the time because you'll remember that time.
Sure.
Yeah.
I did have the argument once with a girlfriend. It was a girlfriend whose ass I would eat, and she just didn't go near men's ass. That's true. My last girlfriend,
Right.
We had that discussion in the first month of our relationship. And eventually she started doing it, and it was more on principle for her. Like, she was like, I'm not going to eat a guy's ass. Like, it was that weird stubbornness.
Women have that.
I'm clean, though. Like, I make sure I'm showered before.
Oh, my God. Yeah. It's not about disrespecting her and having a dirty ass and saying, I dominate you, lick my ass. Because some guys are like that. And that's the problem because there's so many asshole guys out there that ruin it for us that just want to get our asses licked like a human being.
Right. And be treated like somebody that you care about and love. And nothing says I love you more than that. It's a wonderful bonding
It really is
thing.
true. It's absolutely true.
I love converting a girl that doesn't. No, I've never had that done. I don't want that. And I go, just let me try. And then they're like, holy shit. And then they want it done all the time.
Right. Yeah, hopefully by you.
Well, whoever.
Yeah. But converting them, that's great.
I just want to be the first one to get in there and then set them on their way.
Do you keep a record of that?
No, but I got it in my head.
Yeah. Of course. We all do.
I'm like a numbers guy in the 30s, all up here. I fucking know.
Yeah, you probably know how many different girls' asses you've eaten.
That's true.
Like that's one you can go back. All right, well that way. All right, yeah.
That's where you get into a point where you're just too perverted, though. When you start meeting women that you've met online or massage, like you said, massages.
Yeah,
massage is a very intimate thing.
They are.
It's fucking nice.
Yeah. I've had I was in Minneapolis and this woman that was probably 72, I would guess. And she had the full uniform on, like the white pants, the white, whatever. And the towel was moving around a little bit and I got a boner. And I was thinking, she was not going to, she was like I don't know if she was a lesbian, but she had short man hair, which a lot of women in the Midwest do. And, gray. But I thought, well, if it did go down, it would be okay with me. 100% okay.
Sure.
And this is like 15 years ago. So 72 now, that's like close to my age. So it'd be a peer.
But it didn't go down?
It didn't go down. But I almost came, and I thought, because sometimes when you come accidentally, that freaks them out.
I've never come accidentally. How do you do that from a...
Well, just if it's rubbing the right way, and you think they're doing it to you because the ridge of the sheet is rubbing the head of your dick. Yeah. You think they're doing that on purpose, and then you come, and they're like, I'm going to excuse myself for a minute while you get cleaned up. And I'm like, oh, shit, I thought you were into that. But either way, you got to come, so who cares?
Yeah.
I got one recently. Wow, you're hitting on some really good stuff. I got one recently where the girl didn't do happy endings, and I knew she did. But and like you lay on your back and your arms are on the massage table. So she's standing there and she moves my one arm so her crotch won't be pressed against my arm, and she's massaging me legit.
Right.
But on the other side, she didn't move my arm, and I could just feel her, like the front of her thighs in pants against my hand, and it was driving me crazy. And she has her one palm on my stomach, and she's rubbing down my leg.
Oh, yeah.
But it was hitting the edge of my cock.
Oh, my God.
And it was through a sheet, and I was like, oh, my God. And I started to get hard, and I flexed it a little bit, and she didn't move, and I'm like, oh, she's going to fucking jerk me. But then she moved her hand and didn't address it again. So, like, I think it legitimately wasn't something she was thinking of.
Yeah.
And but it turned me on so much, the innocence of that happening was fucking
and how much
hot.
I hope they know how much power they have.
Oh, God,
because we don't get boners intentionally to do something. Sometimes it just happens. And, I've had them actually take my penis and move it to the side.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
They've seen yeah.
Really?
I'll take even that.
Yeah.
I hate when they negotiate when they have it in your hand. Like, all right, how much?
Yeah.
And they're holding it. Oh, my God, just fucking take my wallet.
Yeah, I'll take care of you.
Yeah.
Just fucking make
I don't even need a massage. Because once you get jerked off, you don't need a massage.
No, not at all.
I've had guys that are so confident they're going to get jerked off, they do it up front, and then they sit there and get a fucking hour and a half massage. Whereas, it's always, unless you hire a person specifically for that.
Sure.
But you can't get a great jerk off and a great massage, I don't find. I know there's somebody somewhere, but usually they're good at one or the other. So to find someone that does both is pretty sweet, and you want to hold on to that person.
I've gotten a few really good combinations. Most times, though, you're right, that does not happen. But if they move your dick to the side, if they touch your dick and move it, that is an indicator that they're going to do something. Maybe let you jerk it. A lot of times they might not. But if they touch your cock and move it, there's something really sexy about just them touching it. Oh, yeah. I had one girl, oh my God, in the Midwest years ago. She was massaging me, and I had like a half a rod, and she took my dick and she kind of threw it to the side. Oh, like fucking disdainfully, but I knew she was being like dirty.
Right.
So I told her how turned on I was, and she just kept moving it out of the way angrily. Oh my fucking God, was that great. But then she wouldn't jerk me.
See, I would never get it because they always thought I was a cop coming in there. For some reason, they think I look like a cop.
Well, your voice and your look.
So they're like, nah, even if it was a shady place, which I just went in for a regular massage, they'd always think I was a cop, so nothing ever would go down. They wouldn't even come close to me.
Yeah.
I love a good hand job.
Yeah.
It's underrated.
Nothing like it.
Good, slow fucking hand job, man. Oh. Yeah. I watch those videos in porn once in a while. They're not bad. Like the girls who give really good hand jobs, it's something, I guess because you go so full circle with fantasy and all that stuff. Although I envy you for just fantasizing. Like, I envy the fact that you look and pick up real things. I think that's healthier.
I don't, it just happens. I'm not out there looking intentionally, but you'll see an accident or something, like an accidental sneak peek of something, or, it's not, somebody's not trying to be sexy, but you find that sexy, which is, I think, how people end up having affairs with their maids and stuff.
Yes.
Because there's an accidental moment. They're on the stairs, and all of a sudden, something clicks in our fucking sick heads. And we're like, oh my God, I could have sex with that thing.
Well, it's funny. You're friends with. It happened with Arnold, obviously, and it's
happened with a lot of people that you don't know.
Oh yeah, but I mean that's just an example of a guy we know as a movie star and good looking, and his maid was not beautiful.
No.
But my angle on that was there must have been something. Sometimes people are just perceptive, and they read your personality, and sometimes a woman who is not a model can read who you are and know what you like, and you're a type of guy that everybody thinks wants to be dominant, but like no, you want feet in your mouth, and she reads it. So a woman that can read me can can own me,
right?
Even if she's not amazingly beautiful.
Right, I agree with that 100%.
It's nice to be read. Every guy wants to be owned on some level. I think.
I know what you want. We like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't want to have to lead somebody.
Right.
You don't want to have to tell somebody, all right, now tell me you're going to fuck somebody else. You want them just to say it.
I will do that if I have to. Okay, God damn it. Here, I'll write it down. I'll type it up.
Yeah, exactly.
And if it's your assistant, you have to type it up for yourself, okay?
We'll read, we'll just read the script. Is there anything that you've tried to spring on a girl that she was like, nah, I don't, that's a little bit too bizarre?
Well, I've done things with my wife where I'm like, hey, I heard that so-and-so and his wife, they did whatever, and she's like, I mean, my wife's not up for anal or, the ass licking.
Oh, wow.
I think she's done that once. Like, it was a big special thing, and I begged, and she was like, fuck it.
But, you did, yeah.
Yeah, I did beg. I mean, it became an issue. Like, I was actually got tears in my eyes. Like, God damn it, I want to be totally intimate with you, and if we just do this once, it'll always be with me. So, but, there's something, and there's also when somebody goes right to that the first time you're with them, you're like, that's great, but how often do you do that?
Yeah, if they go right into your asshole, there's something to be said about that.
Not even a finger, though? You can't even work that in the
I like a little...
no, could you...
For her, she's not. I'm lucky if she licks my balls. I feel so blessed.
Really?
Oh my God, I feel so blessed.
Well, I have relatively small balls, and they don't sweat much, which is nice.
Yes.
So they don't
Mine are
stink.
tight.
Yeah, tight balls, which are
my
embarrassing.
bag is usually pretty tight.
Yeah.
I think it's
use
because
it
I'm
like
so
a speed
nervous.
bag.
Well, my dad's bag is super fucking long, and I think that's going to happen to me one day, but I think because I'm a nervous person a little bit, my scrotum is pulled up. Sometimes all of a sudden I'll have a super baggy bag, and I'll kind of pull that down just to see what the fuck. There's a lot of skin there. But usually it's pretty tight, especially when I'm getting a boner. So there's not much to work. You don't have to work on that big of an area. So, it's not that there aren't secrets and creepy little things around this corner. It's all right there. Just work at it and then be done.
I want nothing to do with the balls. I don't,
really?
Yeah. I don't like a girl touching them.
You have a lot of fucking weird shit about you.
No, just give me just.
Well, he has a big ball though. Jim has a gigantic.
Yeah,
balls.
I have a huge bag.
Oh, you did?
It shrunk a little though. It's almost like you look at Mark McGuire now. You're like, it's not. That's what my bag looks like now. Like there was something going on back then. We're not sure. It's a little fishy. How did he lose all that weight? But
right.
It's maybe a cup them or whatever. But I don't like a mouth on them.
Right.
Wow.
Just like the first 4 inches of my mule.
Yeah.
The tip down, the first 4.
Oh, really?
Yeah, below that it's like paralyzed. I don't even feel it.
See, I need
the bottom of the shaft. I don't want any part. I just work the top.
Right.
So many times you got to tell a girl because she's going on the bottom. You're like, hold on, and just show them like this. Just work the top.
Oh, of course you do.
We're going to be here forever.
Yeah.
So you like a girl just to jerk the head? Like, that would drive...
halfway up, halfway, and then up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Very nice.
And I've been in the hospital before where I've had surgery and I'm coming out of it and I feel less than human. And the first thing I think is as soon as I can jack off, I know I'm going to be okay.
Sure.
So, the nurses are coming in, they're giving you whatever, and then you start, looking at the nurses and you start getting a little tingle and then you reach under there and it's not working. And maybe the next day it works a little bit, but the first day I can come in the hospital, it's time to go home because I'm okay.
Yeah, that is a nice thing.
You masturbated in the hospital in the bed before?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What do you because you have the memory, so there's nothing on the TV you could watch.
No, but the nurses come in and they wear pretty cute outfits these days, especially at UCLA. And so, but it's also part of your recovery. It's not like I'm a pervert. It's like I need to see it's all working.
Sure.
I'm trying to get my head working again and my nuts.
Do you whack off every day?
No.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you use hand cream? Tommy, you go dry.
Oil.
Oil?
I go dry. I could go dry at any time, but I don't like cream. I like Astroglide. I find that's the best. It doesn't gum up on you. You don't need a ton of it, and it cleans off easier than KY. KY seems to stay with you.
See, I don't like Astroglide because to me it always it doesn't work as well. I like Eros, E-R-O-S. It stays. It is great viscosity, to quote a car commercial. I like that. But Astroglide I've tried and it smells weird and plasticky. Right. It works for you. I mean,
E-R, what is it?
E-R-O-S. Eros. It's also called Pure, P-J-U-R. I'll write it down for you. What fucking Dice turned me onto it years ago. He presented me on the road with this jerk off sleeve. It was a goof. It was a pig that you fucked. It was a masturbation sleeve and some fucking oil. And all the guys in the crew got one, and I did use mine. I was like, it's pretty fucking incredible. And I still use the oil today, 15 years later.
So you carry it with you on the road?
No, because of the planes now. Because I don't take any of the oil with me. But I have like fucking 8 of them in my house. I love them.
You should take oil. I should, because when I, like at the hotel last night, you have to use their lotion.
Oh.
And it's never as good. And
Never.
It ruins the cum. It's never quite as good as it is with the oil that you know and love. You know, it's a little bit weird. And sometimes you got to reboot it, you know, put a little more and too much. And it's
it
just
smells
not the same.
weird,
It smells
perfumey.
weird.
Yeah, sometimes they got that. That flimsy lotion too.
Sometimes you could use
milky.
conditioner if it's real thick, but you know you don't want that in the head of your dick. I don't care. It's horrible because there is a soapiness to it. But hair conditioner sometimes can work too in a pinch.
I can't use any of that stuff, man. I can't use any other products other than pure jerk off lube. I can't do it. Or dry. I
can do it dry.
I can go dry.
Right.
You're by the way, Tom is promoting stand-up dates. We should give Tom.
I do have some stand-up.
Which is, and this is why I like Tom. But this is, I wish every guest would just do this, just talk and be themselves. It's just so much fucking nicer than people who won't talk about. So many people come in who have careers, and you're a very famous guy. They won't talk about anything. They won't. It's fucking awful.
Well, that's why I like listening to you guys, because that's what I want to listen to. I don't want to hear people say, "Oh, I'm at Stanford and Sons in November," even though I am.
Yes, you are.
But you know, the excuse is to come in here and jam with you guys on the air about whatever we're going to talk about. That's fun to me. You know,
Absolutely, people find that fast. This is one of my favorite clubs in the country.
it
Stanford
is.
Sons.
It's where
there.
I started a lot. I started in the Midwest. It's a great place.
So you know Craig Glazer. Craig, the owner.
Oh yeah, no,
yeah, he's nuts.
I've never done the room. I hear it's great. It's called Stanford and Sons. It's November 14, 15, 16. It's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. There's only one show Thursday and 2 Friday and Saturday.
I never do Thursdays either, but I thought I'll give this a shot, see what it's like.
See, I like a good Thursday because I always fly in Thursday to do press Friday morning. So I'm like, I can't.
So you don't have to do Thursday morning press if you do a Thursday night show?
No, I can't because I'm here. So I'm already doing this.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to. Yeah. Anyway, I'm excited to do it. I'm also I have a movie, Jutopia, that's out. You can see it on demand or whatever. That's also why I'm going around doing interviews.
Oh, okay.
Jutopia. Yeah, it's me and Rita Wilson and I left my notes back there.
J-E-W or J-U?
Jew, like being a Jew.
Jutopia, okay.
Jutopia. And you could check it out. It's a very funny movie with a lot of great people, and you'll really enjoy it.
Okay. And then where is
Jutopia.
it? Where can you find it?
On demand, or Amazon, or it was in the theaters, and it might still be in a few, but it's an independent movie, and it's based on a off-Broadway play, and a lot of fun people in it, you know. A lot of people.
Yeah,
Lovitz is in it. He's a comedian.
Who?
Lovitz.
John Lovitz.
John Lovitz. And Jennifer Love Hewitt and Jamie Lynn Sigler and Cameron Manheim plays my wife. And it's a bunch of good people. And I said Rita Wilson. And
how does she look, Jamie Lynn Sigler, now? She's sexy,
amazing.
man.
She is so sexy, and she just had a baby too.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, she's stunning, and she's such a good, nice gal. And you know, she's with Len Dykstra's
son,
right? Yeah.
Yeah. So you wonder, I mean, I hear he's an amazing guy. I know Lenny from...
Didn't he go to jail recently?
Yes, prison.
Yeah.
He's out now, though, I think, right?
Yeah, Yeah, that's a sad...
He was making a lot of money on investments. I remember years ago I heard that Dykstra was the guy. Like he said, he made fucking millions, and he was so smart with his money.
He made $100 million and he lost it all, and then $50 million.
Yeah.
How did he do that? Like, was it bad investments, or
he just honestly, and this is no offense to him, he just wasn't smart enough to. He became the guy, sort of a face of a investment scam. And you know, it's like he had car washes, and he would say to me, "These are the." Cadillac of car washes, and that's what his slogan was. Sure. I said, well, why aren't they the Rolls Royce of car washes? And he was like, oh shit, I fucked up. I should have had the Rolls Royce of car washes. Right. It doesn't, you know, he thinks about like that stuff, and he became an expert on CNBC because he's an ex-ball player, and all of a sudden he's making this money, but he really wasn't.
Right.
And he started scamming and he bought way too much shit.
Private planes he had and all this stuff.
And he started losing his mind, and he's such a good guy. And I love watching him play baseball, and he's a nice guy, but he just got in way over his head, and then now he's in prison.
Well, it's like Kurt Schilling, who we've been kind of obsessed with, who lost $50 million on a video game. It's amazing to me how anybody can lose that much money investing. It's like, do these guys not watch their, like, I go online, I'll look at my statements.
Right.
Like, I know where my fucking money, not that I have that much of it, but I'm careful.
Right.
I'm terrified of getting ripped off and losing everything in a bad investment.
Right.
I mean,
but also, we don't invest in movies that we're in, or we don't own comedy clubs that invest all the money. Somebody else takes that risk because we are, you know, we invest a little bit, but we're entertainers. Kurt should never have fucking put his own money up for that.
Yeah.
You know, he put it up because he thought he'd be a billionaire.
Right.
And I like him, and I like him, his commentating, but, you know, he also was a bit of an asshole. You know, I mean, if you ask his teammates, if you ask John Kruk.
Yes.
I mean, everybody gets along now, but I think he learned, I thought he was really humble through this, and I love the guy, and he's a sweet guy, but man, I can see that coming with him. You know, he was on Conan with me promoting this game that hadn't even come out yet, and I could see a little bit of desperation, like, holy fuck. And then about a week later, it was announced that they'd gone under. So I feel sorry for these guys, but you don't put all your money, your whole career, 20-year career, on this thing, you know, because he thought he would be a billionaire, and people want to be billionaires.
So when you were on Conan with him, what gave you the sense of desperation? Did he not have enough pre-orders or something?
It was just his desperation on his pitch. He acted like everything was great, and then I talked to him afterwards about it. He goes, yeah, well, man, we're kind of in trouble. We want to... And the fact that he's on Conan talking about it, it just was an odd thing. It's like, hey, let's throw something together. I'm not selling any tickets. I got to get out there. It just felt a little odd. And I know he's taking a bunch of money from the government. The only thing that made me smile is he's such a fucking Republican. And these fucking Republicans, these right-wing Republicans, oh, the government, too big a government. The poor people, they want their food stamps. Fuck them. And yet they get these big tax subsidies, like Kurt Schilling. Got like $100 million from Connecticut or wherever.
Rhode Island. Fuck! That's what they do. They don't take food stamps because they're way too good for that. But God damn it, they take these big chunks. Right.
And so, to me, as a, I don't know if I'm a liberal, but somebody that stood up, and he was always very Republican, very right-wing in his views, and, people mooching off the United States, and then he ends up being a guy that costs his state all this money. I'm not happy that happened in any way, but there is a certain sense of justice.
But there's a lot. You'd rather see. There's a lot of players that you would rather see it not happen to before it not happened to him.
That's true. John Kruk, who I love, I'd rather. Yeah.
Didn't he have testicular cancer? John
He did.
Kruk,
When he was playing.
Okay.
I think it was Mitch Williams hit him in the nuts. He was at first base and he threw a bad throw, and it saved his life because he had to go to the hospital. And they checked out his one nut, and then they found out his other one had cancer.
Wow.
They wouldn't have noticed it. And it was pretty late, stage 4 or whatever.
Stage 4?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So his life was saved, and he's had a great career post-baseball, as you know. He's a great guy.
He's an announcer for ESPN.
Yeah.
Oh, he is, okay.
He's
Baseball
great,
Tonight, he's great.
Yeah.
He was on the Best Dad Sports Show with me, and I loved him. And we argued every day, but he's an amazing guy.
And you're sober for how long?
Since December 10th, 1989.
Oh, okay. Yeah, long time.
But no. Let me explain. I had a relapse in 2008, August. I wrecked my motorcycle. This is a bullshit excuse. Because I know the program, and I had worked the program. I had a motorcycle wreck, broke my scapula, got pain medication, and I never liked opiates before. And I did not work a good program, ended up addicted. 2010, ended up back in rehab and been sober since. But I had all these surgeries. I went into a coma. I had to have, my stomach, what do you call it? I went septic.
What's that mean?
That
septic,
means,
okay.
in fact, something blew up and you got shit inside of you.
Right, yeah.
So I was in a coma for 3 weeks. I had to have 7 surgeries after that, all because I fucked up and did not work a program on the pain medication when I had my accident. It's 100% because of that. Because every day I hear young guys go, hey, I fucked up on this pain medication. And I'd hear that, and I thought, well, I was a cocaine and alcohol guy. But the truth is, I'm everything.
Sure.
So now if I go to surgery, I have my wife, or I have a guy. If I have to take a pain pill, they're in charge of it. I'm never in charge of it.
It scares me, pain pills. Because there are times when we genuinely need them, like for real. But they've always scared me because I know myself. And it's so easy, like left to my own devices, to fucking convince myself, oh, no, dude, you need 2 instead of 1. Like, I know how it's fucking scary, man.
It is. And you do need them sometimes. And a lot of people that are in genuine pain are like, man, it's so hard to get them now because of you asshole addicts. And that's true. But, they're for a purpose. And I will say this, when you're in the hospital all cut open, and I had a fucking colostomy bag for 3 months because of this.
When
that
was this,
so
2010?
humbling. 2010. So fucking humbling when I woke up from that thing and had to go through all this, and I had something that had to stay open in my whole abdomen, and a wound vac attached to it, which is something they created for Iraq war shootings, and it sort of heals you, whatever. All this humbling stuff. And I was in rehab with all this. And 90 days, and it was so humbling, but yet I needed to be on pain medication because I had these surgeries, and it doesn't work as well if you have fucked up and used it when you're not supposed to use it.
Right.
So then they got to bring in fentanyl. Then because they can't get me out, they can't do the surgery. So it's a good thing, pain medication, but it's a good thing for what it's for.
When it's needed for real.
But the one thing I'm grateful for, and I don't know why I didn't do it, was at a certain point I knew I was in relapse. Like I was kidding myself or lying to myself, going, yeah, but my back hurts and this motorcycle wreck and whatever. But a certain day around my 20th birthday, sober birthday, I went, yeah, this is bullshit. I'm going to have to tell everybody and go into rehab.
Well, good for you that you did, though.
Well, I waited until I went into a coma 6 months later. But I did not go, well, fuck, it's on. I'm going to get cocaine, booze, because I'm sure I would have died.
So you didn't drink any booze or do any coke, just
because
the pills.
I was lying to myself.
Right.
That I was so full of shit that I was still whatever. Anyway,
you basically you jumped off a cliff and got lucky because a fucking breeze blew you back onto the cliff.
That's right.
Like you came that close. Good for you, man. Hey, look, you survived it, and it sucks to blow sobriety date, but it sucks to die a lot more.
Right.
More importantly, did you get an erection when you were on the pills?
I got an erection in Betty Ford with a colostomy with a fucking wound bag. Honestly, that's the moment I was thinking of when I told that story, but I didn't want to tell. I didn't want to open that can of worms. But that's the exact moment.
Wow, that's fucking
With a colostomy bag.
Yeah, which is so disgusting and so horrible and so humbling.
You fucking rule. Tom is at Stanford & Son Comedy. And if you happen to be in Kansas City, it's a very legendary place. 14, 15, 16 of November. That's a Thursday through Saturday. And tickets are available at StanfordsComedyClub.com. One long word. And Jutopia is the movie you can get. It's an independent film comedy. And, Jamie Lynn Sigler's in it, and Cameron Manheim, and who else?
Yeah, Rita Wilson, Lovitz is in it, Jennifer Love Hewitt, etc.
All right, because we have to wrap up in a second, but you were great, man. I'm so happy.
You.
How long are you in the city for?
Just I came in late last night. You could tell by my voice, and I leave after in a couple hours.
Oh, okay. Because I would love to.
I'd love to hang. You are so fucking fun. You guys are so talented.
Thank you, man.
And I'm sure you are too.
Oh,
no, he's not. He's a.
But I mean, as far as comedians and as far as I at the Montreal Comedy Festival.
Yes.
I was up there a few years ago, and I was having an issue. Like, I was funky. I just couldn't get my head around what I had to do. I had to do a short set or something at this gala, and you were there, and I watched you. First of all, you were very nice to me, and I used to feel a little kind of odd around comics because I always felt, no, they don't think I do comedy that much or whatever. But you were so nice to me. Then I watched you fucking on stage, and you're just so fucking good.
Oh, thank you.
And I said, how do I get my head around being that good? And the answer was, I don't. But since then, 34 years ago, I've worked very hard. I go on the road a lot. I go to open mics. I've really learned to enjoy stand-up comedy and nurture it. It's how I started 30 years ago. But you need to get out there and fucking suck and bust your balls. And because of watching you and seeing what you did and me eating it that night, I said, I'm going to change things. So thank you very much.
No, and Tom gets great. I've done clubs where Tom was there a couple of weeks before, and they always get great reviews.
Yeah, it's fun. I love it.
In the last couple of years, really. Tom's great, man. Did a great job. So.
Well, I wish you were in the city longer, man. Again, Tom at Stanford & Sons, November 14, 15, 16. And Jim, you have a couple plugs because we'll wrap up.
October 17th through 19th, Comedy Works in Montreal. New Hope Cinema, New Hope, Minnesota, October 25, 26, and Joke Factory Comedy Club, Rochester, New York, November 1st and 2nd. And my podcast is out today, Comedy Metal Midgets. Metallica's on it. You can get it at iTunes or JimFlorentine.com.
Cool. And you can see me this weekend working on, like I said, I'm working on the new material, so it's cheaper tickets. Friday, Saturday, it's Stitches in Lancaster. And then next Friday, Saturday, October 25, 26, I'm in Rochester at the Comedy Club. And then I'm doing the Beacon Theater with Dice Clay November the 1st. It's the night after Halloween. I wish we would have thought of that when we took that gig. It's a weird night. But tickets are available for that. And Tom Arnold, thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
So good seeing you. That was fucking great.
Thank you very much.
And hopefully Opie and Anthony will be back tomorrow. Unless that whole thing just keeps going and we can't get them out of the hotel room. All right. Thanks a lot.
The Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony. On Sirius XM.
Orange is the New Black, House of Cards, Arrested Development. Are you ready for the next big thing? On Netflix, prepare yourself for Notorious. Netflix newest comedy special starring international stand-up sensation Russell Peters, my pal. Russell started doing stand-up as a kid in his native Toronto, and now he's one of the biggest comedians in the world. Over 75 million views on YouTube, nearly 1 million Facebook fans, and he's one of the most diverse audiences on earth. This son of a bitch sells out Madison Square Garden, Sydney's Royal Opera House, and launching with Russell's new special, Notorious, Russell Peters vs. the World. An exclusive 4-part series that takes you behind the scenes on Russell's tour and has tons of great outtakes and interviews with his family and friends. Don't miss Notorious and Russell Peters vs. the World, this 4-part documentary series, now streaming only on Netflix. We love Russell. He's a really, really funny comic, and he is one of the biggest comics in the world, so check him out.
The Opie and Anthony Show is pretty much over. This show will be available later today with SiriusXM On Demand. After ONA Live is next. This is After Opie and Anthony Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Back at it. 866-WOW-1-WOW is the phone number to call. Taking your calls here on a Monday morning. It's After Opie and Anthony Live with me, Sam Roberts. What an exciting day. Who knew Tom Arnold was such a pervert? My God, he fit like a glove on this show. Stuck to us like white on rice. And any other cliches you could think of.
I don't know about this show. We fit in well with Jim.
Today's show.
Yeah, today's show.
I would say Tom Arnold is among the most perfect people to talk to, the Jim Florentine, Jim Norton combination. It was perfect, too, because he was sitting in the middle of the two of them, and it was just like the perfect, perverted, cum-filled, dick and vagina and asshole-licking sandwich. It was perfect. Perfect.
And by the way, he had some dates for gigs.
Yeah, why not go see him while you're out in the town? Also, I meant to tell you, Netflix has been killing it lately. Orange is the New Black, amazing.
Great show.
A great show. House of Cards, amazing. Arrested Development, amazing. Are you ready for the next big thing from Netflix? Prepare yourself for Notorious, Netflix's newest comedy special starring international stand-up sensation Russell Peters. You know Russell Peters. He was just on the show last week. Russell started doing stand-up as a kid in his native Toronto, and now he's one of the biggest comedians in the world. With over 75 million views on YouTube, nearly 1 million Facebook fans, and one of the most diverse audiences on the planet, he sold out arenas like Madison Square Garden and Sydney's Royal Opera House. Also launching with Russell's new special, Notorious, is Russell Peters vs. the World, an exclusive 4-part series that takes you behind the scenes on Russell's tour and has tons of great outtakes and interviews with his family and friends. Don't miss Notorious and Russell Peters vs. the World, both now streaming on Netflix.
Didn't a while ago, didn't he have cameras up here? Wasn't he taping?
Probably. He's fighting the whole world, so I would assume
that might be in the special.
Yeah, I would assume that's a lot of footage to cover. Yeah, great show today, though. Tom Arnold was in here talking about getting his asshole licked. We had Henry Bushkin, who was Johnny Carson's right-hand man for so long.
That sounds like a porn name.
Henry Bushkin?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It was funny, too. We were talking a little bit off the air, and he was saying that everywhere he goes, all the headlines are saying that this book, it's just called Johnny Carson, but this book that he wrote about Carson is basically all the headlines, a bunch of other interviews that he's doing are saying, well, just Johnny Carson, he's a real nasty guy, huh? What a real prick he was. And Harry's saying, no, that's not what I was saying at all. He compared him to Walter White, which I thought was interesting, the Breaking Bad character, in the sense that he's very complicated.
He's the one that knocks?
You know, Walter White turned into a horrible human being, and he said Johnny Carson was probably not as bad as Walter White was at his worst, but a complicated dude with many different angles to his personality.
Yeah,
so,
he didn't put the hit out on people. People put the hit out on him.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about anymore in there, Eric. You're getting very excited, though.
Johnny Carson had a hit on him.
I know Johnny Carson had a hit on him. I was there for the interview.
I'm just making sure.
Are you all still hyped up from... You're very excited in there today.
I'm doing all right.
Did you have a great weekend?
I had a great weekend.
Why is that?
It was New York Comic Con.
I figured. You seemed just so excited today.
I had a great time.
What did you do at Comic Con?
I
was exhausted coming out of Comic Con. You're all energy.
Yeah, I mean, I was exhausted at the end of the day too, but
you're just
went around.
just excitement of all the visions of comic books and toys and candies.
Yes.
You know what kind of treats you have
candies,
waiting
no.
for you when you get home.
I went around. I did some shopping and
a little shopping.
And
what did you buy for yourself?
Nothing that anybody would care about.
Well, no, that's no huge surprise here. But what is it?
Bought some Kid Robot vinyl figures.
What kind of toys?
Well, vinyl figures.
I know, but I mean, like, what are they of?
Oh, Simpsons.
Okay, they're Simpsons toys. Don't try to dress up your hobbies.
I'm not. I'm just explaining.
No,
you say Kid Robot. A lot of people don't know what Kid Robot is.
No, but you're saying Kid Robot vinyl toys, and just say I bought some Simpsons stuff.
Yeah, I bought Simpsons and Doctor Who stuff.
Okay, you bought Simpsons toys and Doctor Who toys, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you're excited about.
I was, yes.
You have all these Simpsons toys and Doctor Who toys to go home to now.
Yes.
And they're brand new. Are they on display already?
Some of them are. Some of them are not out of the box.
So how much did you buy?
Let's see. I bought 6 Simpsons figures and 5 Doctor Who figures, and then I got a figure that I previously owned. Got signed.
Okay, so you got home with so when you come home with bags of toys,
yeah,
is your wife saying anything?
As long as they're not near her.
She doesn't care?
No.
As long as you're going right downstairs with them?
Right downstairs.
And you put them in the E-Rock Pleasure Chamber?
Yeah.
Is that what you call it?
No.
Oh, you should. The E-Rock Pleasure Chamber, where you keep all your Legos and your toys and everything. Look, I'm not hating on you here, Eric. The whole reason I was at Comic-Con was as the host of the Toy Hunter panel, okay? I am...
How did that go?
It was great. That was the place to do it. They do these panels at Comic-Con where they have people show up, and they're generally people that the geek community will be into. And they go and they speak, and you get to sit and watch them speak, and then they generally do a Q&A. Well, you remember the Toy Hunter. He was on... It was just a weird show. He was on the after show, and I believe it was him, a comedian named Brendan Burns, the Australian guy, if you remember, and Who Kid. And it was just total anarchy and strangeness that he's sitting here trying to talk about He-Man toys. Brendan Burns is sitting there trying to make jokes about professional wrestling, and Who Kid is just talking about pussy. And he don't know where he's at, this Toy Hunter. But he enjoyed himself enough that Travel Channel wanted me to host the Toy Hunter panel. Plus, I think they know I'm a nerd. You know, they know. I'm still going. I'm like Eric. I didn't buy anything. But I'm going from booth to booth. I'm checking out all the toys and everything.
You didn't go see Hacksaw Jim Duggan?
No, I heard he was there, though.
He was there. He was working the crowd. He was.
Of course he was. He's trying to sell those goddamn wooden boards.
He was selling a mini 2x4.
He really was selling them?
He was selling them where you could buy that with a photo, like a package combo deal, and he would sign the board for you.
Well, I saw Hulk Hogan was there charging a whole bunch of money.
He had a huge line, too.
Well, he's the Hulkster after all. I got to tell you.
Oh, I got to tell you, too, the Sylvester Stallone line.
The Sylvester Stallone line was very big. They sold out of autographs. This is a guy charging, I don't know, you didn't see this, Roland.
Let me get the...
On Sunday, I went back to do more interviews, and Sylvester Stallone was charging like $400.
$95.
$495 or $395?
I think like $485. Up in the 400s.
Somewhere around $400 to get an autograph of Sylvester Stallone. They sold out of autographs.
And
I don't know how you sell out of autographs. I would think that if you could get people to pay upwards of $400 for your autograph,
you just keep it going.
Just keep signing.
But did you see the cheat sheet though? It said if you get a boxing glove, it's plus 30. If you get like a Rocky item, it's plus 40.
When you're charging that much, Sylvester Stallone. Remember we were talking about on O&A, Jim?
I do, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we were talking about how much he was charging for autographs.
Yeah.
He sold out.
Of course he did.
He completely sold out of autographs.
I had no doubt that was he in New York?
Yeah, he was at New York Comic Con.
Oh, I thought he was doing L.A.
No.
San Diego. I didn't know
$445 a ticket for Sylvester Stallone.
I had no doubt that he was.
For what? The photo or the autograph?
This is for it's $395 for the autograph.
Okay, yeah.
$445 for the autograph and photo op. And then Roland was just telling us that they did plus additions for certain things. You had to pay more if you have a boxing glove.
Plus 30. So
That's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, once you're paying $400 for an autograph, an extra $30 is whatever.
I mean, I understand they have to pay a lot of money to get him in the building because he's Stallone.
But you know, I mean, that's the company that hires Stallone. It's not like Stallone. I mean, he knows what he's doing, but the company has to pay whatever Stallone's fee is for showing up.
Sure, I know that covered a lot of his fee.
And then they have to figure out how much to charge for an autograph
How many
and a
people
photo.
did he have?
A lot.
It was there's just level 2 on the far right side of the Javits Center. You go down the stairs is where all the autograph sessions were. It was from the very back corner all the way going up to the stairs where you enter the place.
Who else was doing autographs?
Sigourney Weaver was on Saturday, and she had the same exact line. It was just huge.
David Duchovny had a massive line.
Yeah, there's a ton of people. David Duchovny had a big one. Gillian Anderson from the X-Files.
Hulk Hogan, we said earlier, had a big line.
Oh, they had a really good lineup then.
Yeah, they had a ton of people. Eric is he's more talkative than I've heard him in years.
Who's the barber beefcake? You walk up and slap him and come back 10 minutes later.
He's super excited today, E-Rock. I think he's got Comic-Con fever, but he has just been spouting off the mouth ever since the after show started. He's just boom, boom, boom. I love it.
You're happy, huh?
I'm not insulting you. It's just jarring.
Andrew Lincoln had a huge line too.
Oh, of course.
Did you watch the premiere?
I did not yet. No, how is it?
It was good. I mean, it's tough to watch a show like that now, week by week, instead of just doing it all in one.
Blowing through the whole thing.
Yeah. And they still left it they have a lot to still. They didn't set up this whole season in one episode.
Okay.
You're kind of watching it going, well, what's happening now? And you didn't really get all the answers, which is frustrating for our, Netflix world. But I guess it's the way television is supposed to be.
Yeah, Walking Dead, fucking. I couldn't think of it.
Yeah, leave it there, Chip. People get it though. People pick up on it. Scrambler in Chicago.
Hey, Sammy, did maybe Stallone, did he, if you paid this absorbent amount of money, did you get, 5 minutes with him and he only had, scheduled time?
No.
Or was it just,
you get an
fist in the air, shot, how you doing, gone, 30 seconds for $425.
You go, you pay $400, and all he's going to do is sign a picture for you and hand it to you.
And he's standing by a backdrop already, so it's in, out, in, out, in, out.
If you pay another $400, then you can also take a photo with him.
Then how in the hell do you actually run out of autographs? I don't get it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Thanks, Scrambler. I'm assuming that they do it by time.
X amount of spots, yeah.
But you would think that if you're in a position to charge $400 for an autograph, just keep signing until your hand falls off.
That's, to me...
Yeah, Grossberg did that 24 hours that he signed, but free for the fans at...
What was it, for a record release? Garth Brooks did this?
They do it for, Fan Fest for Nashville.
He didn't do it for 24 hours?
Yeah, they said he did not leave until the next day, until everybody got an autograph.
Jesus Christ.
And his whole hand was swollen.
He won't even put his shit on Spotify, and he's signing all that stuff.
Why won't he?
Garth Brooks, he's never done it. He's not on iTunes, or he won't release any of his music digitally.
I understand that, but I think that's an outdated mode of thinking.
It is.
The Beatles took a long time to get onto iTunes, and so did the Stones and Zeppelin.
AC/DC.
And are they on iTunes now?
Yeah. I don't know if they are now. I know they're not on Spotify.
I don't know why you wouldn't put your stuff on. I mean, Garth Brooks, maybe his audience isn't as much their country. Who knows? It
is outdated, though, because it's almost like you have to figure out new ways to monetize content, because just charging people for an album, it didn't work that well before. It's not like you weren't getting rich off selling CDs.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the idea of charging people money simply for the content that's on an album is outdated at this point. It kind of went out with Napster.
Yeah,
it doesn't really work. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
You got to figure out how to either attach advertising to it, or figure out some kind of streaming model, or make your money back touring, or whatever.
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 I think our show was good today.
You do?
Yeah.
You're happy with it?
I was, yeah.
Good, me too. I hope the audience was happy with it. That's
irrelevant to me.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
My joy is all I think of. It's the good thing about the show and the bad thing.
I was talking about how great Tom Arnold was. Could he have fit in any better with you and Florentine?
Amazing. I mean, that's all we like from a guest like that, just to come in and be yourself and talk and hang out.
Oh, I thought you meant to come in and talk about ass eating the whole time.
But that's almost too lofty a goal. You're never going to get that all the time. You're going to get that sometimes. But a guy who's just open about, that's why I love James Cromwell. He doesn't talk about ass eating, but he comes in and he's open and he's vocal and he talks about politics, or Donald Sutherland was breaking balls. You just want a guy who comes in and talks.
And Cromwell, he's ready to get into it.
Absolutely.
And not in a hostile or mean way, just let's talk about it. But we didn't even have time to ask Tom Arnold any questions, really. We didn't get to any stuff about Roseanne or the TV stuff or True Lies, nothing, because it was just this is better.
Yeah.
Let him talk about what he's into sexually.
I wouldn't even ask him about Roseanne. I like the fact that he's talking about not getting rods, but I mean, that happens to guys sometimes,
You wouldn't have asked him anything about Roseanne?
I mean, only because they've been... I might have asked him about the roast, what that was like. Was it awkward? But aside from that, I don't really care. I mean, they broke up a long time ago. Who gives a shit?
Plus, are you going to get any better information than him saying I was too coked up to have sex with her?
No.
And he just gave it to you.
He just gave it. There's nothing you're going to get that's more. And I don't really care about that. 'Cause, she's just a comic and he's just a fucking comic. Like, that doesn't matter to me that they got married. Who cares? Like, that's his life and good for him. And I'm not fascinated by that one just because they're a regular couple to me.
I am. Because they're not regular at all. They're two crazy people.
No, but what I mean is, I don't see them as so nuts. It's just they're no crazier than Ozzy and Sharon, or.
But they got a reality show, Ozzy and Sharon. Like, they're a compelling couple.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good
I think it's also because you're sort of so skewed because you're nuts too. You're like a crazy comedian as well.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't shock me as much that whatever.
You're more interested in the normal. Like, you'll ask me about Jess and I, and just normal, mundane, everyday stuff.
Yeah, that's the fascinating stuff to me. Is like, wow, she picked you up from work. Like, that's much more interesting because most things actually people talk about like, I'm okay.
You've been there.
It's fun to hear it.
Yeah.
Like, I loved his openness, but I didn't,
But there's very few scenarios that you won't be able to say me too to.
Or that I understand, even if I don't do it.
Right.
There's a lot of things I haven't done, but I was going to ask him about Oh, God, yeah. I was going to ask him about strap-on, because he likes his ass played with, but I fucking forgot.
You didn't get there?
No, and I knew there was something I was forgetting. I apologize to the audience for my lack of strap-on questions.
Well, it's like, we haven't gotten to do many shows where it's just you and me, and I feel like as we do more, you'll kind of grow into yourself and be able to ask strap-on questions more.
I hope so. Well, that was fun today, and I love Jim really asking about Opie and Anthony fucking each other. Do you think that Opie would come faster if Ann had a bag on?
He's painting the picture.
Yeah,
That's
really.
where Jim comes in with his professionalism. He's really painting the picture.
Really broad strokes.
Yeah, I mean, for those that missed it, Opie and Anthony were not here today because a motel roof collapsed on them while they were having sex with each other.
While they were making love.
I didn't hear.
Yeah, it was very sad. We're going to miss them.
They're dead, you said, right?
They passed away. Yeah, it was just found humiliated, nude. Ant
was wearing false teeth.
He was wearing false teeth, and they were out. He wasn't wearing them. They were next to on the pillow because apparently he had there was something that he needed his mouth for, and I don't know who was inside of who. The coroner's still waiting to determine.
Are you telling me that Opie may like his shaft gummed?
Yeah. There's no way he likes Ant's big fake teeth. Ant just popped them out.
That's good of them. That's good. And I'm glad after all these years they still have that relationship.
They're not going to be happy with that break.
You don't think so?
No.
I mean, Ant didn't even like the teeth thing.
No, and I hope nobody mentions to them on Twitter that we implied that they were killed making love in a hotel room.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things where you just have to tweet to them as if they're still alive. Like, we miss you.
Yeah. Hey, guys, don't tell them we said that. Keep it between us.
Right.
That's our secret.
Right.
All right, I got to go out to the gym. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Bye, Sam.
See you tomorrow.
Bye, Roland.
Bye-bye.
We had the Carson guy in here. You're so excited today.
Yeah. I feel bad I fell asleep during your Comic-Con.
During my Comic-Con. It was mine.
Yeah.
Of course you fell asleep. I went last year and hosted panels and you fell asleep. Like, I told you, I did the Toy Hunter panel at Comic-Con.
I was awake for most of it.
And all I do is I set Roland up. Toy Hunter is a show that's on Travel Channel about a guy. It's like American Pickers, except the guy just buys toys and then I guess he resells them. But he goes into people's, basements and attics and where they keep all their giant toy collections, and then he figures out what's there that's good, and then he buys it off them. And he does the same thing that American Pickers does and the Pawn Stars does every time. This is worth about $600. Oh, is it? Yeah, I'll give you $50 for it. Well, I got to travel out here. I got to resell it. They're going to negotiate me down. And it's like, you still get nothing. Well, I wasn't using the toy, and I made enough money to take out my wife for dinner. So I came out on top, I feel like. But he did the Toy Hunter panel, and I told you, everybody lines up. They go in the room, they watch the Toy Hunter talk for a while, and then they ask him questions. It's a very easy thing to host, because you just go, I'm Sam Roberts. This is the Toy Hunter. First question. Next. And that's it. If they're wearing a costume, which a lot of people do to Comic-Con, you point out what outfit they're wearing. Hey, there's Stretch Armstrong. Hey, Boba Fett, question from you. And you call them the character name as if they are that character, and everybody gets this big laugh out of it. Very easy thing to do.
There's some weird ones, though.
Costumes?
No, people.
Weird people. I mean, there's a lot of weird people. It is...
The guy who had his son call in.
Yeah, some guy like...
Am I on now?
Yeah, some guy called his son on speakerphone, which, to me, I like the whole family tradition. People want to talk to the toy hunter so bad that dads are calling their sons, right? What's the scenario where a dad goes to Comic-Con and leaves his son at home? I understand if your
Maybe
dad's
he's a mess.
If your dad's, maybe the son's a mess?
Yeah.
What kind of a mess?
No, maybe he's obese.
Everybody at that place was obese.
I loved it.
Roland.
I felt so thin.
You felt thin? Why? Because everybody with you was obese?
Everybody there was.
Now, do you realize you said obese?
Roland's the obese.
Obese. Do you think that's how the word is said?
Well, now that you're mocking me, I guess not.
Now, how else might the word be said?
Son of a bitch.
Orlando Beast.
Obese. The obese.
Obese.
That would be a good Comic-Con character. Uh-oh, here comes the obese. He's a very fat person.
He gets tired.
Obese?
Obesity?
Obesity.
Obesity.
Well, Roland...
A little chunky.
I'm not going to tell you how to say the word. Roland sat in the front row of the panel so he could film me, because I just videotape everything and keep it for myself. And I just looked down at him as the toy hunter is rambling on about Boba Fett or whoever he's rambling on about. Roland is dozing off. Of course he is. Because why? Because he tuckers himself out. He was just overexcited. He had the E-Rock disease. He gets all excited by Comic-Con. And he goes in, and I guess he was listening to Friday's After Show very closely, because Comic-Con is this huge thing. So Roland is sleeping in the panel because earlier in the day, he's walking through the Comic-Con floor.
Oh, yeah.
And that's where everybody's crowded, and, that's where all the obese people are really seen.
That's what I'm saying.
Everybody smells.
Mm-hmm.
You have to push your way through. I brought Jess there on Sunday, and she was not feeling it. This was not her scene. But I'd rather have Jess at Comic-Con than at one of DJ Who Kids parties. I don't need her being exposed to that party world.
Oh, no.
No.
Those are abs.
Yeah, I don't need her being exposed to abdominal muscles. I want her thinking that six-packs don't really exist in real life. That's what I try to convince her of all the time. So, Roland and me are walking through the Comic-Con floor, and he just keeps yelling out, trying to get through the crowd, "I'm boofing! I'm boofing!" Everybody just turn around going, "What? You're taking ecstasy up your ass?" Yes.
He cleared the way, though.
Well, the way he sweats, you'd probably believe him.
That's true. You did look like you were boofing at the time.
It was fucking hot in there.
Larry in South Carolina.
Sam Roberts, professional broadcaster, very comfortable in his milieu, and it's just here on the radio.
Thanks, buddy.
The guy that didn't take his kid to Comic-Con, maybe the son is just not into it, the son...
I'd like to say that. But the guy, he goes to this toy hunter panel, and during the question and answer session, he's got his son on speakerphone so his son can ask the toy hunter a question. And he goes, "Oh, he really wanted to be here. He has a question for you, but he just couldn't make it." And I'm like,
that's cool.
What'd you say, Larry?
That's cruel.
Yeah, what possible scenario could a father have that he's not bringing his son to Comic-Con?
What if the kid was bad, and his punishment, he stayed home, and then he called his son on the phone to talk to the toy hunter to taunt him?
If the kid is bad, and you go to Comic-Con anyway, you're a bad parent. There's very few scenarios that you go to Comic-Con and you leave your kid home and your kid's a nerd that you're not a bad parent.
Eric is an expert of judging parents.
That's true. He thought
bad parent or good parent, Eric?
No, that's a bad parent.
He thought parents that bring their kids to see One Direction were bad parents.
Yeah.
Larry, you got to think he's got to be a bad parent, right?
Well, I don't know the full circumstance. I'm not ready to say that he's a bad parent, and having been a parent myself,
right?
There's no standard way to punish children, because some things that are terrible to punish one child don't faze another child. Each child's punishment has to be individual, because if you're going to punish them, number one, you punish them for a reason, and number two, they have to understand the reason that they're being punished and why they're being punished, and you have to consistently carry the punishment through without regard to the emotional.
True, but look, this wasn't a punishment, because the dad was calling his son and letting him be a part of it. And another reason is that if it was a punishment, another reason that makes this guy probably a bad parent is if this was a punishment, then you don't go to Comic-Con on your own and just enjoy it by yourself. Like if you're a father who has a kid who enjoys Comic-Con, you should not be able to enjoy Comic-Con without the kid.
Well, no,
right?
that's the point of the punishment. If the child is being punished for something and not allowed to go to it, you don't stop your enjoyment, but by the same token, you don't rub it in by making the phone call. And maybe the child was unable physically to attend. Maybe the child was ill and he just didn't say that.
Bro, I'm walking around that place. I see obese individuals. I see people in wheelchairs.
Golf carts.
There are people in golf carts. There are nerds sneezing and coughing everywhere I go. Yeah, people aren't missing Comic-Con. And I'm telling you again, if your kid is sick, you stay home with your kid. You don't go to Comic-Con without him.
Well, it depends. I mean, if the mother's home taking care of the child.
So what? So you can come home. So you can come home. So you can come home with bags full of comic books and action figures and be like, "Oh, it was such a blast. You should have been there." And the kid was like, "Thanks, Dad. I was at home. Maybe we all could have just hung out and watched Kung Fu or something."
Sam, if you bring the things home to the child and say, "I'm terribly sorry, but look at this neat stuff I got you."
Get them on eBay.
That's the guy questions, because I don't know. I mean, I don't know the circumstance. I'm not ready to just blanket condemn somebody when I truly don't know the circumstance.
You're a glass half full guy, Larry.
Well, what can I say, Sam? Maybe I'm too forgiving. Maybe I'm too nice a guy. I don't know.
Nope, you're a man of God, and you're going to a better place than me, Larry.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that I'm a man of God, Sam. I just have knowledge of it because my wife is a woman of God.
I see.
And believe me, I know the party line. That doesn't mean that I don't believe it. I'm not trying to say that I don't believe it, because I believe what I say.
Right.
And
I believe you, Larry.
There's a God in heaven. I mean, I know that, Sam. It's not faith. It's not conjecture. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that he exists, and I know that he's in heaven. I mean, I know these things.
Hell to the yeah, buddy.
Well,
look, I gotta go. I gotta let other people through.
Okay, Sammy. You the man.
All right, I'll talk to you later, buddy.
Tomorrow.
All right, bye. Larry's a good guy, but when you start getting him on the God thing, he really goes on and on. All I'm saying is, in my mind, I don't see any... if your kid is cool, and he's like, "Oh, my dad's a dork, he likes to go to Comic-Con," then you go to Comic-Con on your own. But once you're old enough to, like, once you have a kid, you're supposed to be able to enjoy those things with the kid. Right? Right?
I think so.
Like, if I were a dad, I would feel very, first of all, that would be hard to happen because it would mean a woman would have to have had sex with me. However, if I was able to pull that off, and I was able to conceive a child, and that child was like, "Dad, I love going to Comic-Con," and I was like, "Son, you're going to sit this one out. I only had enough money for one ticket. Just going to be old Pop heading out there." It's like, that's a dick thing to do.
Well, would you do the same for one of those wrestling signings?
No, if my kid liked wrestling, I wouldn't go to wrestling shit without him. Because the whole point to Comic-Con and the wrestling conventions, and Eric, your toy hobby, and everything that we do, and my toy hobby, all this little dumb stuff that we do, the whole point to it is to relive childhood and to not, and to kind of go back to it. You know what I mean? Go back to a simpler time and enjoy the things that we enjoyed when we were a kid. It's a fear of growing up, and it's just enjoying something simple like that. So once you have a kid, you're supposed to be at a level where you can grow up and then relive your childhood through your child, not without him.
Yeah. These are weird people.
Hey there.
Johnny in Canada.
Yeah. Well, name's Kelly. I guess it's not coming through. But I'm going to paint a picture for you there, sweetheart Sammy.
What?
I don't know any of the words he just said. I'm just going to cut my losses. Did you hear any of the... I heard Sweetheart Sammy.
No, don't do speakerphone. I know you're driving, but...
Pull over.
Yeah.
Brian in Wisconsin. By the way, our phone screener, very smart on this one. He wasn't sure if it was Brian, B-R-Y-A-N, or Brian, B-R-I-A-N. So he
did both.
He put the Y and the I in there. Just...
Yeah, I just spell it A-S-S-H-A-T, so that works either way.
Right.
Hey, what if like it wasn't the dad's weekend and the cunty ex-wife is like, "No, you can't go take the kid to Comic-Con because it's like not your weekend."
Then the other parent is the bad parent then.
That's right.
Then
what if he was doing the best he could because, you know, the ex-wife is like, no. I spent $20,000 to make sure you only get one weekend a month, and it ain't going to be this weekend.
that's and then the wife didn't take the kid to Comic-Con?
No, because she's the kind of bitch who wouldn't let her ex-husband take the kid to the Comic-Con.
Because she's cunty. Then I take the bad parent title and take it away from the dad and put it on the wife.
Gotta be. It's gotta be.
Gotta be. Thanks, Brian.
Hey.
Mike in Philly.
Hey, what if the kid's got like a soccer tournament this weekend or something he couldn't miss like that? I mean, I know
Look.
it's out of the realm of possibilities for you guys to play sports, but what about him?
He wants to go to Comic-Con, okay? I don't think anybody is choosing between a soccer tournament and Comic-Con. By the time you're of the age where where your dad can call you, he's sitting at home watching The Toy Hunter, and he wants to go to Comic-Con. The odds of him being involved in intramural sports at that age are slim to none.
Fair enough.
All right, thank you. Tony in Cleveland.
Hey, how's it going today, Sammy?
Good, buddy.
Hey, you're ruling out one thing. Maybe this kid was like in a plastic bubble and he couldn't go.
Dude, half the people at Comic-Con are bubble boys. Like you can number one, you can pull it off like it's just some comic book character, and number two, everybody there has some kind of allergy problem. They've all got weird medical ailments.
Remember the wheelchair person in the elevator?
Yeah, dude, there was some...
That freaked me out.
And you don't want to say it because you feel bad for people. And you want to be a good human being.
But...
Like, in my opinion, this dad who had his son on the phone was not. But Roland and me are waiting for an elevator. And the elevator opens up. And there's this guy in a wheelchair. And it was like kind of palsy-type wheelchair where he didn't really have mobility. And his hands kind of were limp. And his head was cocked to the side, and his chin was all folded up, like palsy looking. Yeah. But, and by the way, anybody who has palsy, my heart goes out to you. That's not what this is about. However, he put makeup on to look like the Crow, and it was like the scariest shit I've ever seen in my life. Like
we take the stairs.
It was like, all right, Roland, we're not going to take the elevator.
Because you just turned around and looked, you're like, ah.
Yeah. Let me go to Corey in Australia.
Hey, Sam.
What's up, buddy?
Why do I have to call once a week to tell you to put a show on Audible?
Call Audible. Call Audible. David in Tennessee.
Other than sports, if you have the same interest as your kid, you just need to kill yourself anyway.
No, you can share interest with your child. I mean, isn't that a good thing?
Not comic books.
Why is comic books different from sports? It's still, you're not performing the sport.
Sure you are. I mean, if your kid's into football and baseball, it's universal. Once you start having kids, maybe you should kind of, forget about comic books and things, don't you think?
No, here's what I think. And that's what I was talking about before. Because the comic books and stuff like that, yes, it is just an escapism to go back to whatever your interest was when you were a kid. But I think you could enjoy the hobby with your kid, meaning you don't go out and necessarily buy a ton of comic books for yourself, but you buy a comic book for your kid, and you enjoy, oh, this is cool, huh? Yeah, that's cool, Dad, blah, blah, blah. And you do that. But you don't...
You may have just turned me, Sam.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Right. You share that interest with your kid, and you can kind of relive your hobby that way, but you don't go to Comic-Con by yourself because your kid can't make it. That's what I'm saying. Once your kid can't make it to Comic-Con for whatever reason, you don't go by yourself. You just don't.
Yeah, put it in. Your kid loves the Yankees. You go to Yankee by yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, David. Yeah,
that's exactly what I was going to say.
In terms of sports,
titty bars by yourself.
You go to titty bars by yourself. Exactly. Like David, if you have tickets to see the Yankees play or whoever, the Tennessee Titans, you have tickets to a game. Your kid can't make it, but he's a diehard sports fan. Don't go to the game alone. Just be like, okay, well, my kid can't make it. Because all that's doing is rubbing it in. Like, look, you make your own decisions, kid, but I got these tickets. I'm having a good time.
You turned me, Sam.
Good.
I didn't think it was possible, but you did, buddy. Do a good job, pal.
Thank you, David. I keep turning people all the time. Rich in Yonkers. Why-yo?
What up, Sammy Dog?
What's up, buddy?
Yeah. I appreciate the attempt for good controversial radio, but there's several scenarios where easily the father shouldn't be blamed for trying to call his son.
and get them on with the toy hunter.
There's a first and
You're trying to be controversial. It's just a bit controversial, and it's kind of hacky, and I'm sorry, Sam.
well, I hate to say that, but whether a dad brought his kid to Comic-Con or not, like at the end of the day, I don't think this is going to be classified as controversial radio. We just had Tom Arnold talking about eating assholes.
No. Your position is, I mean, it's easily questioned whether the father couldn't bring the son that particular day or not. And the only scenario you're picking where he is a douchebag is if it's one or the other and he picked himself. So, I mean, that's.
Well, what's the scenario other than the no? Because other than the divorce thing, where the mom's got custody, there is no logical scenario that's okay. That's what I'm saying. If the kid is sick, if he's too sick to go to Comic-Con, you stay home with the kid. You don't go to Comic-Con anyway.
Or the opportunity to buy your kid a bunch of shit because you already bought the ticket.
Buy it. Look, I hate to burst everybody's bubble.
The toy hunter.
It's 2013. You buy it on eBay. Most of it's already was for sale on the internet before that anyway. And I mean, you know, if the kid's dream is probably not to speak to the guy was walking up to the toy hunter panel with 2 giant grocery bags full of treats. He looked like Eric Nagel, for God's sake. That's it for Rich. Rick in Indiana.
Tom thought I was Eric.
Hey, Sammy, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, once you have children, if you have a common interest, be it sports, comic books, whatever, with that child, and you do a major event without that child, you're just an ass.
That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying, Rick?
Exactly. Why do it if you can't enjoy it with your child? I mean, you got to put yourself second once you start having children and start, like you said, enjoy it with them, through their eyes. If you do that, you're putting yourself first, and that's just stupid.
Yeah, and the whole idea of liking a childish thing. I don't mind adults liking childish things. That's all I do. But once you have a kid, if you like the childish thing apart from the kid, it's weird and it's assholey.
It's selfish as hell is what it is. It's just, it's ridiculous.
It is. Thanks, Rick. And I don't mean to be too controversial, but Jake, Staten Island, E-Rock, are you watching that dump button in case I get extra controversial with this topic?
I'm writing both dump buttons
I had no idea that this was such a hot topic. The guy. I thought this was just a throwaway. The guy just called his son.
Well, I'm telling you, I was sitting there looking at him like, what a fucking asshole. He is a bad parent, unless he married a bad woman. Jake in Staten Island.
Sammy, I think you're 100% right. I had a similar situation like that when I was younger. My mom was dating this guy, and he had made me a big hockey fan because I grew up around him, and he introduced me to the sport. And he was supposed to come by, and we were supposed to all go out as a family because he used to live in Jersey, but he couldn't come by because it was snowing. So he figured instead of coming by, that he would go to a hockey game, and then he would proceed to tell me about it afterwards and tell me how much fun it was and how they were signing autographs because there was no one else there because there was a lot of snow on the ground.
Yeah.
So,
and you're like,
I just think he was.
You're like, I'm a kid. I'm not going to be able to live vicariously through you. I don't understand that yet. You having a good time means I didn't have a good time, and that makes me sad.
Yeah, he always had a habit of doing that. I mean, like, wow, like that would have been so cool if you were there. It's like, thanks for telling me after the fact.
Yeah, it's crazy. Thank you, Jake. Jim in Newark.
Hey, Sam.
What's up, buddy?
Hi.
Pirate Trucker.
Hey, Sam, the kid is in the hospital in a full body cast, and his dad is there buying him stuff, trying to cheer him up.
You think it's a full body cast scenario?
Full body cast in the hospital.
Prop that kid up. Prop that kid up. Put him on one of those, what are they called? The push cart things.
Gurneys.
Put him on a gurney that's held up, and he can be the mummy. Everybody loves like Boris Karloff and all those guys.
I think there was like 2 people in the gurneys running around.
Yeah.
You know how insurance is these days. They're not letting him go out until he's out of the body cast.
Well,
so his dad's got to be there.
Because he's in a body cast.
Because he's in a body cast. He's trying to get shit to cheer him up.
Maybe you're right. Paul in Chicago.
Hey, Sammy, I'm going to say it for what it is. I'm a father of an 11-year-old. I would say, fuck taking my son. I'm reliving my childhood. My son's 11. He hasn't had a childhood yet. When it's time for him to relive his, he can go on his own whenever he's own wishes.
Yeah, but you know why your kid is going to have to relive his childhood? Because you're snatching it away from him, you son of a bitch.
I'm not taking anything from him. I'm reliving my childhood. Fuck him. I'm sorry to say. Down the road, he could relive his. Seriously. I mean, I think this was more for the father than it was for the son. So, I think the kid, pick yourself up by the bootstraps, get over it.
It's your kid, though. You're not supposed to, it's Comic-Con, and he's a kid.
You're exactly right, but he will forgive me. Regardless of the fact he's my son, he will forgive me.
Yeah, but do you know why, do you know why he's going to have to go forward and have this weird thing where he's got to relive his childhood? Because his dad would do things like this to him.
He will just pass it on. He will just pass it on to his kid.
It doesn't pay off in the end, because when that decision comes whether to save your life or not in the hospital, he's going to go, this is for Comic-Con, motherfucker.
Yeah, he's going to be like,
plug.
sorry, Dad. You need me to make sure that you stay on life support? I was out buying a Lion-O action figure.
Then I'll see you in hell.
All right. See you later, Paul. You selfish bastard.
You know who we should call? The authority.
No.
Joe Piscopo.
Why would we call Joe Piscopo?
Tons of kids.
He's got more kids than anyone we know, right?
He's been through every scenario.
Tom.
Yes.
What's up, buddy?
Pathetic. There's one word to describe it. If you go to do something like that with your kid, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The whole experience is ruined, no matter what the scenario is, no matter why he can't be there. It's pathetic. You're pathetic. You're a loser. And you should be there for your fucking kid. It would deplete the memory for me if I knew my kid couldn't go with me to do something like that.
And that's what it's supposed to do, I think. It'd be like I was obviously obsessed with wrestling when I was a kid, as I still am now. So let's say, they were at the Garden, right? WWF is at the Garden. There's this big show. I can't go. My dad goes. He takes a whole bunch of pictures, and he comes home and says, look, I took these pictures for you. I'd be like, well, fuck you. I wanted to go, not look at photos of it.
Yeah, that's just an adult who is self-centered, and the kid doesn't come first, and that's loser in my book.
Yeah, you'd think that the enjoyment comes out of seeing your kid have a blast.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're not sharing the memory, it's not worth it to me.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Yeah, that's the other thing. The whole thing of having a hobby that's fun for you is always better when it's fun for somebody else. If you have a little guy with you that's yeah, this is cool, then you feel cool. I had Roland, the son I never had.
Yeah, hey, boofy, Pops, boofy.
Yeah, Roland was my boy when I was at Comic-Con, and I said, Roland, what do you want to see first? And he said, boofing! I said, okay, he's retarded. However...
Oh, Eric, did you see the wrestling?
Did you see the wrestling?
The wrestling, the cage match.
He means at the Mattel booth. I also wanted to say that, Curtis Armstrong, that's his name, right?
Yeah.
He played Booger in Revenge of the Nerds?
Yeah, him and the other nerd guy were together.
Yeah, he walked by us at one point, and I wanted to subtly elbow Roland and say, Roland, that's Booger. But he walks by us, and I turn my head to talk to Roland, and before I can subtly elbow him, Roland's going, Booger!
At least he didn't call him boofing.
At the top of his lungs. Do you think he likes to have Booger yelled at him everywhere?
He looked miserable. He's like, ugh.
Well, that's what he's there for. He's getting paid to sign.
I know, but...
No, he's not getting paid to have Roland yell Booger at him on his way to a press event.
They were ushering him quickly, and I go, oh, there he is. I'm Booger!
Tim in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Sam, what if there wasn't a kid? What if this guy just kind of felt ashamed for being an older man at a comic book convention, and he just wanted to get close to this guy? He already had these 2 grocery bags full of stuff.
Yeah.
So obviously he was enjoying himself, and he just wanted to get close to this, this toy finder dude.
Yeah.
And so he made a false call. And other than that, I just wanted to say, slow!
That's a great call. I think that's exactly, that's a huge possibility. That's a lot more of a possibility than that kid being in a full body cast.
Because he sounded very healthy and happy.
The kid?
Yeah, remember on the phone, hey, Toy Hunter, how are you?
Yeah. James in Pennsylvania.
Hey, sometimes kids just don't understand what's going to happen, at a toy.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what, James? At the same token, take it from me. Parents just don't understand.
Well, I understand, because I go to these toy shows and I go to, baseball games, And what the whole point is if my daughter didn't want to go with me and didn't understand what was going to happen, if Mickey Mantle happened to be there and I got her autograph and brought it home to her and said, hey, I know you didn't want to go or you're afraid to go, but I got you this.
Bro, this kid wanted to meet the toy hunter.
Yeah.
He loves the toy hunter. The toy hunter is not Mickey Mantle. It's very specific. Either you have no clue who he is or you're a fan.
I understand. Sam, you're the best.
No, James, you are. Mike in Rockland.
Sam
Yes.
Roberts. Fuck Howard, you're the king of all media.
Thank you very much, Mike. I think you're right. And if you want proof, some of my interviews from Comic-Con will go up on YouTube later today. I interviewed Pete Holmes. You remember he was on O&A last week. Interviewed Method Man, Bobby Moynihan from SNL, Dan Harmon from Community. All those YouTube videos will go up later today.
Did you turn down Archer?
Yes.
I don't need to.
Go on, Mike.
All right, so I'm a teacher. I got 2 kids, and I think both sides of the argument need to drop dead. Basically, what we're dealing with is we're fucking these kids up by giving them everything they want. The reason we had a shitty childhood is because our parents raised us correctly. It's not about the children. It's about teaching them what they need, not what they want.
Like, if I was growing up now, like when I was a kid, I never went to Comic-Con because my parents didn't want to take me to Comic-Con because my dad thought it was stupid. But that's one thing. And if your kid is disappointed because he didn't get to go to Comic-Con, okay, that's fine. You decided not to take him to Comic-Con. However, if you as a parent are like, but I'll go alone, I think it'll be fun, that's where it gets shitty.
Yeah, that's a shitty point, but if your dad did take you to Comic-Con when you wanted to go, you wouldn't be collecting toys and worry about this when you're an adult because you're like, oh, I did that when I was a kid. I don't need it anymore.
Right, I'm finished.
And it's more fun now. I'm on the E-Rock side. I'm an adult fan of Lego. So I know all about this, and I think it's good that we got shafted when we were kids.
Look, I can't say that you're wrong, okay? I was sitting there looking at the WWE toys in the Mattel booth for like half an hour, so it is what it is. Kevin in Houston.
They did look good.
Hey, Sam.
What's up, buddy?
Got a question for you.
Yes.
If and when you have a child, and let's say you have a little boy.
Jess and I will have to consummate the marriage before that happens.
That's good.
Yes.
But if you have a little boy and he fucking hates wrestling, how's that going to make you feel? Are you still going to go to like your WWE stuff, all that kind of stuff?
I don't know. I may put the kid up for adoption at that point. I will raise...
But what kid doesn't love wrestling?
I will raise a pro wrestling fan, okay? He'll have all the shit, because I'll buy all the stuff that I would have wanted when I was a kid and just give it to him. It'll be one of those things where before you're even old enough to figure out what you like, there'll be so much wrestling shit around this kid that he'll be like, oh yeah, this is cool. Plus, I'll be like a super awesome cool dad, and that'll be what I'm into, and he's like, I want to be just like that dude, Sam Roberts. He likes wrestling. I like wrestling. Go ahead.
Does that suck? You have a cat you don't like, and then you'll have a kid you don't like.
I love my cat. I don't know why you would say that. He's the star of my Starbucks Drake Hands video, in case you haven't seen that one. Did you see it?
I did.
He looks adorable in it. He's a giant.
Yes, he's a big cat.
He's not as well behaved as some cats, but that's my road dog.
He's an ass.
He's not an ass. You're an ass. You're allergic.
He headbutts.
He does headbutt. It's a sign of affection. Listen, you know what I have affection for?
Boofy? No,
I don't like boofing. That's not funny, Eric.
That's where you use it, Roland, not yelling it at Comic-Con.
I'm boofing! No, not boofing. I'm talking about Netflix. Orange is the New Black. House of Cards. Arrested Development. Now...
I saw Katy Perry this weekend. Movie.
Huh? On Netflix?
Yeah, Netflix.
It's a great service.
Yeah, I loved it.
Well, now you've seen the Katy Perry movie, you got to get ready for the next big thing from Netflix. Prepare yourself for Notorious, Netflix's newest comedy special, starring international stand-up sensation Russell Peters. Russell started doing stand-up as a kid in his native Toronto, and now he's one of the biggest comedians in the entire world. With over 75 million views on YouTube, nearly 1 million Facebook fans, and one of the most diverse audiences on the planet, he sold out arenas like Madison Square Garden and Sydney's Royal Opera House. Also, get this, launching with Russell Peters' new special, Notorious, is this. Russell Peters versus the World, an exclusive 4-part series that takes you behind the scenes on Russell's tour and has some great outtakes and interviews with his family and friends. Don't miss Notorious and Russell Peters versus the World Now streaming only on Netflix. Did you enjoy the Katy Perry movie?
I did.
You did?
I did too.
Yeah,
What? What are you all doing sitting at home watching Katy Perry movies?
She talked about Jesus and fireworks.
Yes.
I have to tell you.
And how it's a part of her.
I might talk about this on tomorrow's show because we don't have that much time left. And it makes me question my heterosexuality. I think I'm kind of over Katy Perry. You know, aside from the titties, I don't know if she has that much to offer anyone. She just keeps doing the same, like, oh, look at me, I'm quirky. I'm like the girl from New Girl, except with big titties. You know?
No, that's a good point.
That's it. I've won you over, huh?
Well, that's pretty much what Zooey Deschanel said, too.
What, that Katy Perry's like me, except with titties?
Yeah. It's exactly what she said.
Well, Katy Perry doesn't have a funny sitcom, though.
No, she doesn't. Which I also started.
Yeah, but, is the Katy Perry movie like the Justin Bieber movie? I watched that hunk of shit. Everybody was like, I don't like Justin Bieber, but you gotta watch this movie. It's really inspiration. No, it's not.
Actually, the Bieber one's a little bit better.
Ugh, well, then I'm not watching this one. Listen, it's time to go. However, Ron and Fez are coming up next, so stay tuned for that. Goodbye, everybody.
The Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey!